Hello, Something Guys and Gals. This is Something Guy 912. If any of you have followed my content as of late, I'm usually a cynical person when it comes to mostly anything involving the AAA games industry. Most of the games that I play are at least 10 years or older because I've been disillusioned as far back as 2012 from the direction that said gaming industry has gotten itself into, laying itself relevancy and credence only by remaking fan favorites of yore. Ironic, then, that 2012 also gave me one of the best sequels to a mainline franchise ever, Borderlands 2. The Borderlands series has been a rocky mess of a franchise even as far back as the first game. You can make an argument that the first game was a glorified proof of concept of both the first person shooter genre combined with the looting and skill based mechanics of Diablo 2 and its imitators. But most would say that Borderlands 2 was a much needed evolution of its predecessor, boasting much more satisfying combat, skill management, and a stronger story and villain than the first. It's a shame then that Borderlands 3, coming around the end of the decade, would boast some awful writing that would make Ryan Johnson blush. I've been playing this game pretty hard last few months on end, either dragging it out through watching podcasts, kudos to EFET for getting me through that, or trying to chew hard on the story that Borderlands 3 tries to tell but constantly misses the mark, whereas Borderlands 2 has been able to stand resolute through scrutiny. Well, there are plenty of videos that go roughly 10 minutes into the subject of Borderlands 3's displaced and schizophrenic writing, primarily tackling the sore thumbs like with Ava and the noted absence of Dr. Zed, Axton, Fiona, and Salvador in any bearing to the story. I want to perform a long man bad by delving into the story, start to finish, via cutscene as is, and opine in detail why parts of it start to falter in its delivery compared to how Borderlands 2 executed it, and how Borderlands 3's writing takes inspiration from Borderlands 1 for worse. Comments about the gameplay of Borderlands 3, or the numerous bugs latent within, or the multiplayer aspect of the game are not a pertinent factor in my analysis of the game as a whole, as I merely want to absorb the game like a film. However, there will be moments where I mention ludonarrative dissonance, which in layman's terms is gameplay elements that contradict with the plot elements of the story, like with how, in spite of the fact one of the playable characters in the game is a siren, the NPCs of the story will still need you to look for one trapped in Athenas to recruit in order to open a vault on Promethea. As a result of me also providing examples of the writing floundering based on stories throughout the Borderlands series, I will first preface that there will be major spoilers for all of the Borderlands related titles, that being Borderlands 1, 2, the pre-sequel, Tales from the Borderlands, and of course, Borderlands 3. My interest in wanting to tackle every single tidbit of the story of Borderlands 3 is both twofold. Personally having arguments with my friend and brother who have played this and take umbrage with my steely-eyed approach to criticizing every facet of the writing, and secondly, to put in explicit detail the nuances of where the writing was taken to the cutting room floor in favor of more gameplay and personalization features compared to its prior iterations. So, without further introduction, take it away, Marcus.
So, you want to hear a story, huh? A tale of adventure across the stars. Come, listen to old Marcus. Have I got a story for you? My tale begins here, on this backwater planet called Pandora. Some say it is a wasteland of greed and violence, and it is. But if you've got skills to pay the bills, Pandora is full of opportunity. Vault hunters. They brave the merciless borderlands in search of secret alien treasure. My father told me tales of vault hunting when I was but a little Marcus boy. And now, I tell you. So, you ask, what treasures do the vaults hide? Fame, wealth, power. Or maybe nonsense like charity or family. I don't know. Use your imagination. Whatever the prize, a Vault Hunter must have the determination to seize victory from the jealous hands of fate. Now, my story is about a very special band of Vault Hunters who have only just started their journey. They are bold and hungry. Maybe old Marcus tells you this story because they remind me of you. Just a little, don't let it go to your head. These new Vault Hunters are answering a siren's call. Her name is Lilith, and she is a hero, savior of Pandora a dozen times over. Lilith is recruiting a team to hunt for a map. A map that leads to vaults all over the galaxy. But she is not the only one. Dark forces have gripped the Borderlands. A new threat, unlike anything the galaxy has seen before. My story begins right here on Pandora, with our new Vault Hunters, their siren leader, and, most importantly, me.
As with all of the other Borderlands games, Marcus Kincaid narrates to you the setting, protagonists, antagonists, and synopsis involving the Borderlands series itself, assuming that you aren't already familiar, and to those who are curious of what events lay ahead. Although this time, Marcus is a bit more vague than he usually is, referring to Tyrene and Troy Calypso as new dark forces gripping the galaxy, rather than when he referred to Handsome Jack as is by his role and what he wants, which I think is foreshadowing for how poorly the game describes to you the motives of these new antagonists. Other not so subtle foreshadowing is the constant mention of stars in the illustrations noted, both serving as a cheeky way to define the motives of the new antagonists and serving as a vehicle for how you get around the world compared to being set only on Pandora. What I also find interesting is that Marcus says that the new Vault Hunters are being compelled by a siren's call, similar to that of the original 4 Vault Hunters from the first Borderlands, but the following intro displaying the abilities of the 4 Vault Hunters contradicts this notion, as they only get the siren's call after said intro is done. To compare, in Borderlands 2, the motive of the Vault Hunters was simple. They were deliberately misled by Handsome Jack on the pretense that he wanted to share the wealth of the new vault he was looking for, to which they had to fight the Hyperion personnel that was boarding the train with their various abilities, serving both as a footnote for who you wanted to play as, and also serves as a prime motivation for those Vault Hunters to have a reason to want to take down Handsome Jack, after he leaves them nearly for dead out in the wastes. But here, they are only merely compelled by a random recruitment poster, to which they weed out several bandits in an abandoned Crimson Raiders recruitment center for no other reason but to illustrate to the players their abilities. While it accomplishes this feat, the stakes and personal motives of the Vault Hunters are left at the balance, as they have not been personally slighted by the main antagonist or their cult of personality. Analogous to the cutscene of the first Borderlands, the characters' motives are only simply chasing the tail of finding the vault, while their abilities are poorly illustrated in both execution and setting by them being in a moving bus, now reflected by these new Vault Hunters taking the same bus by Marcus to meet with Lilith's scout, so to speak. The only antagonist that even exists in the first Borderlands only shows up roughly a third into the game, while the metaphorical antagonist of said game was Pandora itself. And worse yet was that Marcus's reasons for even driving them to Firestorm was more vague than in Borderlands 3 simply because of the thinly veiled plot of Borderlands 1. Which leads me to ask a few more questions in regards to Borderlands 3's intro. How long was Marcus waiting for these bandits to be flushed out? Was the recruitment center just simply a decoy for bandits to ransack it as a means to demonstrate the Vault Hunter's prowess? Why was this the only means for Lilith to contact or recruit said Vault Hunters and not just use her ability of telekinesis 24/7, which in of itself will be a retcon the sooner we delve deeper into the story? This isn't explained through Marcus's narration or any other dialogue, almost as if the writers wanted you to be taken in by the spectacle of the cinematic to distract you from the drastically poor setup of our new Vault Hunters. Similarly to Borderlands 1, Lilith talks to you through telepathy similar to Angel did, although the difference here is that Lilith is completely straightforward with you on what she wants you to do, whereas Angel's always seemed aloof and cryptic with her phrasing of words as not to discourage you from the road ahead. Marcus drops you off at the designated location, certain that he knows exactly what he was doing, and we are left to assume that he returned to wherever the Crimson Raiders were holding up until he boarded the Sanctuary 3. Most of the story from here involves you meeting up with Claptrap, the Jar Jar Binks fused with the cockroach character of the series, who, like with the previous Borderlands, is used as a framing device for getting the basic mechanics of the game down. Although Claptrap and others always frame the bandits at the disheveled recruitment center as them trying to murder you, and not the other way around. Even if you could frame that as their intention once the Vault Hunters come on by, the Vault Hunters themselves initiated the violence and did not, in this example, act out in self-defense. But that will be an aside for many of the other contrivances that the story will take to set up the next plot thread. Anyhow, you go through parts of the tutorial, killing bandits, getting yourself a shield, killing a mini-boss, so to speak, and securing the propaganda center so that Claptrap can send a signal for Lilith to come on by to personally greet you. What is very strange to me about all these events leading up is that, even according to Lilith, the Crimson Raiders have no kind of foothold on Pandora other than the propaganda center you just took over. Was it Lilith's plan all along to take this down and was using the means to recruit new Vault Hunters a proxy? What was Lilith, the Crimson Raiders, Claptrap, and Marcus doing while they had no groundwork or base to communicate to one another? This is also compounded by the fact that this will get retconned within its own story, as we get to see a literal launchpad installment that was controlled by the Crimson Raiders, as well as a memorial to Roland in Devil's Razor, making me believe that her saying that they needed a temporary base is just an excuse to test your wills. This is ludonarrative dissonance at its peak, where the gameplay falls counter to the events ongoing in the story, and this is just the basic tutorial. Borderlands 1 also had this issue, although the difference being is that Borderlands 1's faults lie primarily with the fact that there was so little plot to piece together, whereas Borderlands 3 feels burdened by its own story, and with the pre-sequel, Tales from the Borderlands, and Borderlands 2 keeping in continuity. More on that as we go on. Lilith gives you a grenade, which then inexplicably summons a horde of COV, Children of the Vault for short, for you to kill with your newfound arsenal. Again, the gameplay becomes conflicted within the story illustration, as I can only steelman this setup as the bandits having caught wind of Lilith's not-so-subtle arrival, as well as Claptrap's signal. Conversely, Borderlands 2 had a much better way of illustrating the use of a grenade, as you and Claptrap were already en route to commandeer a boat to get out of Southern's shelf in order to contact the Crimson Raiders at Sanctuary. And one of the bosses, Finley, was all about explosives. This was also a much better way to test your skills with a mini-boss, both with action skills, shields, and weapon present, rather than a shield and some pea shooters with Shiv. Again, this isn't a huge issue in terms of continuity, I just personally think it was better executed in Borderlands 2. After dealing with the second wave of bandits, Lilith gives you a quick rundown of what's been up with her and the Crimson Raiders up until you came along. There are allusions to the recently added DLC for Borderlands 2 that was supposed to be a sort of bow to tie the stories of Tales from the Borderlands and Borderlands 2 neatly, as well as some of the time gaps betwixt. Although the Vault Key was destroyed with Sanctuary in order to defeat Hector, we are made to believe that the Vault Key is omnipresent, that it cannot be destroyed and will be left to its own devices even in the attempt to destroy it, judging from the ending of said DLC. You and her go back to Shiv's getup to find any clues regarding the location of the map, in which you get a broadcast by Mouthpiece explaining in not so subtle detail that another bandit clan had located the map and gave it to him as a favor from the Calypso twins. It is here that Claptrap and Lilith leave you to find the bandit war chief, and it is here that Lilith first asks the Vault Hunters directly their motives for being one. Now, I've always had a beef for what constitutes a Vault Hunter, as ostensibly every bandit that you are fighting is a Vault Hunter, especially considering that the Children of the Vault are led by such who could do the trick, as well as under the misguided notion of getting the rewards that reap with it. It always irked me how NPCs and other bandits could tell just from cursory glance that you were a Vault Hunter, and therefore affect their disposition towards you. Throughout the series, there has not been any distinction for what makes one a Vault Hunter, barring the exception of Borderlands 1, as every Vault Hunter has this strange blue armband that they each put on a different part on their body. I know this is not a fault not exclusive to Borderlands 3, but it is still a prevalent problem with the way that NPCs will interact with you, even if you can make the argument that their fealty to the Crimson Raiders is what constitutes the aggression of the bandits, in the context of Borderlands 3. Although, I will say that at least Borderlands 3 does actually give the new Vault Hunters each a unique reason as to why they want to be a Vault Hunter, rather than the box standard pursuit of riches compared to Borderlands 1 and 2. So my complaint in regards to what makes one a Vault Hunter nascent. After fighting some bandits off in the Sun Smasher camp, you come across the War Chief, who just so happens to be Vaughn, a returning character from Tales from the Borderlands, who has been as of late relocated to comic relief. This is emboldened by his entrance, as he is hung upside down and nothing more than his undies and cape, grizzled and embarrassed. Vaughn is but one of two returning characters from said game, and in spite of the events of said game attempting to tie parts of the prologue from the pre-sequel of Borderlands 2, very little of what happened in Tales has any bearing on the story, but more on that once we encounter Reese on Promethea. Anyhow, Vaughn tells you that his clan betrayed him once they found the Iridian artifact and took it to Mouthpiece in the hopes that they could gain something from it, validating what Mouthpiece said on the intercom the Shiv earlier. You and him go meet up with Lilith to inform you of its whereabouts. Lilith finds the path to the Holy Broadcast Center too long on foot and attacks you with going to Ellie's scrapyard for help. Again, the previous refrain of Lilith and the Crimson Raiders apparently having no foothold is squashed by this mention, and it further leads me to believe that Shiv's propaganda center was merely a proving ground for would-be Crimson Raiders. But this idea is also countered by the fact that this proving ground also just so happens to have clues as to the location of a map to various vaults around the galaxy. It's either a contrivance of the current stakes at hand to provide a tutorial that conflicts with the story, or unusually convenient that the primary task at hand for the Crimson Raiders would also be at the behest of fresh blood in their stead. One immediate plot hole is brought up by Lilith as you head over to Ellie's scrapyard, curious as to why Vaughn didn't just bring the map to Lilith knowing that she had been looking for it. The best explanation Vaughn can give was that he got himself involved with the wrong kind of people for such an endeavor, barring that Vaughn should have known going into that. What with his insistence on living the bandit life is merely played out as Vaughn being the butt of the joke yet again. Although I have to wonder, if Lilith can communicate to any mortal telepathically and somehow see what's going on in their head, why didn't she just do that with Vaughn to ensure that the map would be safe in their hands? Moreover, I start to wonder how the fuck Lilith was able to communicate to you, the player, telepathically. In Borderlands 1 and 2, Angel was able to communicate to you via satellite with her unique phase-shifting abilities, but Lilith, as far as we know, had no such powers. And furthermore, anytime Lilith communicated to you in Borderlands 2 was through the Echo up until Handsome Jack kidnapped her. Only then was she projecting herself in your head as a result of whatever restraining collar Jack put on her. Is communication via telepathy an inherent siren trait, or as a result of Angel's unique siren capabilities only capable through her? This becomes more confusing as another character will start to communicate to you via telepathy, while Tyrene and Troy Calypso, two known sirens, will only chastise you through the Echo. This makes me believe that, indeed, only Angel was capable of doing this, and the writers have forgot that not just any siren could do that, and even if we assume they could, that makes Lilith seem incompetent in that she didn't have the forbearance to do that when it was pertinent to acquiring the vault map/key. To finally prove this point, when Lilith loses her siren powers, again we'll get to that later on, Lilith throughout the rest of the story communicates to you via Echo communications device, thereby cementing the idea that telepathy is an inherent siren trait differed from Borderlands 1 and 2. This isn't necessarily a plot-breaking moment for me, but within its own story, it does become contradictory given which sirens can talk to you telepathically. You arrive at Ellie's scrapyard right in the middle of her interrogating one of the bandits, so to speak, to which she remarks that the COV stole all our vehicles, tasking you with taking one of their outrunners. Again, this isn't necessarily a fault specific to Borderlands 3, but in spite of the fact that Ellie's catch-a-ride system should have a registered outrunner ready for the Vault Hunter to use since Borderlands 2, conflicts with the idea that the COV can steal all of them. But nevertheless, this is merely a means to showcase the ability to hijack vehicles as well as a means to register ones with new parts. And this sequence was consistent with how Borderlands 2 delivered it, although admittedly, Borderlands 2 had the excuse that Scooter's Catch-A-Ride and Three Horns Divide had the misconception that you were a bandit trying to take free cars from him and needing Angel's help to hack the AI into giving you. Once you do accomplish the task of getting a new vehicle, Ellie immediately dumps on you some exposition not already posited by Lilith earlier. Their ship is almost ready to go once you have acquired the map for Mouthpiece. I've already reminded you of the fact that Lilith didn't seem to believe that the Crimson Raiders had a base set out for them, being contradicted by this, but also the fact that they've had a ship lying in wait for who knows how long without informing you of it. I would think that with something as pertinent as wanting the location of multiple vaults would warrant the question of how exactly the Crimson Raiders would expect to get off Pandora to do so, but I guess it wasn't pertinent for Lilith to inform you of the means to find these vaults rather than where the vaults even are. To digress, my beef with this line of dialogue is more of who's saying it rather than what is being said. You would think Lilith, being the commander of the Crimson Raiders, would have told you that rather than Ellie just offhand mentioning it after a tangent with getting a vehicle. On the way, Vaughn sort of vomits some loose backstory to your primary antagonist, who, as of current, haven't really introduced themselves to you or what they are after, which I think is a far cry from how Handsome Jack was introduced right in the very beginning of the story. It goes without saying that I personally think that a villain who the player character has no personal slight against is already a poor setup for one. Voss Montenegro was an excellent villain in Far Cry 3 not only because of his dynamic with the main character, but that the main character had his own personal reasons to kill him, out of him killing his older brother and taking his friends as slaves to be sold to the highest bidder. Troy and Tyreen at this venture aren't even aware that you exist, and even once they do, they seem to just play it off as another opportunity to stream the goings-on, more on their personality once they do. As a bit of a deviation from the main story, Patricia Tanis, disambiguated from the rest of the story, mentions to you the legend of Typhon de Leon and his exploits as the first Vault Hunter as you by happenstance approach one of his many markers, curious of any intel you can coop up. This is one way to sort of tie some of the plot holes left by the thinly veiled plot of Borderlands 1, while also giving some cohesion to the mystery behind the vaults. But considering that Typhon de Leon had never been mentioned up until this point, including the Calypsos, I'm surprised I didn't uncover the connection these two really shared, but that's a spoiler for another time. Once you arrive at the HBC, Holy Broadcast Center, most of the segment here involves figuring out the means of which Troy and Tyreen get such magnanimous support, which comes to their daily live streams, imitating buzzwords similar to that of Twitch from the mentions of highest donators to what random nonsense their chat gives to them. There's even a play on the like, comment, and subscribe as like, follow, and obey, exaggerating the cult of personality that usually comes with YouTube and or Twitch followings. Now, ever since Randy Pitchford first came on the stage to remark that the Calypso twins are, to him, an exaggeration of the worst aspects of Twitch streamers, I've always had a sour taste in my mouth when it came to how compelling the antagonists are as a result of that. It seems they designed these villains with no more care but to be a hyperbolic stereotype of your Elenities or Destinies, and not give them any real conviction behind it. Even in the broadcast, it seems Tyreen is not particularly comfortable with the degenerate ways that her followers show their adoration towards her, and yet we are made to believe that she wants to hog all the spotlight? Whereas Troy absolutely relishes the idea of fame, yet is always in the shadows to puppeteer Tyreen in the limelight, and shows bitterness towards that later on in the story. These conflicting ideals would have been fixed if Tyreen really was an attention whore, and Troy was truly envious of that, but not wanting the celebrity that comes with it. But instead, we have someone who is doing it for a front, and the other who reluctantly plays cameraman to someone who is eating the scenery through gritted teeth. Their motivations are about as one-dimensional as it comes, and they don't have any subtlety to hide that fact, turning them into a Saturday morning cartoon villain. While there was no way they could possibly make a villain as grounded and multifaceted as Handsome Jack, ironic but with his face, the Calypso twins are on a level comparable to Commandant Steele in terms of bold-faced, bright as a light bulb motivation. The only thing that the Calypso twins have over Steele is that they have considerably more impact on the story than she does, and are considerably more directly antagonistic than she is to both you and the Crimson Raiders. Moreover, using aspects of Twitch as a euphemism for their cult following also brings up questions How did the Calypso twins unionize a practically anarchic concept to one pure goal? Why did any bandit get smart to the idea that their means of membership is to basically sacrifice themselves to Tyrene and not turn on her, even if it meant death themselves? Why do the Calypso twins need donations to fund their search for the vault, as, according to them, know more about it than anyone else? What does the bandits provide the Calypsos other than ready cannon fire for you to mow down? More questions of which none will be provided, because the end goal of designing these antagonists was just a trendy archetype, which will be further demonstrated by the cringy writing.
Anyway, my brother's gonna broadcast your death on the Echo Net! So don't, say anything stupidly heroic. Just go for it.
You arrive at Mouthpiece's domain, kill him, and acquire the vault match, which apparently was left deliberately by Troy and Tyrene for you to fix it after it apparently broke. How exactly the Calypsos would even figure out when and how you would be able to fix it is left up in the sky, as this is their first encounter with you and are completely oblivious of Patricia Tannis and her means to fix it. What would the Calypsos have done if there was no way to fix it? Supposedly, this is the only way for them to locate the maps around the galaxy, and presuming that Tyrene had went and destroyed it, because her siren power sapped the vault key yet didn't give her knowledge of the maps through that, would mean that she and her followers would have to find it again. They seem completely unconcerned with that notion, as if they can read into the future and know that you will go to Tannis to fix it, which reminds me a lot of similar contrivances with The Last Jedi set up in order to arrive at the next scene. Anyhow, they mentioned how the Sun Smashers wanted to bargain with them the map for stuff, and remarking this as a betrayal and how they, as gods, don't negotiate that way. This emboldens their egomania, but their motives are egomania for the sake of it, rather than an aside to compensate for much deeper emotions held close to their chest. You would think that with them having a following so devoted, they would sooner put their own livelihood over theirs, that would be enough for them. But we're made to believe that they want to rise a godlike ascension via the Great Vault. There is no ulterior motive behind this. There isn't some kind of warped perception of morality. No, this is purely popularity for popularity's own sake. Furthermore, supposedly Troy and Tyrene were physically present at Mouthpiece's domain when he handed them the map, but then fucked off somewhere else once the map broke? Why would they give up such a useful artifact for them just because Tyrene accidentally sapped its power? Was it because, again, they could literally read into the future and anticipate your arrival, capture, and repair the vault map/key via Tannis? But if that was the case, and assuming they are aware of Tannis, why didn't they interrogate her to fix it for them? Why didn't they go to literally anybody else to attempt it being fixed, rather than let it fall to the hands of their cheerleader only for him to be fended off by you? I can only assume that they are mind readers, because there's no way they would have known you'd fix it unless they mean to imply the map you took was a decoy, similar to how Jack used Wilhelm as a decoy to get a one-up on the Crimson Raiders. But the difference there was that Jack knew that they would use the power core intending to power their shields after an initial assumption that the vault key was present, and after all, he was using Angel, who to everyone else has been trustful up to this point. He didn't have to be a literal mind reader to know they would do that. It all came down to whether they would take the bait or not, which they did because Sanctuary was in desperate need of one. But there isn't any subtlety here. They make it apparent that they will take it back because somehow you will be able to fix it, rather than imply they don't need it because Tyrene should have absorbed the knowledge of the map through her siren powers. More on that later. And boy, am I going to say that a lot, aren't I? Now, I know that I already deviated in terms of main story, but I want to bring up a certain side quest as the only way of which we can figure out the time gap between the events of Borderlands 2 with Borderlands 3. In the side quest, Head Case, you find the head of a Sun Smashers clan member that Vaughn recognizes, tasking you with taking it to a VR simulation hub so you can get her out of it, as the COV have used it as an elaborate means to torture her for an eternity. Vaughn mentions that the VR simulations that the bandits seem to go to are of just like 7 years ago, implying that Borderlands 3 takes place 7 years after the events of Borderlands 2. This is also validated by the fact that Borderlands 3 was released 7 years after Borderlands 2, but I don't know if that was purely coincidental or just a nod at the time gap. Furthermore, Tiny Tina returns for Borderlands 2 considerably older than she was when we last saw her, which further validates the 7-year time gap. So, if what Vaughn is implying is true, what the fuck was Lilith and the Crimson Raiders doing for the last 7 years? Only now has Lilith even gotten intel on the location of the map, which, I remind you, also just so happened to come once you took down the COV's propaganda center. I also find it doubtful that Lilith had been so fervent on finding the map for that long that she completely ignored the fact that a literal cult was building right under her nose, and that her fervent searching led her to literally nothing up until you came along for 7 years. More importantly, if Lilith and Ellie had a ship ready for them to go across the galaxy, why didn't they get that set up to try to find the Pandora Vault key elsewhere? There has been no implication that its location is secluded only to Pandora. Once you reacquire it, it can freely go anywhere you please on the ship. Why was Lilith only dead set on Pandora being the sole place to find the key? Wasn't she aware of the fact that there was multiple vaults with multiple keys since Borderlands 2? Why would she assume that the map was only present on the Pandoran Vault key? Surely multiple keys can also illustrate a map as such would also be present on the other keys, and not just Pandora? This huge gap of time leaves little explanation for the blatant incompetence of Lilith in regards to getting any groundwork on finding these vaults, much less having any sort of foothold to defend themselves from a tide of bandits. So, you return to Lilith and Vaughn's pathetic holdout for the Crimson Raiders and give them the map, tell Vaughn of the untimely fate of his Sun Smashers faction, much to his chagrin, and proceed to give Lilith the map with the intent of charging it, as implied that was something Sirens could do in Borderlands 2. Of course, it doesn't work because Tyrion had presumably attempted to do the same, considering that she's a Siren, and has you go to one of Patricia Tannis' many Iridian dig sites on Pandora. Patricia gives you a brief rundown of Tyrion's powers and what she uses the cult for, although that doesn't explain why Tyrion and Troy needed the bandits' various donations or multiple operations if they have already most of everything they need to hunt these vaults, save for the map to said vaults. This brief exchange is interrupted by CLV attacking you and her dig site, as Tyrion and Troy, with their script reading abilities, were able to know you would go to Patricia to fix this and not just go to her themselves by interrogation, similar to what Handsome Jack did in Borderlands 2. Lilith says that she's on her way, but because of constraints of timing with gameplay, she only arrives after you kill all of the bandits attacking. After this brief encounter, Patricia gets the map working to the extent that it can reveal one location: Promethea. This encourages Lilith and the gang to get the ship all packed up and ready to go, despite knowing multiple worlds contain multiple vaults and not exclusively Pandora. Furthermore, as far as the Crimson Raiders are concerned, their intent is stopping the Calypsos from reaching the vaults before they do, so why would it be their first instinct to go to the only known location of one, assuming that the Calypsos could read the map in full detail or hadn't been able to once Tyrene attempted to charge it? What would have happened if they got to Promethea and the Calypsos weren't there? Just play with their thumbs until they eventually arrived? It was only by convenience of the plot that the Calypso's next spot for the vault just so happened to be Promethea, unless I'm assuming that the Calypsos were working on the limited knowledge of the map as were you. But further plot elements will contradict that notion, such that I'll have to omit them up until they are relevant to the story. You make it to the Launchpad site, where Lilith and Patricia teleport themselves over but don't give you the same convenience, although, to be fair, this is more of a mechanical gripe than anything, although back in Borderlands 2, Lilith didn't seem shy of teleporting you to places, to which Lilith starts rounding up Crimson Raiders via her powers, while Ellie has you require some biofuel and an astronav chip to get the ship all decked out and ready. Why exactly Lilith couldn't acquire the chip for you, considering there appears to be no limit to her powers, is beyond me, but it is an opportunity for you to explore the region and for the Calypsos to talk your head off for a few more minutes. Tyrene tries to spill you some sophistry about how the bandits are culture embraced by family, a term or phrase I tend to loathe ever since Sophia Lamb garbled that nonsense back in Bioshock 2. The problem with this phrase is that to what means seems only elucidated by the EchoNet broadcast, which throughout the story will be the excuse most will give to be semi-omnipotent of your every action. This is also Tyrene's lame way to coax sympathy out of you, similar to Handsome Jack's plea of ridding the world of bandits, although Tyrene's motives are inverse of what Handsome Jack wants. More importantly, Tyrene's motive is a poor affront to seek power for herself compared to Handsome Jack's misguided ideology that everyone who isn't with me is a bandit mentality. Considering that Tyrene has already made it abundantly clear that what she gets out of the bandits is strictly one-sided, it baffles me that they could even resonate more audiences to their stead. You make it back to the bottom of the launch pad, only for Lilith to be suddenly inundated by the Calypso twins and the shuttered gate closing in front of you. This isn't an issue with this sequence, but constantly throughout the cutscenes there is a notable lack of involvement on your part of the story, to the point that it breaks with the events happening. Later on, Maya and Ava fight the Calypsos in a sequence that happens right after you exit the Vault's treasures, but the cutscenes plays out like as if you weren't even there. There is this distinct lack of input on your part to the rest of the story, almost like if you only take the cutscenes as they are, it is almost like as if only the NPCs involved went and opened those vaults and not you. Borderlands 2 at least made the effort to put you in the story, especially when Handsome Jack personally confronts you after you killed his daughter. Not exclusively with this scene, but more to come. It's like the Vault Hunters are frozen in time and sent to the void while the events play out, contradicting both your supposed impact on the story with what you are ultimately tasked with doing. A showdown ensues with Lilith fighting off the Calypsos for the map after it being fixed, and it goes about as well as you expect with a 2-on-1 fight. But the way in which Lilith is compromised is baffling. She beats down Troy as he is cowering to defense, only to notice that he shares the same distinct tattoos that other sirens do, making Troy the first male siren known throughout the entire Borderlands series. This sudden realization completely catches Lilith off guard as it gives Tyreen an open shot at grabbing her by the neck, proceeding to sap her powers. Troy literally made no effort to hide his tattoos when he confronted Lilith, and if Lilith is to be trusted, should know of the Calypso twins by appearance alone. How then was this now surprising to Lilith? Why did Lilith not try to go for the map instead of standing over Troy, as her punch clearly made him drop it? Even more absurd, Tyreen makes the bold move to finish her off once she got her powers, but Troy, inexplicably, wants Lilith to be spared so that she can just get killed by bandits. Considering that Lilith is the fucking commander of the only known faction to be even in opposition against the COV, this would be a victory for the Calypsos. More importantly, Troy contradicts his apparently merciful nature by gut-kicking her while she's down and mocking her weakened state, despite that she is simply alive because of contrivance with the plot. You can make an argument that they are only keeping her alive for the celebrity that it will bring to them to see their greatest opposition in such a compromised state, but as I've already established, there doesn't seem to be anything the bands provide to the Calypsos that they don't already have beyond a ready food supply. And because Tyreen gets Lilith's powers, she can now at will summon bandits where they otherwise would not be, jiving with some of the gameplay elements contravening the story and lore once the Vault Hunters head to Promethea. On top of the other bloated issues with the story, now that Tyreen and Troy have the Pandoran Vault key, they decide to go to Promethea? What do they expect the key to do other than as sporting leverage against the Crimson Raiders? I'm not saying they don't need it, but in terms of what they are trying to get out of Promethea, it seems a mite jarring that their priorities seem muddled. It also gives a convenient through line for the Crimson Raiders to lead to Promethea to stop them, considering that the map up to that point showed them only Promethea, leading me to believe that Troy and Tyreen were only working on the limited knowledge of the map after it got broken. But again, if Troy and Tyreen already had vast knowledge of the vaults, why go for the Pandoran Vault key first if they intend to go to Promethea first? It seems their knowledge of the vaults and what they can do is selective to what doesn't bog down the story and raise eyeballs at how convenient their goals run parallel to yours. So you go the long way around, kill a bunch of bandits, save Lilith, and quickly flee to the Sanctuary 3, presumably to head to Promethea or to run away. Lilith begins to regain some consciousness, and the characters we have seen, other than Marcus and Vaughn, gather around to witness Lilith's loss of her siren powers. Ellie is a bit arrogant in wanting just to take them right back from Tyreen, while Patricia and Claptrap are a bit more cautious considering their predicament. Lilith consoles all of them, rounding out their game plan, which was already written out for them square on their head with Tyreen's not-so-subtle announcement of it. You are instructed to put the astronav chip on their navigation module, to which Claptrap decides to be a dumbass suddenly to give you an excuse to explore the ship. While there are a few drawn-out things that happen throughout this sequence and the inexplicable stupidity of Claptrap, I genuinely enjoy this bit as it shows you your way around the ship and the amenities it provides you in a convincing way, rather than how in Borderlands 2 it quite literally vomits side quests and locations, yet not all of them in Sanctuary. There is a bit of an issue again with the story and the gameplay as you get some crew members out of one of the bunk rooms that Claptrap put there. Your room, depending on what character you played as, is already decked out with their own personal flavor, in spite of the fact that you, as the character, had only docked on Sanctuary moments earlier. It would have made for more compelling storytelling outside of direct dialogue if the room had started out empty but slowly filled up with all the personal accoutrements you've gathered on your journey, while maintaining the personal flavor of the 4 new Vault Hunters. However, this is a small issue, as it doesn't derail the story, and I just generally like how the Vault Hunters are at least treated like human beings with their own place to coop up. After the shenanigans, you return to the bridge of the ship. Troy and Tyrene, inexplicably able to communicate to you via the ship, send out a propaganda vid mocking Lilith and her recently lost powers through camera perspectives we didn't see used by the Cambot, but literally from the cinematic itself. What I also find equally perplexing about this is that, considering how opposed they are, why didn't Troy and Tyrene do anything to stop them from leaving? I can only assume by them making the propaganda vid that they are seriously dragging this war out just for the exposure, but to what end? It's this very nagging question that makes me not understand some of the decisions the Calypso twins make, even if you can excuse it all as them just being extremely arrogant. Even Handsome Jack and his arrogance at least made an attempt on your life throughout the game. What I'm saying is, if the Calypso twins already have the world in their hands, why give your enemy a false sense of comeuppance? Why prop them up as your opposition when it doesn't benefit you more than you already have benefited? Clearly, this mentality of theirs will soon start to deteriorate once you get on Promethea. You navigate to Promethea only to find Maliwan fleet ships hovering around the planet. This is supposed to be the foreshadowing leading up to the mega corporation that you'll have to fight against, as it's been customary throughout the series that the Vault Hunter has had to fight one, from Atlas to Hyperion to now Maliwan. Lilith sees this as an opportunity for you to get on the good graces of Atlas once you hear a distress call needing help, and because you can't simply get onto the fast travel network, Ellie has you go on a dropship with a fast travel unit inside as an improvised method to bounce between networks. However, you do this for every planet you go on, despite whether you have access to a fast travel network or not, when there's only an explanation for why you couldn't access the Promethean fast travel network. This means to travel to a new planet gets the groundwork going for this long drawn out, not to mention unskippable, sequence where you get a title crawl of the planet and its archetype. I'm not certain the purpose of this sequence other than to give you a layman's idea of what you'll expect on said planet, but I suppose it's a better way to introduce a new place other than right out of nowhere. There's a bit of a discussion to be had with the way that Borderlands 3 does world building with these planets, as Pandora is more consistently a desert wasteland compared to its Borderlands 2 counterpart. However, the reason Borderlands 2 was so filled with variety was that you were only on Pandora, and this was to address an issue with Borderlands 1 seeing the environment from trash heap to trash heap as a result of the graphical limitations of the game at the time. I treat this as a double-edged sword, as on one hand it makes each of the planets no more than a stereotype of one another, Promethea being a futuristic urban sprawl, Eden 6 a wooded swampland, Athenas with its red trees and exaggerated geography, but on the other, it makes it so these planets cannot be confused with one another and maintain consistency within its own world and its inhabitants within. You land on Promethea within the city limits, each of the Vault Hunters remarking how unpleasant the landing was, but no further after the first time they do this, either because they didn't want to write dialogue for every time they enter a new world, or because they've tolerated the strict landing, or, a third idea, Ellie refined the dropship so it wasn't as unpleasant. You try to head on over to the source of the distress call, Lilith remarking how bandits inexplicably already arrived on Promethea, with Tyrene providing context. As a result of stealing Lilith's powers, Tyrene can now summon bandits from across planets. Now, bear in mind we have no clue where the fuck Tyrene is relative to doing this, and so far the farthest distance Lilith was ever able to teleport someone was from Thousand Cuts to Sanctuary, so how exactly Tyrene can do this with ease while taunting you is absurd. We don't even have an idea of the power level of Tyrene or Troy from just one cutscene, which I'm certain was deliberate as to make their powers as fluid as necessary to the flimsy plot. What I'm curious about as well is, if Lilith decided to just hand over the map so that she wouldn't have been compromised, what would have Tyrene done on Promethea to stop the Crimson Raiders beyond Maliwan? Did Tyrene need Lilith's powers in order to fulfill her end of the bargain for Maliwan? Spoiler alert, not really. Or was that just a plus? And I already know that it is a plus with the extra context between the goings on, but the way it's delivered as tension for a new character, it's almost seen as Tyrene is relying on that to funnel difficulty onto Atlas. Anyhow, you deal with the bandits that were there and are introduced to Lorelei, our first new character for Borderlands 3, assuming you haven't played Tales and thought Vaughn was the first new character to the mainline games. She is of some unknown rank below CEO, serving the bidding of Reese, attempting to fight a corporate war against Maliwan, equally as perplexed as you as to how bandits started sprouting all over Promethea. As for writing quality for a new character, Lorelei is about as important to the plot so long as it involves Promethea, which is minimal. Her characterization is about as fleshed out as strong, independent woman simply by merit of her firing a gun and fending for herself. She's not an offensively bad character, but horribly bland as one. Tumblr hair color and scheme notwithstanding, her only other trademark I've noticed from playing the side quests is that she is obsessed with coffee. I get that new characters like Hammerlock and Tiny Tina from Borderlands 2 served a more archetypal presence and didn't really get in the way of the story, but in their context they were present in the sense that you were within the same planet as them. The moment you leave Promethea, the moment Lorelei completely escapes your mind as having any bearing on the story, and she will not be the only character to suffer this disassociation. You and her drive through the spillways, encountering bandits piloting Maliwan cyclones and wanting to get some intel to figure out how. An echo log poops out of one of the destroyed vehicles, to which you get Tyrane working to deal with her bandits in Maliwan. The frame of time for this is confusing to say the least. The only bit of dialogue we get to even imply they had made a deal before arriving on Promethea was Troy saying,
I want to see if Katagawa is good on his word. Leave the scraps to the dogs.
which he said right before they left to Promethea and right after they left Lilith for dead. But as far as any bridge to show they had made a deal is extremely vague, as we don't see any Maliwan tech held by bandits or any seen around them from the time that you are on Pandora. They clearly made a deal if you go through the side mission Opposition Research, but this side quest only becomes available roughly halfway through the Promethea arc of this story, so we can only assume with as little detail we had that the Calypsos, in roughly the 15 minutes that you boarded the ship, flew off Pandora, went through some gameplay tisms, and then landed on Promethea, that they were able to cut a deal with Katagawa Jr. Also, even more perplexing was that Katagawa Jr. was able to hide this intel somewhere on his asteroid overlooking Promethea while Atlas spies also attempted to get it in the 15 minutes you were flying in fucking space is baffling if that is a conclusion people would make given what little info we have to scrape on by. Point being, the time frame does not match what we are told through the story. You and Lorelei make it to the base camp to get some reconnaissance on the goings-on with Maliwan and the bandits. Lorelei needs to get in contact with Reese through a direct line by way of a Atlas base in the Metroplex, now more confident that with your help they can take it back. A sudden attack by Maliwan and bandits ensue in the tunnels, also confident that with some ready cannon fodder that they can snuff out the remaining Atlas operatives. Of course, you deal with them and approach Watershed Base in order to get comms with Reese. You flush out the Maliwan troops posted at Watershed Base and make contact with Reese, who's adorned himself with a siege mustache that will be a running gag throughout your engagements with him. Once you regard yourself to him, he's elated at the prospect, wondering how much manpower you brought to deal with Maliwan. With only yourself, he's concerned that a single-digit army can't possibly deal with the onslaught barraging him, but Lorelei assures him that they're really good. Now, nowhere in the gameplay would make this need for a 20 to 50,000 man army relevant, according to Reese, unless he means to say that he needed those numbers to cover a larger scale of Promethea and not of just the Metroplex you hunkered down in. There is a turret segment much later at Atlas HQ where you are fending off a single Maliwan dropship's worth of enemies by yourself, yet we're made to believe that we are so badass that we are equivalent to 20 to 50,000 troops? It's more of a conflation of want to actual need in the context of story conflicting with what is going on in the game. Reese informs you that his agent is out attempting to get data from a Maliwan baddie named Gigamine, who seems to have knowledge of all of the strategic and military acumen that Maliwan has at their stead. I find it baffling that a corporation in the middle of a corporate takeover would have their most fragile and valuable asset right at the front lines of said takeover so that the Vault Hunter can have an opportunity to steal knowledge away from them. It'd be like the general of an attacking army having their battle plans within eyesight of their enemies for them to take at any opportunity, even if with slight difficulty. Unless we are made to believe that Maliwan needs Gigamine present in order to get a clue as to what their strategy is, what with Maliwan's advanced tech, I find that extremely doubtful that they would be coincidentally incompetent at this aspect. Before you head off, Lorelei stays at Watershed Base to get it in more control of Atlas's hands, leaving you with a cyclone so that you can traverse the city more elegantly. Ellie, silent about your arrival in Promethea up to this point, becomes suddenly aware of your new ride and remarks digistructing it like you have with your Outrunner. Given that Watershed Base has an active and ready fast travel network in Bay, why haven't any of the Crimson Raiders come by to assist you or Lorelei, considering that, as far as we know, they're just fucking off on the Sanctuary 3? Also, didn't Ellie remark wanting to get to know the city boys here in Promethea? Why didn't she make herself physically present here if she implied she would? Why are you the only known Vault Hunter / Crimson Raider making your presence known to Lorelei or Reese? Why not inform them of your friends on Sanctuary? Why didn't they inform themselves of Lorelei or Reese? The only explanation I could glean from this was the comms being jammed by Mollywan, yet Ellie had no problem echoing to you to remark your ride, nor did Tannis when you encounter more Typhon logs there, or Moxie in another unrelated side quest. Is the EchoNet immune to such jamming? But if so, why did Lorelei and Atlas have such an issue gaining contact with Reese, but not you with anyone else? You would think planet-to-spaceship communication would be much more jammed and within a few miles of one another, no? Also, if Mollywan's comms apparently only jam signals within their own planet, how the fuck does Tyrene and Troy continue to chastise you, assuming that they are somewhere on Promethea, who knows where, via EchoNet? There is so little communication between the characters you meet on the planet between those you see constantly on Sanctuary 3, that what dialogue they do have is of very little relevance to the stakes currently affecting said planet, that I think it would have been nice to hear some back and forth between those characters to imply they give a shit, rather than characters monologuing to you, to which we return to Tyrene's taunts. She and Troy tell you of their deal with Mollywan and what they get out of it, supplying Mollywan with the aforementioned cannon fodder in exchange for the Vault and Mollywan tech. Again, we are not told if this was always the case, as they make it seem like they had just made the deal, and that there was nowhere in Pandora to imply that they have made the deal some time ago, almost springing up like a surprise despite how little time they had to do with between you being on Pandora and Promethea. And if Tyrene needed the cannon fodder as leverage to make this bargain, it further validates my theory that she needed Lilith's powers in order to provide this leverage, despite not really knowing what Lilith's powers are, or if Lilith would have handed over the map willingly. Most importantly, how Tyrene was able to teleport bandits from planet to planet, but that issue will get partially nipped in the bud with 2 side quests later on. You fight through a section of the Metroplex that has Atlas's agent nearby, to which you uncover that it is Zero, one of only 2 recurring playable characters from Borderlands 2, similar to Reese and Vaughn being the only 2 characters we've seen from Tales. Again, despite the fact that the jamming signal should affect your EchoNet, Lilith is able to remark on his presence and appears to be only intrigued by that and nothing else. She mentions how she hadn't seen him in some time, remarking his cryptic nature, not to mention annoying attention to detail of speaking in haiku, before being utterly passive on the rest of your engagement against Mollywan. What I also find uniquely peculiar about this exchange Lilith gives is that she will remark on the playable characters from Borderlands 2 in a similar fashion, but not of the very people she has been with in the very first fucking game. I'm already a broken record here, but you'll know that what I mean once we get to Eden 6. I still haven't even addressed the elephant in the room at Athenas. You and Zero deal with the bots holding the perimeter around the depot and disable what was keeping you from it, which presumably was a hole in the floor, but before you can check it out, Mollywan troops return to retake the weapons depot as a counterattack. Of course, this fails, and your character questions what Zero exactly was looking for in the weapons depot. Supposedly, it was an upgrade to his swords so that he could blow through some force fields that Mollywan had blocked in the Metroplex, including the one that has his Gigamine in place. Yes, Mollywan's battle acumen is locked away by a single fucking force field as their only counter defense against anyone getting wise to steal it. It is here, after you get the upgrade, that Katagawa Jr. decides to make his presence known through a TV screen on the wall to you and Zero. I'm not exactly sure why he does this, because after that bit, he just communicates to you via EchoNet in a similar arrogance to Tyrene and Troy. Also, given the surround sound behind the voice, was he projecting himself on all available screens around the Metroplex just to talk to you and Zero? Inconclusive as far as I can tell, but still strange nevertheless. Katagawa mentions that he tried to strike a deal with Zero similar to Troy and Tyrene, and that the offer is still up to the table despite Zero's reluctance to this. This holds a bit of consistency with Zero's impact in the story of Tales from the Borderlands, as he developed a bit of a camaraderie with Reese throughout it, and I like that Zero doesn't have to show you that through exposition, but rather through nods like, "we go way back," as an example. After Zero cuts through the first force field, you and him go to where Gigamind is staking out, and despite Zero saying that both you and him would go deal with him, the moment you get there, Zero insists that you fight Gigamind yourself as a way to prove your skills. I think the real reason he doesn't is that, with little narrative dissonance in mind, it would have been too easy if he helped you fight the boss rather than fighting him by yourself or with your friends. Also bearing in mind that Gigamind's only one defense against someone taking his AI was the force fields, why was the last barrier blocking your fight with him a steel door that Zero also had to cut down? I mean, whatever, it doesn't destroy the story, but I figured if we were going to be consistent with the stakes at hand, you'd think that that door shouldn't also be a force field like the rest, no? You defeat Gigamind, take his brain, as it's discovered that Gigamind is a Nog, a shorthand for Molly-1 Midget, and return to Watershed Base to inform Reese of your acquisition. What comes next is morally dubious, to say the least. So Reese insists that you implant the brain into his feed so he can get intel on their plans, but the Vault Hunter, for some reason, uses this opportunity to sport leverage against Reese to bargain him helping out the Crimson Raiders to find the vault on Promethea, despite Lilith never telling you to do that, despite none of the other Crimson Raiders informing Reese or Lorelei of their presence, nor Reese or Lorelei even asking why you were even helping to begin with. I get that Vault Hunters aren't exactly moral paragons from throughout the games, but this just comes off as unusually evil, especially considering that Reese seems genuine when he pleads that he would love to help if he didn't have the monkey of Maliwan on his back. I also can totally understand the Vault Hunters wanting something back, considering that they are literally volunteering at this moment to fight Atlas's corporate war for them, but this unusual initiative from the Vault Hunters themselves, not at the behest of the commander or anyone, makes them seem like utter douchebags when they should have been more upfront on wanting something in return. What's also strange is that Reese and Zero said it themselves that Zero's job was to retrieve Gigamind's AI, so wouldn't Zero take issue with this? Or is he conveniently distracted not to be omnipotent about this proposal you are making? And apparently Lilith doesn't mind you strong-arming Reese either, in spite of her never suggesting that you strike a deal between them? Did the Vault Hunters get this idea literally from Tyrene herself, as a way to even the scales? Oh, yeah, and Lorelei is completely unbothered with you intimidating her fucking boss, and takes it like it's an amusing moment despite it being the one thing that guarantees her success or failure in this fight. Just laugh it up while Molly-1 is kicking your teeth in because the Vault Hunter decided to be evil out of nowhere. Oh, and this isn't even the best part of the worst parts of the story. Oh no, do I have a doozy to tell you. Before we get into the next chapter of this story, and to the Athenas, I have to bring up a side quest that really goes unnoticed and how terrible it is from concept to execution. In the Metroplex, you can find a side quest posted on a wall called Kill Kilovolt, apparently put there by Moxie. Not sure when she did this, how she know you would take the job if you hadn't conveniently gone to Promethea for outside reasons, but that's not the issue here. See, she wants you to go to Lectra City, a seaport district in the Metroplex, and fight, in her name, in Kilovolt's Who Wants to Bang a Bazillionaire competition, which is basically a huge nod to Fortnite and Battle Royale style games. Even Kilovolt makes a mention of Lectra City being a Battle Royale when you often go out of the map. Moxie obviously wants you to go kill him when the opportunity strikes, but why? Well, for one, Kilovolt is in direct competition with Moxie's Underdome, and being her, she loves to kill any competition, especially of one where Kilovolt supports the COV, but the second reason is by far the most pettiest and contradictory reason I have ever seen a character state in dialogue. See, Kilovolt is a bit lewd and suggestive in how he approaches potential lovers and people in general, as he constantly makes sexually implicit jabs in regards to you killing bandits while in Lectra City. Moxie just utterly hates that, and constantly throughout this mission will add her own little jab to counter his while you are just trying to do the fucking mission, making Moxie seem utterly bothered and frustrated with his remarks despite her insisting that she's not. See, Moxie is a fucking hypocrite in this instance because her entire bread and butter throughout the entire Borderlands series is to be sexually suggestive. And that might be fine if she was in this instance, barring that there was any self-awareness on the writer's part to note that. But no, the way the dialogue and plot goes, we are made to believe that Moxie's in the right and Kilovolt in the wrong, despite Kilovolt being Moxie in every way but gender. Maybe the writers were trying to show the double standard when it comes to who flirts. That when a man does it, it's seen as creepy, but when a woman does it, it's seen as seductive. Maybe, but seen as without irony, we are made to be disgusted by Kilovolt, but completely unfazed by Moxie's taunts, makes me believe that the whole point of this is to paint men who are forthcoming as evil. More importantly, it has supplanted in me that Moxie is now just an utterly insufferable character to have to listen to or bother with her growing unlikability from the pre-sequel now emphasized here, turning Moxie into a spiteful, insecure, and a manipulative snake who lures men sexually and then stabs them in the back when they break up, despite her always being the one who does it. She went from no-nonsense quest giver to troubled, dysfunctional, but well-meaning mother to a utterly feckless cunt of a bitch now. In fact, her being this utterly despicable in this side quest alone was enough reason for me to write about the story and bring this up to remind you just how utterly betrayed a lot of the characters have become from what we've known of them. What's even more funny about this campaign of spitefulness that Moxie is enacting? When you give Kilovolt the tokens after killing the women who fought for his love, he actually displays sorrow at their loss. A fucking villain is showing more empathy for those who wanted his love than fucking Moxie does. And sure, we're just supposed to hate him by default of siding with the CLV, but other than his obnoxious dialogue and him constantly following you with that spear, which can actually negatively impact gameplay at times, he just seems like a sex-having loony than a contradictory bitch that Moxie is. If it wasn't for Ava having considerably more impact on the story and being more of a presence than Moxie, I dare say that Moxie is the worst character in Borderlands 3, even worse than Claptrap by far. Ultimately, Moxie hates Kilovolt so much because he reminds her of herself and what she hates, and is projecting that onto Kilovolt while trying to act like she isn't like that when she damn well knows who she is. The only silver lining this mission even provides is context to how Tyrion was teleporting bandits to your destination, as they have been here for some time according to Moxie, and that is all for this tangent. Once you give Rhys Gigamind's AI, Rhys skims through the intel inside of it, in which he then mentions the location of a vault key fragment for Promethea on Athenas. This particular bit of information, again, will become an issue once we get farther in the story, but right now, we need a bit more context to really put it all together. Lilith is elated at the prospect and tasks you with coming back to Sanctuary for the next game plan involving that, while Rhys doesn't seem to care that Maliwan is posted there when you had just strong-armed him into helping your group. And I think it's a perfect opportunity as any to go into just how little conveyance we get about Rhys's character between the end of Tales from the Borderlands and now. Because we don't see Rhys again, also this is the last time Lorelei also becomes relevant to the story, until he decides to cash in on that favor. So, in the ending of Tales from the Borderlands, Rhys and Fiona are walking together in the Vault of the Traveler after defeating said vault monster, it's literally just called the Traveler, and see a chest at the end of the pathway. They both touch the chest together and then poof into non-existence. Considering the name of the vault, we are made to believe that they traveled somewhere, but to where, who knows. A lot of people are expecting Borderlands 3 to fill that blank, what with Rhys and Vaughn coming back in the picture, but no, there was no explanation for this. And sure, it would be odd for Rhys to mention it offhand to 4 Vault Hunters who would have no context for it, but it doesn't seem to have affected him in any way. He is still completely set in his way about rebuilding Atlas from that point onward, and the fate of Sasha and Fiona is uncertain. The only cameo Sasha even gets is a fucking portrait of her in his office at Atlas HQ, which is more or less just a reference to his possible relationship with her. I also find it odd that Borderlands 3 would go out of its way to make a completely new character rather than have Fiona be of some bearing, or better yet, just put her in Lorelei's shoes and you lose nothing from the transaction, only gain from it, because at least then we could infer they merely got sent to Promethea and made a killing there, even if Fiona insisted that she would want to do something outside of Rhys's own interests. It's gaping holes like this that make it seem as though Borderlands 3 wants to treat certain aspects of the story as completely non-canon, while still addressing other aspects as canon, which will be yet another issue again once we get to Eden 6. Anyhow, Tyrene decides to taunt your decision to make a deal with Atlas as it being dim-witted, considering her insistence to drag her nemesis along a false sense of comeuppance, which makes me then wonder, why would two people who have been making a name out of wanting to conquer the galaxy even want to make a deal with a corporation? Why would said corporation even make a deal knowing that they're likely going to be on the dinner table for their consumption just like the bandits? It perplexes me how Katagawa Jr. wasn't already aware of their motivations, given that they broadcasted bold-faced to everyone around the galaxy, much less decide that you strike a deal with them? But I guess the side quest opposition research already gave Katagawa the context that he was going to backstab them when opportune, but how couldn't he see that they too were going to do the same? You go back to Sanctuary, to which Lilith asks you how was Promethea, despite commenting on the goings-on there and being semi-omnipotent like most of the NPCs in this game. The responses from the four Vault Hunters is slightly different, but it usually ends with Atlas getting their ass handed to them. Lilith decides that she expresses some pity at what ostensibly Katagawa does to Reese during your exploits on the Skywell 27 asteroid that you did to him before, quickly deviating back to Athenas, mentioning a friend there that could help them easily get that key fragment. Lilith makes a call to said friend, which turns out to be Maya, the only other returning playable character from Borderlands 2, who is currently defending her monastery, where presumably was the same place they used her to bully and oppress the very people there she thought she was protecting. Yeah, I too would love to go back to the home planet that I left specifically for that reason. Also, how exactly is Lilith able to make this call given that supposedly Maliwan has been jamming comms? Is Atlas's comms text just specifically bad for this false conflict in the story? Anyhow, you navigate to Athenas and again use the drop pods despite it not being previously established like with Promethea to land on Athenas. Maya gives you about as much as a warm welcome can come considering her position and mentions her apprentice has been off somewhere rummaging around during the takeover. You grind through a squadron of Maliwan troops before reconnoitering with Maya in the midst of it. Maya tells you that the fragment is stuck inside a Iridian anchor hold, that of which the monastery was built around, and that you and her have to go find it and her apprentice before Maliwan does. Captain Trant makes his appearance known through what I assume was supposed to be humorous dialogue, but his motivations are literally described by him as just wanting to impress his brother, more on that when we get there, and just being annoyed by your intrusion.
Now, look, monks, I know you think I'm doing this because I enjoy terrorizing you, but it's actually to make my big brother proud of me. He's a general, you see, and I got a huge inferiority complex about it, so if I have to burn down your entire monastery to impress him, then so be it, you know? You get it, right?
You know, I imagine that if Borderlands 2 was written with the kind of writing characters that I see here, Handsome Jack would just keep mentioning to the Vault Hunter about his wife being inadvertently murdered by bandits and how he was betrayed by most of everyone around him. Because that's how you write characters, right? With literally no shred of subtlety to their development and just announce it like we're reading a Tinder profile. But I guess Captain Trant isn't nearly as bad as what comes next. Maya decides to echo to her apprentice to see if she's alive and or still guarding what she told her. She horribly tries to convince her that she is, which, given her reluctance to follow orders, will be a continual stain on this character, and to which we get Ava, the most disliked character in Borderlands 3 and perhaps all of Borderlands ever. Claptrap doesn't even compare in this instance, but seeing as there will be plenty of opportunities to call out the awfulness of her character, right now, let's just stick to what we do know about her through this. So Maya inexplicably decides to stay behind while you go find Ava, mentioning that she needs iridium in order to get into the anchor hold and needing some kind of book to use the technique to get inside. And you head on over to the cemetery where you see Ava pillaging some dead Maliwan troops at the gate. Almost immediately, Ava describes frustration at wanting to be a Vault Hunter while Maya was keeping her at bay, meditating and the like. And don't worry, she'll continue to act entitled and impatient like this for a good portion of this story, making Ava sound like a spoiled teenager, which is ironic given how the writers want us to treat her. Another aspect of Ava's character, which isn't hugely significant, is her curiosity to open things up and saying, "What you got, bitch? Nothing!" after opening them, sprinkled throughout as you're going through the tombs to grab iridium, since apparently the monks took inspiration from ancient Egyptian burial methods. You get the iridium and proceed to go near the bridge leading into the anchor hold, to which Ava suggests disregarding Maya, wanting her to come back before Maya scolds her to protect the grain storerooms. She reluctantly agrees, at least before she makes a scoff about how much she doesn't do anything around here, acting like a petulant child entitled for greatness. It gets much worse later on, but for now, this is about the extent of her character we get, and obviously, from what we see of her, we aren't meant to sympathize with that kind of attitude. You fight through the wave of Maliwan troops and fight Tron himself in their attempt to get through the anchor hold. Sounding like a broken record here, but of course you beat Tron and the remaining troops. Maya absorbs the iridium you collected and proceeds to use her phase locking abilities to bring the elaborate door to the anchor hold open. After doing this, Maya mentions that she feels like she could phase lock a planet right now, which is dreadful foreshadowing for some horribly rushed conflicts later down the story. But we'll just have to put that aside like a lot of the other plot elements for now. Ava and Maya have a bit of back and forth, to which Maya has Ava come with you to Sanctuary after you acquire the Vault Key fragments. Presumably, Athenas would be safer if the fragment isn't on said planet, so I guess that is justification for Maya not to continue protecting it? Anyhow, you and the gang fast travel back to the Sanctuary 3, and as you are, Ava and Claptrap have a bit of a conversation into which Ava just absolutely gushes over Claptrap and his stories of yore. I guess it's only fitting that the two most insufferable characters ever made for Borderlands would get along so well. It's almost like they were made for each other. Now, I want to dial back a bit in regards to Maya needing iridium to enhance her powers to lift up the anchor hold. Now, in Borderlands 2, it was heavily established that Sirens can use iridium to enhance the strength of their powers, from Lilith to Angel and Toe, but it comes at a cost. They will become dependent upon it to keep the powers going, with Lilith almost acting like a crack whore needing her rocks to do various things with careless glee. But here in Borderlands 3, that doesn't seem to be the case anymore with either Lilith or Tyreen. Lilith never expresses one iota of exhaustion at presumably having teleported all of the Crimson Raiders on the ship, and neither does Tyreen, as she just casually taunts you in the process. You could give Tyreen the benefit of the doubt and say that she could also likely be leeching bandits this way in order to keep the powers going, but for Lilith, no explanation is given. And as for Maya, she only absorbs the iridium once to do this and never does it again, which again is foreshadowing for even more glaring story elements that will become relevant later on. Point being, the power levels of the Sirens have become so crazy that as a consequence, they become equally maligned in terms of the stakes in the story. You go and give Tannis the Vault Key fragment and go back to the bridge of the ship in which Maya mentions to Lilith about Ava becoming an apprentice. Now, up to this point, we have been made to believe that Sirens are born as a Siren, or at least with what little we do know about their connection between the Iridians. This little tidbit adds a whole lot more issues with the origins of being a Siren, as well as how Maya even knows this. Of course, any opportunity to find out about this is snuffed by Lilith wanting to compliment your fighting skill there. There's a brief exchange between Maya and Lilith, Maya wondering how exactly Maliwan knew to attack Athenas to nab that Vault Key fragment considering their secrecy, and Lilith assuming that the Calypsos must have known of it prior to the attack and gave word of it to Maliwan. While that's fine and all for assumptions go, again, issues with the entirety of the plot surrounding Athenas will become much more exaggerated much later on, but we have to admit it, like the rest, until it is relevant to bring it back up. Reese contacts you on the bridge to cash in on that favor, noting that Katagawa is using his laser, which is perched above Promethea on an asteroid, which he seemed to completely omit up to this point and wasn't also used during the initial assault for reasons, as a means of intimidation to force Reese to sign over the company to Maliwan. Reese also says that the laser itself is being charged by one of the Vault Key fragments, to which perks Lilith's ears and has you go back to Promethea to help with his predicament. So, okay, there's a number of issues wrong with that line alone. So, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt that a Vault Key, when complete, can be used for alternative sources of energy, but a fragment of one? No, that literally does not make any sense. Also, if Maliwan had brokered a deal with the Calypsos in exchange for them getting the riches of the vault, how exactly was Maliwan going to plan on breaking it to them that the primary thing that supports leverage over Atlas needs said vault fragment? Did the Calypsos already know that this vault fragment was being charged by the asteroid and never once thought to themselves, we need to get into the vault on Promethea, yet they're using a vault fragment for something else? Or the very likely possibility that Maliwan could have used the laser against them at any moment, seeing as they both have at least one fragment, and, given the ridiculous powers of the Calypsos, was the only thing that could kill them? Again, the mission opposition research can be found on the asteroid itself, and Katagawa very much states that he was going to turn on them when opportune, Was this his exit strategy? I guess he didn't count on Reese gaining some help from the Vault Hunters, which is technically the Calypso's fault to begin with, considering their blatant remarks about siding with him? Yeah, that's primarily the reason why you don't give your supposed enemies even a chance to one-up on you. Back on Promethea, Reese has you meet up with him at Launchpad 7 so that you and him can go use his ship to get on the asteroid anonymously. Somehow, Katagawa, I'm guessing he was just eavesdropping on your conversation with him via the Echo Neck, uses the laser to destroy the ship so that Reese can look defeated and embarrassed. This moment of conflict for our heroes is immediately squashed as Reese has you use his Viper drive to get into a depot to grab a Molly-1 dropship with security protocols right next to the very same launch pad Katagawa just fired upon. So, if it's in Katagawa's best interest to strike a deal with Reese, wouldn't it be opportune for his cronies who are right next door to go capture him when he's right out in the open rather than let him escape? And don't bullshit me that Katagawa somehow doesn't know where he is. He shot that laser down in close proximity to Reese, somehow knowing that he was going to attempt to get on the Skywell 27. So you would think that Katagawa would have a general idea of where Reese is relative to his interests, and if Katagawa doesn't want to kill Reese but force him to sign over the Atlas Corporation, capturing and kidnapping seems to be the best way about it, right? Moreover, this entire sequence between getting the key fragment and Reese and Katagawa having banter between each other ruins any sense of urgency within the conflict. They only had Katagawa destroy Reese's ship so that he could get the tile crawl for him, and not to add any sense of urgency or distress for our protagonists. There are plenty of other instances throughout where, in spite of Reese's worried expression and desperation into the conflict, will take time out of his day to scrutinize which one of the Molly-1 spears he wants to hijack later on. I get that Borderlands 3 has always been a bit comical with itself and doesn't take itself too seriously, but I feel that with Borderlands 2 it always knew when the time was right to make a joke and when things were getting real. With Borderlands 3, it can't go a minute without completely obfuscating a depressing or sad moment to add some random quip, and it just takes me out of my engagement with the characters, because it seems like as if the characters are already certain that nothing bad or substantial will happen to them because, like with the Calypsos and them inexplicably giving you the Pandoran Vault key to fix, have read the fucking script. Although, there isn't much else to say about the entire sequence in the Skywell 27, as the pacing of it is dragged out through a lot of fight sequences and attempts at banter between Katagawa and Reese, while using the Viper drive as a cure-all throughout. Likewise, I will give praise to Katagawa, as he seems to be more fleshed out as a villain compared to Tyrant and Troy, as he sees potential in Reese and isn't just trying to kill him outright but rather force him to submission. While he isn't the most subtle about this, Katagawa is driven by ambition and rising the corporate ladder. And though he does some harsh things to get to that point that even he admits, he can justify it as wanting to be the head of Molly-1 once his father passes away. It's unfortunate then that Katagawa is only treated like a small splinter in our thumb of this story, especially with Molly-1, as I can only assume Molly-1's presence in Borderlands 3 was merely set to have us fight a corporate entity, like with the previous installments, but without any conveyance as to why. The Skywell 27 is also confusing in design, as it apparently has breathable oxygen on an asteroid overlooking Promethea, but also has low gravity, and I think this entire segment was made to be an homage to the design of many of the levels in the pre-sequel, save for the micromanagement of your Oz kit. After all of these shenanigans, you and Reese make it to the control room of the laser and fend off the Molly-1 security while Reese hacks into it. Gaining a piece of revenge for himself, Reese fires the laser at Katagawa's cruise ship, the Zanara, after the countless other small businesses Katagawa destroyed in her wake. Ironically enough, Katagawa tries to bargain Reese's sympathy throughout this despite never showing any himself, and threatening to cut Reese off from their deal if he goes through with his action. I get that it's a moment to give Katagawa his just desserts, but all the same, Katagawa should have figured that Reese wasn't too happy about the pressure he was putting on him. You open the hatch that has the vault fragment only to find a giant death spear that eliminates Reese Ball, as Reese calls it, and you fire it off to retrieve it. Another weird thing about Borderlands 3 I noticed is that it tries so hard, maybe even too hard, to be referential, with Katagawa Ball doing the Lenny face meme and Reese Ball being a hard reference to the companion cube in Portal. It's like the writers behind Borderlands were trying to be in the know about the current trends that, even if it makes reference to things that are beyond stale and or dead, it just doesn't give a shit. Borrowing the evidence that the writers behind Borderlands literally took writing conventions via memes on Reddit, but abstained from using alt-right memes, whatever the fuck that is, it's like Borderlands is competing with itself in how referential it can get, whether or not it makes sense or is even humorous. Like with the first fragment, you return the second to Tannis' lab and once again go back to the bridge to talk to Lilith. This is also a bit of a meme in regards to its tendency, but did you notice just how often you go back to the bridge to talk to Lilith after completing a relatively big story arc, only for her to give you a small briefing of the road ahead? In fact, Lilith is by far the most passive of all the characters in this story, despite being the fucking commander of the Crimson Raiders. At least when Roland was commander, he was proactive and didn't just sit on his hands. Lilith is divorced from her arrogant and headstrong nature in Borderlands 2 for no discernible reason. It also makes me believe that the writers had originally intended Lilith to die off early on in the story, but then remanded that to much later in the story where it makes little to no sense, but that dumpster fire is still a league away from discussion. I think this little video gives us a good summary of how most felt about you having to go back to Lilith to discuss things.
Vault Hunter, come up to Sanctuary.
Talk to Lilith.
Time to talk to Lilith.
Aboard Sanctuary
On the
3.
opposite end of the ship.
Talk to Lilith.
Who put this in the game?
And my suffering.
Where's that cutscene skip?
Gearbox is nerfing every good gun, but talking to Lilith really nerfs my fun. You gotta listen to her talk after every quest. Who designed that and thought, yeah, that's for the best? Why can't you call my character by their actual name? Anything but Subkiller, that just sounds so lame. Precious minutes of my life are what her cutscenes, Rob. I wish Tyreen would have finished the job.
Once again, back at the bridge, Reese thanks you and the Crimson Raiders for your efforts, even if it's really you who is doing all the hard work. And Lilith inquires him about the location of the last vault fragment. To everyone's surprise and Maya's disdain, Reese has the last fragment at Atlas HQ. In spite of the dialogue from Maya, and ostensibly from the writers, wanting us to believe that Reese could be evil, we literally have no reason to believe that given how helpful he has been up to that point, even in his incompetence. And is it me, or do I find it hard to believe that the intelligence of this Reese we got could have possibly brought Atlas back from the dead? I know the writers just wanted to treat Reese and Vaughn as the punching bag for a cheap joke, but at least with Vaughn, he was a bandit living off the land, so you could get away with that, even with ignoring the prior context of him being more than just comedic relief. But with Reese, it literally makes no sense given the context we are given within the game. Understandably, he wouldn't tell us that he had one, as it would have made Maliwan breathe harder down his neck than he's already comfortable with, but my concerns with his intelligence fall closer to when you meet with Zero to the VIP entrance of Atlas HQ. But before that, and this is a big but, Tyreen opines some interesting details. First off, she and Troy mention how they can just listen in on your conversations as a result of your encryption being poor as shit. Again, slight foreshadowing given the Typhon de Leon logs, but it also serves as the only explanation for why two of many other ancillary characters have omnipresent knowledge of your goings-on. Was this always the case for the prior games? Sure, but at least then they didn't feel the need to make an explanation unlike here, which retcons the issues with the way the NPCs know your every move and action to its head. Then, Tyreen says,
I had a chat with Katagawa. He thought he could win a war from an anti-grav swimming pool. So I gave him a little push.
It's kind of funny how Tyreen would say this, given she and Troy have been sitting back letting their COV do all the fighting to impart wisdom upon Katagawa, but that last phrase could be interpreted in a number of ways. One, she deliberately turned on Katagawa after his gross incompetence with stopping the Vault Hunters from obtaining 2 Vault fragments, or 2, small foreshadowing for one of the most obvious bait and switch plot elements in this story that you'd be stupid to even fall for it. The first is not likely, as later it's established that the Calypsos wanted you to open the vault to Promethea, so they must have anticipated you to get together so they could steal the real treasure hidden in plain sight. It also makes me think the Calypsos must have known that Molly had control of at least one piece if it was their plan to have you open it by way of obtaining it from them, making me partly believe that's why they added some crumbs to their paper trail to entice you to follow it. While that might make the Calypsos clever, this entire setup will only make sense if you don't take in additional information regarding the vault on Promethea, as well as the whereabouts of the fragments, which will be brought up soon, at least I hope, given how long this video is already. You arrive at the secret VIP entrance with Zero unexpectedly absent. Reese, annoyed with this slight inconvenience, opens the door for you as you waltz on in. Katagawa and Maliwan return from silence, start shooting a salvo of soldiers as well as barrage the headquarters with dropships in spite of Reese's insistence that the defense turrets should hold up. While trying to figure this out, dead Atlas soldiers with their blood-scrawled Zero show up around the perimeter, to which the Vault Hunter assumes that Zero has turned to Maliwan. Again, with Reese being evil, we as the players have literally no reason to believe this, not only from the previous character moments from tales between Reese and Zero, but within the context of this story as a whole, as the last time we saw Zero he was out on the hunt. Also, once it obviously turns out that he didn't, his excuse for being silent was that he had to lay low, which is about the most forced reason given how the Calypsos just established that echo encryptions are easy to hack into. See, the moment you try to explain something that was already dubious from the other characters is when the motivations for characters being silent or supposedly changing alignments falls on deaf ears. After reaching the command center, you find that the place is being shocked by nullhounds who are nullifying the place while the fake Zero taunts you. Okay, fair enough, but remember that the bombardment of troops only happened after the force fields and so to speak defense system went down. So how the fuck did they get there past all the Atlas forces and Reese's apparent VIP system? How the fuck did the fake Zero get there given his obviously Maliwan decorated attire? Wouldn't he be pretending to be Zero dressed in that cat's eyeballs from the people around him? And remember, Reese specifically said that you meet up with him at the entrance. So if we are to assume that this fake Zero did go through the VIP entrance before you did, Reese would know where Zero is, yes? But fuck it. Let's just ignore all that so we can manufacture fake tension in the story, because playing with your audience's emotions to the detriment of logic always works out in the end, right? You reboot the defense system that covers the courtyard, as Reese tells you to head over to the rear defenses to get that perimeter covered. Plowing through more Maliwan soldiers, you take care of the Nullhounds sabotaging the defenses there, only to find the turrets themselves to be out of commission. So you go in a standoff, fighting about a Maliwan dropship's worth of troops, while Reese improvises using the Viper drive left on the Skywell 27's orbital laser to shoot it down. Why exactly that place wasn't just reconquered by Maliwan given the mountain power they apparently have, much less any and all Atlas tech snuffed out, is beyond me, but anyhow, Reese fumbles through the controls and the password of the Viper drive and manages to shoot the dropship down. Soon after, Zero confronts Reese and you can have to go save him from the traitor through a comically long elevator sequence up so that you can hear Katagawa's spiel. While Katagawa's monologue to Reese is all well and good, perfectly embellishing in his prime motivation to take over Atlas and wanting not to hurt Reese but amalgamate him with Maliwan, only to be crushed by his resistance. The only problem with this is that this change of heart by Katagawa literally only came the moment Reese blew up the Zanara and nothing else. There wasn't much more that Reese did personally to hurt Katagawa in a way other than material, and keep in mind, Katagawa did not share the same restraint to hurt Reese through destroying various places of business around Promethea, so really, Katagawa is acting a bit entitled to act this rashly considering how casually he was bullying Reese into signing off Atlas. But I digress. It's a nice way to tie the bow of Katagawa's arc, as he's about to be Ground Zero. See? Get it? Because he's actually the fake Zero all this time and you're going to kill him? But yes, the fake Zero that is chasing Reese to his doom turns out to be Katagawa mimicking Zero's suit and tech, to which Reese only gets narrowly saved by Zero out of nowhere, teleporting Reese and him away for you to fight Katagawa Jr. So, this brings up a lot more questions. So when Tyrene said she gave him a little push, was this what she meant? That she somehow got an identical suit and tech of a character she literally never meets or mentions at all to give the Katagawa for him to dress up in Maliwan, so it would be painfully obvious to everyone that he isn't the real Zero? I mean, why the fuck was Reese at all convinced this was Zero considering this getup? Zero didn't change his outfit between the two games, signed with a company from being a freelancer, so why would he company to company? But if that wasn't what Tyrene meant, what does that mean that Zero's suit and tech was originally Maliwan owned? But that doesn't make sense, as Zero himself questions how Katagawa got a hold of his tech and wonders if she stole it, which could literally be anyone, including Tyrene herself. All in all, This entire bait switch of trying to convince the audience that Zero turned to Moyuan is poorly executed and requires a whole lot of nonsensical bullshit to happen in the first place to even get the plot elements we wind up induced to. So after killing Katagawa Jr., Reese is humbled to have you save his company from sooner doom, save his ass and take off the tick of Katagawa up his ass. But before he gives you the last vault fragment, he asks if he's pulling off the mustache, to which we get a single reference to Tales from the Borderlands. This is the last time Reese will be relevant to the story, and the writers decide to make a joke at the expense of both Reese and the Tales, as obviously whatever you choose has no bearing on the actual story going on. As I said with Lorelei, the characters we're supposed to get to know of so well are of little presence later on in the story, both in that their concerns are small compared to ours, and with shit like this that dumps any kind of connection we would like to have with the character. It also demonstrates again this tendency with Borderlands 3 to add a little joke to an otherwise powerful moment and an end to a major arc of a character's given story. Reese, in the grand scheme of things, even with him being a powerful CEO with a lot of burden on his shoulders, is just a dude with a weird stash you can make fun of in execution. What we are told and what ultimately happens in the story is one of the biggest disassociation this game suffers, and there is still so much we've yet to trudge through. So, with all the 3 vault key fragments gathered, it's now time to head on over to the vault on Promethea. Obviously, the Crimson Raiders need to know where exactly said vault is, and who else but Reese to know best considering his position at Atlas. Reese says the vault is located beneath the Apollyon Transit Station. Ava, for the first time in this series, asks a good question. How did nobody find this vault that was supposedly in the middle of the city? To which Reese says that Atlas just paved over the fucking vault. Okay. This was the perfect opportunity, as any, to bring up the can of worms I have been saving for nearly an hour now, given how I've been reluctant to bring it up. So, Atlas, before Reese took it over, or before it had gone down under, take your pick, the greedy, opportunistic, willing to allocate resources in order to search a vault on a different planet company, had supposedly found the vault on Promethea and decided, yeah, let's pave over it. What's even worse about this strange choice is that if you listen to the Typhon de Leon logs, he says that he had found the key and vault but didn't open it and gave the key to Atlas pre-Reese takeover. So with that in mind, we are to assume that, for completely uncertain reasons, Atlas, in their infinite wisdom, split apart the 3 key fragments, paved over the vault, and then tossed them around somewhere, which one such piece also just happened to fall in Athenas' hands. Which is also dumb considering there is another Typhon log in which he goes to Athenas with Atlas on a peace envoy, which is actually more of an opportunity for Atlas to steal Iridian artifacts when no one is looking. So you mean to tell me that Atlas at the time was willing to pilfer Iridian artifacts when convenient, but not open said vault that could hold enviable treasure in their purview, even if we know that it doesn't? And worse yet, give said people you are stealing from a MacGuffin in order to make Athenas even remotely prevalent to this entire story. But what's even worse about that is that Typhon, by all accounts, shouldn't have ever found the key in its entirety to begin with, because Maya even states that our key fragment has been a secret for generations. So, either Typhon is a fucking liar and only found the one fragment that Reese had, or, and the more likely reason, the writers had to find some way to fit Maya and Athenas into the story even if it makes no sense. I know this might sound hypocritical, given that earlier in the video I was talking about the lack of inclusion of other notable characters as being a fault of Borderlands 3, but I don't want said notable characters to be shoehorned in when it conflicts with the plot of the story, as well as characters just not even getting a mention at all. Zero's a fine inclusion that doesn't do any damage to both his character or the logic surrounding the plot. Maya's does. There are even more issues with this literature Pandora's box that I'm uncovering. So remember how in the Borderlands 1 DLC, the Armory of General Knox, it is implied that Atlas gave up on Promethea in order to find the vault on Pandora? Well, apparently this was the reason, that they didn't open the vault on Promethea, paved over it, then split the pieces for some insurmountable reason. And I know they didn't open the vault in Promethea, as it's already been established that it takes roughly 200 years to open any vault, and the only way to extradite that is with a siren and with iridium. Bear in mind that Atlas only had a siren and Commandant Steel. If they had opened the vault, the Calypsos would be utterly fucked in terms of options for siphoning more power for themselves. Speaking of the Calypsos, this is the only way in which their clever scheme of having you open the vault for them as well as undermining Maliwan to nab the pieces even makes sense, which it still doesn't when you consider how exactly the Calypsos even knew where the pieces went. If we're going to assume that they got the info on one of the vault key fragments from Typhon on his exploits in Athenas, then that contradicts his previous statement of having the Promethean vault key and giving it to Atlas, because that means he didn't have the full key. But then again, how would he have known that wasn't the full key when his knowledge of the vaults is limited to what we know of them before the events of Borderlands 1? What's also troubling about this frame of time is that Maya was on Athenas for roughly 27 years of her life, until she arrived on Pandora during the events of Borderlands 2, which happened sometime after Typhon's exploits on Athenas when she was an infant. And if we are to assume that Typhon hadn't given birth to the Calypsos until sometime he and Leda went to Necrotafeo, which according to Tannis was decades ago during the events of Borderlands 3, that means that at best, the Calypsos should be roughly around the same age as Maya, being 34, and yet they're considerably younger than her in appearance. The only small explanation that could possibly explain the absolute clusterfuck that is Atlas is that the vault that Typhon found was not the same one that we find beneath the transit station. But even so, why would old Atlas ever tear apart the vault key if they did, or if they were certain another vault was somewhere? How did Maliwan get their hands on a vault key fragment if either Atlas had broken it in multiple parts, or had not known the part that they were given wasn't a full key? How did Atlas ever open a vault on Promethea if one of the vault key fragments were locked away on Athenas for generations, or were supposedly in the hands of Maliwan? The entire impetus for Atlas to go to Pandora in Borderlands 1 is now utterly fucked with this single line of dialogue, because now we have to assume that Atlas didn't want to get greedy in their desire for greed, and that they somehow got a hold of vault key fragments they wouldn't have known were there, and then gave them away after they used them, for reasons. It also makes the entire plan of Athenas a red herring, as it only serves to facilitate us having a reason to go get Maya and Ava, as well as facilitate another plot element in this chapter to the detriment of all logic thrown out the window. As I said, the deeper we go down, the worse the story gets. Before we go down to the Skyway by vehicle, Lilith insists joining with you and Maya to go open the vault together. Maya insists that she stays as she's the commander, use the weapons you got. And of course, Lilith, being the passive and diminutive commander that she is, rolls over and leaves you to go after it. But she isn't the only one that wants to go. Ava, of course, wants to go with you as well, despite us knowing that she is incredibly young, even younger than Gage during the events of Borderlands 2. Maya says to stay here with Lilith. This will be important later on, trust me. And while Ava's continued reluctance and entitlement starts to sour over, she doesn't come with you as with Lilith. Back in the Metroplex again, Lorelei, supposedly binging on coffee while lamenting her importance to the story, gives you some positive feedback to your exploits in the vault and nothing else. Maliwan, in some kind of last-ditch effort, make a holdout to stop your path over as Reese sends out Atlas soldiers to help with your endeavors. You know, as much as Lorelei is pretty bland, I would think of all the circumstances where she would be important, this would be it, but nope, she's still at Watershed Base while Reese poofs Atlas soldiers into the fray like a wizard. Still, it would be too little too late, as her passing mention only gives you a brief reminder that she exists in this story. Similarly, Zero, of little more importance to this story, clears out the last force field with the aforementioned tech he gathered when you used it to kill Gigamine. More offhand mentions come in the form of Tyrene giving you a bit of a pep into her life for reasons unknown other than just to compel you to chew your ear off. On the Neon Arterial, you and Maya ride through a tidal wave of bandits and technicals by way of Tyrene supposedly broadcasting your location, which I'm assuming they are doing by the horrible encryption of your Echo communications device. There isn't too much to say about this whole segment other than Tyrene and Troy's continued obnoxious chortles and taunts, as this is the first time in a Borderlands game where you're going through a on-rail section of just blasting away at enemies in a vehicle in open and bare areas as Maya provides some help. After the on-rails section, you make it to the entrance of the station, which is already littered with bandits, and to which Tyrant and Troy laugh at your short-sightedness, proclaiming that they had their bandits sneaking out this place before you had arrived. I'm not certain if they mean when you first arrived on Promethea during the initial attack, as it would raise some questions regarding again why the Calypsos needed to bargain with Maliwan for the vault if they already were going to search for it anyway, but they probably meant before you had arrived on Promethea with the intent of going to the vault before they do. Once inside, Troy and Tyrene tried to mimic the transit's loudspeaker comms, which is perhaps the only thing they've done so far that has given me an amusing chuckle. Probably because I didn't recognize them doing it at first.
Apollyon Station. Just blast that subway car with your butt stink.
Stop it! Get your butt shined by our expert butt ballets.
Anyhow, you and Maya finally make it through to the Vergarden Basilica and proceed to put the vault key in it to open the vault, and what inevitably comes is a vault monster, the Rampager. The moment before the monster comes out, the 4 vault hunters each make their own quip about being excited, as each have worked up to this moment, which is a nice touch, as before then, none of the vault hunters in the previous games had shown any awe or excitement building up to the opening. Although, to be fair, in those games you only ever open one vault, whereas you open roughly 3 to 4 in this game. The fight goes through without a sitch, defeating said vault monster with the Calypsos nowhere to be found. But then, Ava shows up literally out of fucking nowhere to congratulate you and Maya. Obviously angered, Maya tries to warn Ava that vaults are dangerous and that it's not always about running headfirst into danger, which is important as there is a particular line that Ava will chant to try to convince us the opposite of Maya's intentions. But what I'm curious is, how the fuck did Ava get here? Did she take the fast travel network in the Forgotten Basilica, even though for all intents is not canon, as if there was a convenient fast travel network to a highly coveted vault, that this vault would have been cleared out millions of times over? So in that case, what the game is basically telling me is that somehow Ava got under the nose of Lilith, which seems really hard considering that they are on a ship, and Maya told Lilith to watch over her, took the fast travel network to the Neon Arterial, went through the entire segment that you and Maya went to get there, assuming there wasn't any other bandits or guardians waiting, had timed her approach just as you defeated the Rampager without any issue. What's even more comedic is that none of the Crimson Raiders nor Lilith in her escape ever make the effort to let you know of this and let it be sprung out of surprise. But I think the worst thing about her coming out of nowhere is that what it facilitates in the cutscene. But we aren't quite there yet. Maya tells you to go check out the riches of the vault, as with any vault, as Maya gives Ava a stern talking to. You make it into the vault of the Rampager, to which Tannis inexplicably communicates to you in a similar fashion to when Lilith did in the beginning of the game. Tannis tries to explain to you, horribly, that she was testing out new tech in order to get around the fact that the Echonet broadcast is lost between traveling vaults. I'm ashamed to admit this, but I was fooled into thinking she was telling the truth about that line of dialogue, which makes it all the more frustrating her decisions and motivations later down. Anyhow, you find a Iridian artifact that allows you to punch through those Iridian clumps and gather their resources, as well as yet another location for a vault on Eden 6, proving my original point, how Lilith trying to scour only Pandora for a vault map was dumb, when we should reasonably assume the other vault keys can provide a map location. So now, the cutscene. To make this easy on myself, I'm going to describe it as it plays out, then break it down piece by piece in terms of nonsense. The previous point that I made about how the Vault Hunters are treated as though they are frozen in time and sent to the void is demonstrated here, as the cutscene happens right after they leave the vault. This issue would have been totally fixed if the cutscene had played out when you first went into the vault, as there would have been no way for you to know it was happening in those circumstances, as Tannis just clarified that the Echonet does not work in the vaults. But nope, it plays out right after you leave it, and because the writers weren't damned to include them in the cutscene in a compelling way, they were sent to the Shadow Realm for a few seconds for this to play out. Maya and Ava argue with each other, Ava acting entitled to being a Vault Hunter and not being patient enough to do so, when the Calypsos appear. Tyrene proceeds to siphon the power of the Rampager while Ava inexplicably tries to rush towards them to stop them doing it, while Maya holds them back. Troy explains that the power of the vaults is the monster itself, while also wanting a little back from Tyrene. Tyreen uses Lilith's phase-shifting powers in the most lazy way imaginable and teleports a grand 6 feet to give Troy a little bit of the juice. Maya decides it's a good time to leave, but Ava, being completely arrogant as always, thinks she can fight somebody she has no idea their power level like she's fucking Scrappy-Doo. The Calypsos inquire on what her deal is, and Maya tries to offset her importance to keep her safe, and Scrappy-Doo decides to let them know that she's going to be a siren and somehow frees herself from Maya's grasp, giving Tyreen the perfect opportunity to put her up hostage. Maya has to even the scales and uses her face lock ability to jostle Troy into her grasp, demanding Tyreen let Ava go. Tyreen reluctantly agrees, only for Troy to try to balance himself upright by grabbing his siren hand onto Maya's arm. This appears to sap Maya for powers to the extent she can't do anything about it and proceeds to die, only giving Ava some vague words of advice before being vaporized save for her siren book. Tyreen is perplexed by this new discovery as she assumed that Troy could only sap powers from her and not just any siren, and they leave it as planned, leaving Ava with her book and her runes. So let's go back to the beginning. I don't ever recall Maya ever telling Ava that she was going to be a vault hunter, nor ever telling her that she was going to be a siren. I thought that Maya was keeping that a secret between Lilith and her, and that being an apprentice was just a roundabout way of going about that. I don't get what Ava expected to do rushing towards the Calypsos while Tyreen was siphoning the monster, not to mention that Ava should already know the monster's dead and shouldn't feel bad for it being siphoned. Troy saying the monster is the power of the vault itself seems to be contradicted by the fact that the vault you just went in had an artifact that could be used to get more power, so to speak, as well as the other vaults in tow. I don't get why Tyreen felt the need to phase shift over to Troy when Troy already demonstrated ease with walking on over, but whatever. But the most egregious part out of all of this is that Ava's arrogance and hot-headed behavior sets about the events leading up to Maya's death. If Ava hadn't decided that watching a cool fight was more important than being safe, Maya would be totally fine. She would have presumably have left with the Vault Hunters and the additional knowledge of what the Calypsos intended, because she wouldn't have to bargain Tyreen to let go of Ava because of her belligerence leading to her death. But what's equally as odd is that Maya just lets the death happen, as if knowing this was her time, yet never stating as such or implying as such. I don't see why she couldn't have pushed Troy away at any moment, or used her phase lock to push him outside of her reach at any moment. She just goes completely limp. If you don't believe me that Ava is at fault, her yelling at Calypso saying she's going to be a siren takes her completely out of Maya's grasp, right in front of the Calypsos to motion to grab her. The reason also that I'm emphasizing that this is Ava's fault is that in her continued arrogance and immaturity towards the loss will blame other people for Maya's death, when it is ultimately hers to take. Because throughout the entirety of this game, Ava never has to answer for her irresponsible, immature nature, she never gets scolded for telling off other people, and most importantly, she's given things just out of principle of being her and for no other reason. Sound familiar? It's the workings of a fan insert character. Someone who can gawk at the goings on like a spectator, but never actually have to engage in the story in a way that is substantial. The only silver lining this entire cutscene gives is that Troy can now actually have an arc as a character as he becomes considerably more liberated from his dependence on Tyreen, and it starts to form a schism between them, even if the writers didn't do much with this when it would matter. Back on the Sanctuary 3, Lilith is a bit sad at the news and says she couldn't do anything about it, which even I would call bullshit considering the Crimson Raiders up to this point have done nothing but sit with their thumbs up their asses on Sanctuary 3, and while she would sorrow at it, given her passive nature as a commander, she insists that we move on. Any chance we would have to feel bad about one of the most beloved characters in Borderlands 2 is squandered by Tannis' apathetic requiem in regards to her passing. Lilith makes one last nod of Maya before everyone gets back to battle stations. Ava, in her belligerence, is upset by this and claims that Maya is dead because of opening the vaults and that we should make the Calypsos pay by hunting them down. Excuse me, Ava? Isn't what opening the vaults accomplishes in taking down the Calypsos? Does Ava even know what's at stake here? And to reiterate, no, Ava, it was your fault because you decided you wanted to watch said opening of said vault rather than listen to Maya's orders. But oh, it gets even better, because Ava thinks that hunting down the Calypsos is just that easy. Ava says, and I quote, "Maya always told me a Vault Hunter runs towards the fire." Remember that line Maya said about how Vault Hunting isn't just about running headfirst into danger? Yeah, I'm going to believe Maya's phrase from that from her own lips than from yours, Ava, because not only are you being willfully ignorant in regards to your actions that caused Maya's death, you proceed to ignore whenever anyone tells you to do anything because it's all about what you want, you entitled bitch. Okay, let's calm down for a moment. I can totally understand Ava's anger and frustration at seeing her mentor dead, and lashing out at Lilith, so to speak. The problem I have is that there is little rearing for what is basically a teenager scolding adults about how war works or of the stakes at hand. In the beginning moments of Athena's, we are made to believe that she's too immature and naive to be involved with much of the dirty work of war and conquest for vaults. Yet through the dialogue, we are made to believe that she is somehow in the right for grilling Lilith this way, or that she somehow deserves to be spoiled for her being along for the ride. She never gets corrected for her attitude. She never changes as a character from this distinct naivete. She can go on belittling everyone else on the ship and everyone around her, like as if she knows more about what's going on than they do, when she literally only came along for the ride days ago. The writers make her important through killing characters in a way that is not only unconvincing, but as a direct result of her own shortcomings, then proceed to beat down the other characters that had no fault in her immature actions. I would call her a Mary Sue, if not for the fact that her negative behavior and contradictory attitude is not indicative of one. The worst thing about this cutscene is that this could have been the moment for her to reconcile how her actions resulted in her mentor's death, and give Ava a chance to grow and mature as a character from her immature nature. It would, in fact, endear people to her more if she realized the error of her ways, and it would make everything else about her character after that point less insufferable. But alas, Ava earns the scorn of me and many other people who have given her the consolation prize of worst character in the Borderlands series ever for this entire sequence alone. And to end this chapter, if you were already displeased with the way Maya goes out, the Calypso is prepared to remind you through, yet again, the cutscenes of which Troy didn't even use the cam bot to record any of it, yet somehow got footage of it, mocking her death. At this point, I can't even be mad at them, because they're just a goofy caricature of a villain and not a grounded one with an ethic or sense of morality. Any sense of feeling the least bit tinctured by their prodding leaves me more annoyed and angry. Like the skull bully who tries to get at you for your dog dying, but said dog died years ago and it's irrelevant. This case of remind the audience what already happened does nothing but lessen the impact of her death, and just treat it like a formality rather than give the audience a desire to hate the Calypsos over an obligation to. With Handsome Jack, it was fun to hate him because he had a sense of morality and ethics to him, even if tainted and flawed, and he knew how to push your buttons without having to remind you ad nauseum of what just happened. He changes as a character throughout, throwing the facade for the truly broken and twisted man that he is, whereas the Calypsos never do. They try to make horrible jokes and gaffes at machine gun pace, only to be left with an empty crowd bored and calling for the vaudeville hook. With that, we now go to Eden 6. Since the Calypsos are keen to let you know on what they're doing next, as their arrogance often gets in the way of sensible tactic, Lilith informs you that she has a friend in Eden 6 that could help with finally being one step ahead of the Calypsos. Lilith wants Claptrap to get in contact with Hammerlock on vidscreen. Who answers instead is Wainwright Jacobs, the second new character exclusive to Borderlands 3 that you'll get to know of very much in Eden 6 but not anywhere else. He is next in line on the Jacobs manufacturing line and the fiancé, or vice versa, of Hammerlock. He tells you that Hammerlock has been captured and that the COV predictably are responsible for that while also harassing Wainwright. Again, this frame of time is inexplicable given just seconds earlier the Calypsos radioed you about going there, but at this point I'm beating a dead horse of an issue with pacing that I know will not ever get addressed, so I'm just going to sign defeat and state it like it's a non-issue. While deviations are my signature thing on this video, and I'm not quite done yet twisting the knife into Ava's character, let's go briefly over the side mission Invasion of Privacy, as its existence is purely meant for us to get into more about Ava's character. So the context for the mission is that Ava, in her excitement to go on board Sanctuary 3 with Maya, you will be missed, had forgotten a number of personal items on Athena's and needs you to go pick them up. You get most of the items, save for a diary of which is being held and recited by a Maliwan soldier who proceeds to mock aspects of the diary like For example, Ava literally eating scraps to stay alive or having to steal things in order to survive the next day. I think this entire mission alone is exemplary of the tone-deaf nature of how exactly the game wants us to feel in the context of the mission. Are we supposed to laugh at the sudden juxtaposition of the archetypal little brother reads older sister's diary to family with the bleakness of Ava's personal life? Or feel sympathy towards Ava and upset the nameless soldier? Things like this remind me a lot of the strange decisions in The Last Jedi that completely ruin the emotions the audience is supposed to feel in that moment. Like with Snoke bonking Rey on the head with her lightsaber as he's got her in his grasp and at will's end, or Luke tossing his signature lightsaber like a fucking salt shaker after it being returned to him all these years later. It also demonstrates, again, this tendency I noticed with Borderlands 3 really wanting to make a joke where it wouldn't be prevalent too. Skyman Slash, primarily a TF2 YouTuber, made a very good comparison to Ava's backstory and how it pales in comparison to Tiny Tina's, where the Echo Logs don't waste any time to try to cut away at the more emotionally compelling aspects, or have the main character specifically intercept any attempt at emotional compulsion.
The problem with Ava's backstory, however, is that it's presented in a comedic light with the way the entries were read and her own immature reactions to it. Her backstory is supposed to make the player feel sympathetic towards her and explain why she acts as rebellious and tough as she does. But with the way the game handles it, Ava is only shown as more immature due to her resistance to admitting this was what she lived through, simply denying constantly. Her immaturity is a big part of her character, and that could have been developed throughout the game, but it wasn't, and that's something I'll touch on more later. Lackluster character aside, another huge problem with why Ava didn't work is her significance to the plot and how much she affected it, despite the fact that she shouldn't have.
This is also the only other opportunity for the players to have any care for Ava as a character, and it's played off like a gaffe. Like many other things in this game, squandering any potential to make Ava more fleshed out or change as one. As with your descent on Athenas and Promethea, you use Ellie's signature drop pod / fast travel network doohickey to land at Eden 6, where Wainwright informs you that he and a few of his lackeys are holed up at the lodge in need of your assistance. Soon right after, he also tells you that, off-screen and not specifically mentioned when, his father, Montgomery Jacobs, was murdered by the Calypsos in defiance of them finding the vault, now coming after Wainwright for similar reasons. What I don't get about this motivation is that, supposedly Wainwright would be the only surviving person who would have any intel regarding as such, so if the Calypsos would kill him, wouldn't they be fucking themselves over? Supposedly, this bid to overthrow the Jacobs Corporation is being done at the behest of Aurelia Hammerlock, character assassination aside, as a course correction over the Calypso's last deal of a weapons manufacturer. But if they're going by the limited knowledge of Eden 6's vault via the Typhon logs, wouldn't it be in their best interest not to kill the only person that could give them that power? Another issue with this murder being mentioned offhand is that we never see how the Calypsos go about doing it, which makes it equally perplexing how inexplicably hard it is for them to go kill Wainwright considering what they've been capable of up to this point. You make your way up to the entrance of the lodge and fight out the COV holding Wainwright in a budge. Afterwards, he tells you that Hammerlock is held up in the Anvil, a prison on Eden 6, now disheveled and held up by bandits. Wainwright tells you that he hired some mercenaries, and we'll get to that bit, don't worry, to go bust him out, but have been radio silent since. Again, the frame of time of all of this is extremely muddled, and again, we're just left to assume this was done during our adventures on Promethea and nothing else to further give ourselves a headache. So needless to say, you oblige to help break out Hammerlock if it means ensuring the Vault Key's acquirement. On your way to the Anvil, Tyrene, always wanting to foreshadow what you're going to be up against as always, tells you of another deal she made with a real Ice Queen, as an assurance being the CEO of Jacobs once they take it over. Apparently, Tyrene's decision to murder Montgomery was taken from Katagawa's personal logs, assuming you did complete the opposition research side mission, in which you personally broadcast that to the bandits around the vicinity, which again does not bode confidence the pacing of the events that followed happening mere moments before you landed on Eden 6. It's even worse to consider we never see the Calypsos kill Montgomery or even hear the context for it in any capacity. We're just made to believe they did it somewhere at some time irrelevant to what has already transpired. Although this is a small aside, as there are more glaring issues with the game's pacing in the entire Eden 6 segment alone that makes it the longest section of your playthrough. You open the portion of the gate near the entrance of the anvil to find one of the mercenaries coded meat slab is Brick from all the way back in Borderlands 1, as well as Mordecai and Tiny Tina later on, as they are now known as the B Team. Supposedly, Brick was waiting for a signal by his demolition expert and was just punching bandits mindlessly during that entire wait just out of amusement. Despite of Wainwright's burgeoning impatience, as well as the fact that had you not come by, their mission would have been entirely pointless. Lilith, someone who you would assume have something to say about the friends of which she's known for since the very beginning, doesn't have a fucking word to say about them. And what's equally perplexing about the B Team's presence on Eden 6 is that we last saw them was with Lilith during the end of the Fight for Sanctuary DLC. So what you're telling me is that the B Team were not constrained like Lilith to go across planets like she was, which again makes the excuse of her never getting the ship ready to go even more vain, and that presumably Brick, Mordecai, and Tiny Tina either have a ship of their own or likely got picked up by Montgomery Jacobs, the family jewel, before it crash landed. What exactly said B Team were doing before this particular exchange is unknown, and honestly, their involvement with fighting the COV seems more of an inconvenience to their other interests, despite it affecting the very planet they are interested in. Not Eden 6, mind you, but later on, this B Team are just inexplicably on Pandora, despite never contacting you or the Crimson Raiders, and never being a presence on the Sanctuary 3, trying to get their own little hamlet under operations outside of the COV and being unconcerned with anything else. These characters being underutilized is an understatement if you ask me, because you would think that these respective characters having a huge stake in the Crimson Raiders during the events of Borderlands 2 would affect their decision making now, but again, it's like the writers didn't know exactly what to do with these characters, yet still felt obligated to put them somewhere when it makes little cohesion between Lilith not wanting to fly anywhere else to look for vaults, be they maps or keys or actual vaults, or why they don't care about the plight of the Crimson Raiders or the grand scheme of the Calypsos. Throughout the engagement, you eventually come across a mercenary coded Crunk Bunny, which obviously is Tiny Tina if you didn't hear me spill the beans on that earlier, considerably older than we last saw her, but still her zany self what with her checkered past and upbringing. Tiny Tina, as best as she can describe it, tells you that in order to save Hammerlock they need to blow a door through max security, but for reasons, she hasn't been able to craft a bomb to do so. So because of contrivances, the respective B Team have merely been at their posts doing nothing when time is of the essence. I guess it's no surprise that they're called the B Team rather than the A Team. Anyhow, Tiny Tina needs you to go grab toppings for the pizza that she is trying to make, as her euphemisms are left intact from her earlier youth, and that she has only toned down her insanity by like half a notch. The rest of the segment on the anvil involves you picking up the pieces for the bomb, while Tiny Tina describes them as such, trying to maintain the analogy of comparing pizza delivery with setting off a bomb. While I've never been a fan of Tiny Tina's OMG lol so random bits, admittedly this is just a personal taste of mine, as I think it is consistent with her character as well as her backstory, and that likely, even with having some more adult mentors to watch her over, that she will still maintain a lot of her personality that most have come to adore. Also, it just shows how Tiny Tina, even in an unrelated side bit, is more likable than Ava when she has an unusually large presence in the main story. You get all the pieces for the bomb, Tiny Tina assembles it, and gives it to you as you head towards the main bridge of the prison where Hammerlock is held up and the warden is waiting. Before a bombardment of COV attempt to stop your coup, the mercenary codename Birdman, as well as a whole bunch of other amusing codenames, turns out to be Mordecai and his pet Talon, swarm through the initial line of bandits before having you kill the rest. What's odd is that Mordecai's presence out of all three is the least used during this encounter, as he doesn't even help you fight the rest of the bandits like he did back in Tundra Express. More odd is that his role to the B Team was just to watch over the main gate where Hammerlock is holded and nothing else. Considering the vantage point that he's in, I'm honestly surprised he hadn't picked off all the bandits by now or done literally anything else. At least Brick and Tiny Tina had the excuse of complications getting in the way of them achieving their goal. What's Mordecai's excuse? But I guess it doesn't matter, as you blow through the wall and enter the warden's domain, fighting him and a number of the prison guards before letting Hammerlock free. Hammerlock is delighted to know that Wainwright had come to save you, not exactly certain how he knew that, although we can reasonably assume that you helping the B team that Wainwright hired was a clue, and informs you that the person who sold him out to the Calypsos in exchange for the Jacobs Corporation is none other than his sister, Aurelia Hammerlock. And while I love to go into detail just how much this game completely assassinates her character back in the pre-sequel, there will be plenty of opportunity to do that in the next chapter. There's a bit of an endearing echo log you can find after you save Hammerlock behind the area in which you can fast travel back to the lodge, which is not something I usually know, but there is a particular echo log that I very much like that you can find at the Jacobs estate to go on about later. It's basically Hammerlock's last ode to Wainwright, assuming that he wasn't going to make it out alive, and his confession for his love for him. It doesn't try to make any jokes or have some random quip out of nowhere. It cuts straight to the point and services Hammerlock's relationship towards Wainwright in a meaningful way. Unfortunately, most of the other echo logs do little to handle that delicate balance between outright comedy and important line of introspection. You make it back over to the lodge where Aurelia Hammerlock introduces herself to you in a condescending manner not too dissimilar with the Calypsos and Katagawa Jr. via the echo. She suggests you get out of the affairs of her takeover of the Jacobs Corporation by paying you to leave the planet, striking a deal, so to speak, at the Jacobs Manor. While this totally couldn't be a trap at all, Wainwright takes this as an opportunity to distract Aurelia while he looks for the vault key, as that was one of the few secrets his own father kept from him. Which then reasserts my previous question about why the Calypsos are so doggone to kill Wainwright when he is the only one who even remotely has knowledge of the location of the key, even if it's to give Aurelia the Jacobs Corporation. Speaking of that deal she made with the Calypsos, so supposedly Tyrene likes that Aurelia is a rich bitch, so to speak, and is good with the numbers for their bandits and whatnot. But what exactly does Aurelia get out of this transaction? Apparently, at least according to Hammerlock, this whole trying to control the Jacobs Corporation is just a way to get at Hammerlock spitefully and for no other reason. Which now gives me the opportunity to talk about Aurelia Hammerlock as she was in the pre-sequel. Seeing as the writers want to ignore the pre-sequel and tales in any capacity, let me go into quick detail about Aurelia's backstory, or at least why she went to do Jack's job on Elpis. See, she was extremely bored being rich and a CEO with little to do, and figured that taking up a job for someone where she can fill her boredom with killing random things would be amusing. Throughout the game, she presents herself as stuck up and posh, but never truly cruel, and is self-aware in the fact that her behavior would give herself a standoffish nature. The thing is, she was never spiteful. There's an audio log that she has where Hammerlock angrily writes her off, wanting nothing to do with her after all the time she had abused him when they were together. While that might lead you to believe she doesn't care about the heinous things that are done on Elpis in the name of saving it, she actually displays regret at gutting Felicity's AI, as well as expressed disgust at Jack venting the scientists out the airlock under the suspicion of betrayal. In fact, there's a side mission you can do involving Hammerlock where Aurelia tries her best to change her voice so that Hammerlock doesn't recognize her as his sister, so they don't have another fight, leading me to believe that Aurelia is making an attempt to concede to his wishes. It's all these morally good things about her that absolutely do not convince me that she could be the kind of person that we see in Borderlands 3, as her motivations on Elpis are clearly out of boredom, not realizing the implications of her actions later down. Could I believe she could get to that level of villainy in the 7 to 10 years between the events of the pre-sequel and Borderlands 3? Sure, but we don't see that. Aurelia and Hammerlock's disposition to themselves gets completely inversed, where Hammerlock is now suddenly wanting to pass the olive branch, and Aurelia damning Wainwright and the Jacobs Corporation for no other reason but out of spite. Come to think of it, there's lore outside of the main games where Lilith had sent Axe and Engage to go hunt after Aurelia because of her contribution to Jack's cause, only halting it because of what the Watcher told her, vying instead to recruit her like with Athena for the war coming. Assuming that the Calypsos and their cult of 9.2 billion followers are the warmongers the Watcher was implying, why is there no further dialogue from Lilith for the Crimson Raiders when you come across a revelation that Aurelia sold out Hammerlock? It sprung up like a surprise, and yet Lilith is completely nonplussed about it, even though as a result of the Watcher's wishes, it was her fault that Aurelia was left unhinged. And again, where's the through line between when Lilith had recruited Aurelia and when Aurelia fucked that off to join the other team? Where the fuck is the Watcher in all this? Apparently, Lilith didn't really take the Watcher's warning to heart since she presumably stopped recruiting Vault Hunters for the war for the next 7 years after attempting recruitment of Athena and Aurelia and quitting cold turkey until it was inexplicably convenient to recruit you now. Which also again compounds her utter incompetence as a leader, that she would be surprised that the COV were so powerful when she was told explicitly that she needed all the help she can get to fight said war. The Watcher and Aurelia's backstories between the pre-sequel and now are inexorably left empty, and what we do know about their backstories betwixt makes the actions of both Aurelia and Lilith seem utterly retarded. Moreover, the trailer for this game literally misleads you into thinking Aurelia and Hammerlock had settled their differences, as there is a quick shot of her with Hammerlock and Wainwright. Thinking about moreover, if Aurelia actually was working with Hammerlock and Wainwright, there wouldn't be much you need to change in regards to the arc on Eden 6. The Calypsos can still kill Montgomery off screen and intend to find the key through bullying Wainwright via the capture of Hammerlock through some other means. Moreover, how did Aurelia even sell off Hammerlock to the Calypsos? That implies they must have been together at one point in order for this to be accomplished, leading me to believe that the writers originally intended for Aurelia to work with Wainwright and Hammerlock, or that they had worked a deal together and then Aurelia backstabbed both Wainwright and Hammerlock in a bid for power over the Jacobs Corporation. Moreover, why this sudden desire to be the CEO of the Jacobs Corporation? Aurelia herself said she literally owns the planet way back in the pre-sequel. That motivation seems utterly redundant, as the Jacobs Corporation by proxy own all of Eden 6. I get that might be weird for me to ask, given that I literally just laid out the reason, but there has to be more than just spitefulness getting in the way of it, because if Aurelia does succeed in taking the Jacobs Corporation fully, what now? She might as well kill Hammerlock in that case, which would just completely transform her into a Saturday morning cartoon villain. But like with the side mission Kill Kilovolt and Moxie's inexplicable cunt-like behavior, Aurelia is just another character that is utterly ruined from what we did know of her just to facilitate the next plot point, to have Hammerlock trapped so that 3 other notable characters can fiddle with their thumbs trying to break him out, but serve no other purpose in spite of their supposed dealings with the Crimson Raiders. Aurelia's motivations make no sense. How she was able to accomplish this given her stance on Hammerlock and his to hers making no sense, and what she does going against what she believes or why she did what she did back in the pre-sequel are right square in our noses. She's now become a carbon copy turncoat who can call you a whore ad nauseum and remind you how rich she is, so we don't have to feel bad when we inevitably kill her, despite that we should, given her backstory. On your way to the Jacobs estate, Wainwright decides to inexplicably off-camera find his own way into the estate while you take the obvious long way around. You make it to the entrance of the estate, where Wainwright quickly writes off the fact she had been making the place her own and throwing out family portraits and the like. Yep, just more things happening off camera within the few minutes you've arrived on the planet. This old chestnut really does get old. But there is a bit of gold in that chestnut. So right before you open the door where Aurelia is waiting and proceed to fall right into a trap, there is an echo log that, I'm going to be frank here, is the best piece of dialogue written for this game. And it's literally just 2 minutes that bears no relevance to the main hold of the story, other than what you already know. It's called The Lizard, and I'm going to let it play out in full and explain why.
So, Clayton, you wish to speak to me? Clay's fine. Old Monty just got a generous offer on the Jacobs Corporation. He turned it down, of course, but I thought you'd want to know it came from one Aurelia Hammerlock. I assure you she cares little for Jacobs itself. This is about me. Figured out that much myself. But your sister doesn't strike me as the type to let things lie. You know her, Alistair. Is this the end or the beginning? The lizard. Afraid you lost me there. Once, when we were children, my sister and I found an extremely rare lizard in the woods near our home. A magnificent specimen. Aurelia wanted to keep it as a pet, but my sister has never been one for cultivating life, shall we say. I nurtured it in secret, despite her insisting the lizard was hers. I labored to build it a proper habitat, natural flora, the right balance of water and sunlight, ample food, of course. But one day I returned to find the lizard dead. The water level was too high. There were scratch marks on the glass, where it had clawed madly for air. And you blamed yourself? I did, at the time. Only later did I realize what my sister had done. She had left a block of ice in the habitat to slowly melt, forcing the lizard to scramble ever higher until it was too late.
Had she simply wanted to kill it, she could have done so. But that's not her way. Aurelia wanted me to believe that I was to blame.
Well, luckily we ain't lizards.
An astute observation. But now, as I look around, I wonder how long the waters have been rising.
There's a brilliant uneasiness in Hammerlock's voice throughout, and he lets the backstory of his feud with Aurelia now transgress into the present day, making a perfect analogy of the rising tension between the two go unabated with a childhood bout. It's also a neat way to foreshadow Clay's introduction into the story, even if he doesn't have much to say on the matter other than inferring that Aurelia had tried to strike a deal with Jacobs Corporation sometime before the Calypso's intrusion. Perhaps the only issue I have with this log is what I already described before, the noticeable inversion of the siblings' rivalry, where Hammerlock is more reasonable and level-headed and Aurelia the spiteful and vengeful one. But that's small, considering the Echolog makes no quips, no sudden moment to try to make a joke, unless you think Clay's bold observation of them not being lizards to be a joke. It's writing like this that remind me that Borderlands, even for how self-referential it can be and how a lot of the game elements are contrived against the story, really can grip you into the depth of characters and how they are experiencing. Which is a perfect juxtaposition back into the main story, as you answer the door only to be phase-locked by none other than Troy himself, as Aurelia was merely projecting her voice on something I don't know. We really don't know what clearly, but anyhow, this is literally the first and only cutscene where the NPC directly interacts with you in a convincing manner, and the first time where the main villain actually starts to develop an arc. See, with Troy having sapped Maya's powers, he feels considerably more liberated, not wanting to play out Tyrane's charade of making an enemy out of you, and possibly implying that he himself wants to take the rug out from under her when opportune. Unfortunately, this desire to possibly betray Tyrane or be his own person are squandered and never fully realized, which is a shame because Troy, being the secondary main villain in all of this, is leagues more interesting and grounded as a villain than Tyrane, even if that isn't saying much. His motivations are still fame for fame's own sake, but now he doesn't want to play second fiddle anymore. At least that is something more substantial than whatever Tyrane's justifications are throughout. At least Troy changes as a character in some way. Anyhow, awaiting your inevitable doom as Troy's about ready to have more than table scraps, Wainwright comes to save you by shooting Troy in the face, which just seems to annoy him more than actually harm him, and he and Wainwright go on a cat and mouse chase while you try to make it to the cabaret in search of clues to the vault key. You make it to the stage where Troy, while still chasing Wainwright supposedly, demonstrates to you an ability that Maya apparently never knew she could do or wasn't able to. He phase locks Goliath and empowers him with his essence, somehow, creating the Anointed, bandits made out of iridium with exceptional strength and unique abilities. Again, story conflicting with gameplay as it's an interesting new enemy type to deal with in game and the rewards you get. But as for story, it gets even more confusing as Troy is supposedly a leech given his siren powers, yet he's able to grant people his own? And to such an extent that he's basically creating super soldiers out of presumably Maya's powers? Again, the power levels of sirens are now at a level comparable to Dragon Ball Z where it's whatever the plot needs them to be, where in this instance is beyond ludicrous. It honestly would make one question how in the living fuck these four scrappy vault hunters, who beyond Amara's multi-tuned siren powers, are even able to match up to something like that. At least with the Warrior in Borderlands 2 it was at least believable, even the Destroyer in Borderlands 1, because we literally only saw these monsters in the moment we are fighting them. But because we see the Calypsos do all these ridiculous things right out of their ass, it makes you wonder why the hell they don't use them to their full potential when it comes to actually fighting you. And yes, you do defeat Billy the Anointed, much to Troy's slight annoyance, deciding that it's not pertinent to go chase after you or Wainwright, despite going there with the strict purpose of getting their hands on the vault, seeing that he can just create them endlessly in spite of the fact that before, he had to get some of Tyrane's siren juice, yes, that's what I'm calling it from now on, and I know it sounds much weirder than what it actually is, in order to just keep himself going. I highly doubt that the juice from Maya's siren essence would be able to maintain him for that long, considering how often he was using it like a brand new toy. But if it's in service to the gameplay, the Ryan will in this case be left to the cutting room floor. Anyhow, you and Wainwright figure out the puzzle behind the stage and open a trapdoor that leads beneath the stage, to which you find a literal record set to which only Wainwright has the means of which to play it. You grab it and head on back to the lodge to talk with Wainwright and Hammerlock, who are now currently taking up Lilith's role of having you talk to her at the bridge. I also like to go into a bit of detail how the Eden 6 segment takes up the majority of your time, as half of your arc into it is finding mere clues as to the whereabouts of a vault key fragment rather than the vault itself. Speaking of deviations, Wainwright insists that despite your efforts, they need an army of their own in order to fend off the Calypsos and their cult, which is a strange suggestion as you would assume that every corporation up to this point has had a military sect of their own. The only one that didn't have that was Hyperion, at least if you consider the Claptrap Revolution as non-canon, and there was at least a contextual reason for it. For the Jacobs, there is none. And considering that Montgomery was adamant that he did not want to go to war over the vault or have anyone find it would necessitate the need for one. And again, the Crimson Raiders, for all their want of taking down the Calypsos, never make their presence known to Wainwright or volunteer to help, despite Wainwright knowing of Lola's presence and Hammerlock's affiliation with the Crimson Raiders. If there was just even one small offhand line about how the Crimson Raiders were busy dealing with something on Pandora, that would not only give Jacobs a reason to make an army of their own, but also excuse the lack of impact the Crimson Raiders have in undoing the Calypso's wrath. But alas, no such explanation was apparently needed, and now we go to Clay in the town of Reliance in the next chapter. As you head on to the town of Reliance to meet the gunslinger Wainwright hired, Wainwright himself is a bit doubtful of Clay's motives out of all of this, which is something that we'll get further into when it comes to the Going Rogue chapter of this story. For my quick summary, unlike the horrible bait switch of Zero's betrayal, given that Clay is a new character to us, it's actually believable he could betray you with his mannerisms. Tyrene once again echoes you about her affiliation with Aurelia, with a not-so-subtle implication of wanting to get rid of Troy herself with mentioning Aurelia's attempt on her brother's life. It's also a little bit contradictory Aurelia's new motives if Tyrene herself is being honest, as taking over the corporation while Hammerlock is alive means giving him misery, and killing him, well, doesn't. Oh yeah, and for some reason she also reminds you of what they're after, strangely enough, kind of reminded me of how Samuel Hayden would remind you of the icon of Sin's power vacuum on Earth.
The longer the icon of Sin is on Earth, the stronger he will become.
Anyhow, you meet Clay, who the best way that I can describe is a cross between Django from Django Unchained and Preston Garvey from Fallout 4. He's got the smooth-talking, no-nonsense suave of Jamie Foxx's performance, but also has the appearance and dedication to starting up settlements of Preston Garvey. The cutscene has him charming some bandits with some gold, while also quickly exchanging some lead of his own on the other, which I think works to his credit as he always waves around this duality of friend or foe. Beside Typhon DeLeon himself, Clay is one of the better written new characters for Borderlands 3, even if he does suffer the lack of impact on the main story as a whole along with Lorelei or Wainwright. The main entrance of Reliance is blocked off, so you and Clay start finding an alternate way around, as Clay goes on about the means of which to spark resistance against the COV and the Calypsos themselves, which will also play into what you'll have to do later on given the need for weaponry most of all. The majority of the segment in Reliance is having a shootout with various COV that are acting on the wills of either Aurelia, Troy, or Tyrene all in tow, almost doggone to keep Reliance in COV hands. I suppose it is the town that is supplying them weapons, but given how many the COV have between Pandora and Promethea, you wouldn't think this is a necessity, and even the gameplay poorly demonstrates this upgrade in weaponry, as the most you'll have to deal with is long shot fanatics who use a sniper rifle and a red dot sight, compared to when you were on Pandora and Promethea. The main goal in Reliance is to free the people locked up and find a weaponsmith named Dalton, who is unexpectedly absent from all this. Clay needs to hack into something uninterrupted to find where he's being held up. Odd that the anvil wasn't already the first clue, but given that you already ransacked it, I guess wasn't an obvious choice for it being a prison, which gives you an opportunity to fight more bandits in convoluted ways. For example, for the first time, we see bandits get dropped in via Maliwan dropships that were either given to them by Maliwan during their brief alliance or stolen by the COV, painted in their flavor. Given that Tyrene can just teleport bandits with ease and apparently no burden on her own, would make these things redundant and used to send out more bandits, as the only other function they serve is having a turret and spewing more propaganda across the galaxy. But considering that it's been a losing battle for me to even attempt to figure out where exactly the Calypsos are relative to them doing all this, and the lack of input on whether there were bandits on Eden 6 before the Calypsos came in, it's an inconsistency within a contrivance, and having either scenario exist still raises questions, so I'm just going to let it wash right over me. You finally free the town of the COV rampaging in and find that Dalton is being held up in Fort Sunshine a slight ways off from the anvil, which again, I'm not certain they had put them there to begin with or had changed his location after your pillaging of the anvil's forces. Before you leave, Clay adds a little bit of context as to how Aurelia got herself mixed up in all this, which is more to say than what Aurelia herself would give. Apparently Aurelia had been spying on her brother and claimed that she knew where the vault key was to the Calypsos. So now on top of doing this for spite, she was also doing it out of cowardice, as if she doesn't pay up to the Calypso's demand, she will surely see her head roll. What's odd is that in her voice, she doesn't ever express any kind of fear at all, not even a sense of rationalizing to herself that what she's doing is justified. Which if the writers really wanted to convince me she was a turncoat and that Hammerlock could reason with her, you'd think this would be the chance to do it, right? You make it over to the fort, and lo and behold, it's blocked off similarly to the town of Reliance when you make it there. You take a lookout post to find an alternative means of looking and find a logging railway that you can take one of the payloads and drop into the fort by surprise. This is a deviation that usually has the attempt to give us a bit more backstory into the minds of the antagonists, as they usually do, and it's Troy's time to open up about their past, and it's the first time we even get a rough idea about why Troy and Tyrene are the way they are. Barring that Tyrene is not keen on sharing the spotlight, as her upbringing gave her all the attention she could ever want, and all the things she would ever leech, to the point that it supposedly killed her mother in the process. What's odd then is that this seeking glory never really gets a different input from Tyrene, who you'd think could be hearing all this, nor it never seems to bother her that she killed her loved ones in the pursuit of fame. It also doesn't even affect her pursuit for glory. Only her father's reaction made her more compelled to pursue it. It's this lack of input on Tyrene's end that fundamentally ruins any intrigue or arc in her character, as she is the same from the moment you first see her in Mouthpiece's domain to the very end. You break into the fort, kill all the bandits there, free Dalton, get his key to the personal weapon stash, and regroup with Clay back at Reliance, who is elated that the Jacobs resistance is up and running. Unfortunately, like with the Crimson Raiders' presence, this group seems to do little to help on your endeavors despite Wainwright's insistence that they needed it, or in the pursuit of finding the vault key. Speaking of which, what of that recording you gave to Wainwright? You go back to Sanctuary to talk to Lilith at the bridge, back to Naughty Peak to talk to Wainwright at the lodge. Wainwright managed to get the record you found in working condition in order to hear Montgomery's last words as well as clues of the vault. Whether intentional or unintentional, it once again goes out of its way to make a quick joke by making Montgomery record his clues to the location of the vault key fragments in a drunken stupor and in a cryptic manner, mentioning the oily graveyard, the grand reserve, and the family jewel. Seen as the family jewel is the most obvious clue of the three, Wainwright has you go search for what was the Jacob family's fleet ship crashed on the Voracious Canopy. Wainwright mentions he crashed over there not too long after Montgomery died, which is, again, another thing you would think we'd actually see happen rather than 1001 things happening off screen, but, as I stated, beating a dead horse. You make it over to the Voracious Canopy and immediately are inundated by an unknown voice calling for help, and it turns out to be Balex, formerly the ship's navigator for the family jewel. But for my own damn amusement, I'm going to call him Ice-T, since Ice-T wants to convince us he's a gamer, and by that extension alone, and with him being a celebrity, the writers gave him voice acting chops throughout this segment. It also helps that Ice-T isn't constrained to a personality other than his own, so he's got that 90s washed out gangster attitude reminiscent of Biggie Smalls or Ice Cube. So there are various bits throughout where he's quite amusing. You fight a tyrant Saurian to free the navigator, who turns out to be an AI who got stuffed in a creepy teddy bear, which will be explained quite soon, so I won't go into too much detail right now. You make it into the emergency hatch entrance of the family jewel and come across Genevieve, the next brief antagonist you got to deal with, while Ice-T helps you navigate through it, as he says. She supposedly was planning to send the vault key fragment to Aurelia in exchange for a better ship than she's currently in, but exactly what was stopping her from doing that, save for her being a combat AI, is of no clue to me. I mean, couldn't the Calypsos literally have telepooped right there and grabbed the key, even if it's in their best interest now just to let you open the vault so they can reap the rewards? And if so, why didn't Aurelia ever try to make it over there to nab it, as she already proclaimed she had hired the best researchers to go look for it? But little explanation would be needed here, as the majority of the segment is banter between Genevieve and Ice-T in a similar fashion to Katagawa and Reese. And while both fall flat, Ice-T again manages to hold your amusement with his "navigated bitches" catchphrase and his aforementioned larger-than-life persona. They both had more than just a falling out with the vault key requirement and were in a relationship. If two AI who are only programmed to do one thing being in a relationship sounds weird and totally couldn't cause problems for your ship for them to be self-aware at all, it's literally the reason the ship is crashed out in this way and why Genevieve is so antagonistic to you in the first place. It's a bit of a cliche at this point to have a ship program of an AI a la HAL 9000 who would grow to have their own motives against the best interests of the crew. In the ongoing attempt to try to be too funny, there's a bit where, I shit you not, Genevieve ooks for the entire duration of you fighting jabbers as her mating call is getting them riled up. Considering that Bale 3's Randy Pitchford and the lead writer are keen on trying to be PC when it comes to most things written for the game, I find it odd that they run a bit that got some other dude fired for saying it for its racist implications. It would kind of make you convinced they're hypocrites. But I'm not one to judge whether you can make a joke in the game, rather if it's even funny, and it's by far one of the most obnoxious things you have to listen to while fighting a game, other than perhaps hearing Ava try to talk your ear off how she's in the right. You gain access to the cell that presumably held the vault fragment there originally, but Genevieve moved it to the bridge so you can duke it out with her. Okay, so if Genevieve can move the vault key fragment again, what exactly was keeping her from giving it to Aurelia or the Calypsos at any point? Was she locked in due to Ice-T's lack of navigation controls? Is there some long con she's playing that will hilariously backfire, similar to Katagawa's deception? But don't worry, there's other odd things in the family jewel that will distract this horribly arbitrary fight between you and Genevieve. So Ice-T plans to install himself on a Maliwan mech similar to what Genevieve has done in order to even the scales when you inevitably have to fight her, which really gets my head rolling with questions. So the family jewel, a Jacob's own fleet ship, has Maliwan tech on it? Not to mention security detail and medical bots that are all based off the Maliwan manufacturing line too? Seeing as we're made to believe Montgomery never wanted to get involved in the corporate wars and, more obliquely, the Vault Wars, why would he have tech from a company that has and is currently fighting a war with another corporation right now? Come to think of it, there's no frame of time for exactly how long Atlas and Maliwan have been fighting for, and if Montgomery was alive during the Calypso's involvement with Maliwan and before they arrived here, it would behoove of him not to have any Maliwan parts on his ship so he doesn't have to get involved with their messy ordeal, right? My only assumption as to why there's even Maliwan tech at all is that there was a time crunch and the developers couldn't be bothered to make unique Jacobs robots for tech to fit with the very ship you're boarding onto. You make it to the bridge unacquainted with Ice-T, as he was having a bit of difficulty making it to the fight with Genevieve, only to come around at just the moment to break through her impenetrable shield. After defeating her and grabbing the first vault key fragment, you'd think that would be the end of her, but as you predictably come aboard the Sanctuary yet again to put the fragment in Tannis' room, Genevieve somehow gets herself into the mainframe of the ship and starts sowing chaos throughout, tampering with the bots and navigating straight through the asteroid field in the process. There isn't any explanation for how she does this, and this only serves as a reason to input Ice-T's AI into the ship so he can be your permanent address of the ship. Also, she supposedly plans on sending your ship straight to Aurelia, but instead tries to deliberately sabotage the ship in the process. She is aware that the Promethean Vault Key in full is still present on the ship, right? And that the Calypsos would need it for something else contrived later on? Or what of the Vault Fragment for Eden 6 you just got? What she says and what she's actually doing are extremely contradictory, and it just goes to show that even minor antagonists like her are just utterly wasted for comedic effect. As for Balix, seeing as he isn't physically present, he's oddly enough the only character out of all the new characters that does not suffer the disassociation I mentioned with Lorelei, Wainwright, or Clay, because he's the only new character other than Ava that joins with you on the ship as a permanent resident. His personality is too characteristic of Ice-T's persona that you'd be best off just calling him Ice-T instead, and while Balix is amusing as a result, it doesn't give him much of an arc beyond dealing with his AIX. You give the fragment to Tannis and Lilith, who both have apparently figured out a means to get at the Calypso's heels before they try to sap the next Vault monster for powers. Supposedly Clay was in contact with Lilith about the next vault key fragment, despite that neither had been informed about the other, and that Clay wasn't even informed that you were out looking for vaults to Wainwright. You know what would have fixed this? Just an echo log of those two talking with one another. You know, the thing that I was bringing up earlier that would actually fix a lot of the lacking interaction between the people on the ship and the people you meet on the various planets. But anyhow, let's see what that rogue found. Back at Reliance on Eden 6, Clay informs you that he had a smuggling crew called the Rogues that had run undercover interference on the COV during their presence here. Again, yet another thing that just was happening in the short time between when the Calypsos said they'd make their presence there and then subsequently doing so. It also adds some issues in regards to just how long exactly the COV were present on Eden 6 for this to be a necessity. In any case, the Rogues had found some intel on the next vault fragment, but as a result of their deep cover operation that Clay himself can't get a hold of him, so he gives you a rogue site in order to track them as well as some other tidbits found. I don't particularly like this segment in terms of gameplay, as you'll quickly find that through multiple playthroughs that you don't even need the rogue site to shoot the hidden markers, as you can shoot them with any gun if you know where the markers are. And it also calls into question the fact that you need it to get into the aforementioned oily graveyard that Montgomery mentioned, meaning the COV must also use this to get in considering their presence there. It also forcibly takes an equip slot out of your possession if you have only played it for the first time, having to swap to it arbitrarily for the markers and nothing else. While testing out the rogue site, Tyrene and Choi need help. See, they got a huge following, what with them killing Maya through a cannonball they didn't have or didn't use instead cutscene, and need to find something to top it to keep the following going. So they decide to make a murder poll, which is foreshadowing for what will inevitably come once you return to Pandora. I already detested much early in this video why the Calypsos need the COV's offerings in order to continue their conquest of the Great Vault, and while you could make the argument that they don't need it and it is a formality to harbor goodwill by doing evil things, again, they aren't bothered by it. They casually hypothesize killing puppies and orphans as a means to gain viewership without even a hint of regret or hesitation, and there's no through line in the backstory of these two that brings them to the point that they are willing to do that to get that inch of fame. Never once is there reconciliation or a bullshit justification for the things that they do. They are so sure of themselves and so comically evil with nothing to back it up that they are on par with a James Bond villain. They try to put salt in the wound by again mentioning Maya's death, but considering we had so little engagement with Maya while she was alive, and that your hatred of the death comes more to how it happened rather than it happening to begin with, makes the desire to hate them stale. Throughout the excursion through the Ambermire, Clay talks a lot about his dealings with the Rogues as well as some of his backstory as to how he got involved with the Jacobs Corporation. Through subtlety the likes of which I haven't seen out of a character, Clay manages to poke at the possibility of turning on you, mentioning how everyone has a price when it comes to making a deal, analogous to all the deals the Calypsos have made thus far, as well as his slight admiration for them having unified the bandit clans to one solitary goal. He never strictly states his condoning or abhorrence of their actions, and considering that he was with a group that likely could turn to the other side at a dime, makes Clay perfectly balanced as one of those ambiguously moral characters you get to know a lot about, and puts him a league ahead in terms of development compared to Wainwright or Lorelei. You make it to the Rogues' hideout, which has appeared to have been ambushed by the COV, making Clay assume a traitor in the midst of the Rogues, or a rogue for your amusement. You need to activate the loot tracker in order to find the person who took the fragment from the Rogues, but in order to do that, you need the security IDs to gain access to said loot tracker. Okay, so the Rogues had the vault fragment out in wait, and apparently never informed Clay or Wainwright that they had the piece, unless Montgomery absolutely insisted only they knew of the whereabouts of one of the key fragments and no one else, which calls into question why hire someone explicitly to hide that detail if you want no one to know about it. Kind of makes you wonder just how much Clay has been laying on Wainwright. I guess you could say it adds more of a dubious nature to Clay, as you would think he would know, and if he did, would inform Wainwright, but again, this is all an issue with the pacing of the game, as much longer segments are spent waffling about rather than having these events unfold in a realistic time period. There's a side mission you can find that mimics a similar side mission in Borderlands 2 called Sellout, where Tyrene wants you to go kill yourself for her own amusement so you can get a gun, calling out your greed over your own dignity. This is also an issue with Borderlands 2 when it is done, but wouldn't Tyrene be a bit concerned about the fact that killing yourself is more or less an inconvenience rather than an absolute? Also, when Borderlands 2 does it, it's available soon after you kill Handsome Jack's daughter, so to him, it's a bit of catharsis for what you did, whereas here it's just there as a fucking callback. But in any case, both missions are strictly treated as non-canon, as well as the new U station, as being immortal would result in a lot of stakes in the game meaning nothing. The rest of the segment involving the Ambermire is the retrieval of the IDs from the remaining rogues still present, having to do a number of different ways to kill things to get to them. Once done, you make it back to Rogue's Hollow and activate the loot tracker, which turns out to be a digistructed jabber to avoid turd farming, as Clay puts it. You follow it to the source of the fragment, while Clay mentions enjoying the vicarious nature of being a rogue again in spite of the displeasure of the betrayal, which again really puts warning signals as to whether he will or won't betray you. But in any case, you find out who betrayed the rogues, which was Archimedes, the aforementioned head honcho of the rogues, who Clay assumed was dead given the ID card being left at the HQ. His reasons for betrayal are similar in vanity to Genevieve's, and he doesn't even have the benefit of having an arc like she does, so killing him is just a formality at this point. It also again begs the question that if he had the Vault Key fragment on his person, why he never made an attempt to give it to Aurelia or the Calypsos, but that particular question is an issue in of itself of Aurelia's presence as a whole, which I'll bring up in the next chapter. After grabbing the Vault Key fragment, Clay decides to open up and admit that Aurelia had given him a deal to turn on Wainwright and the Jacobs Corporation in exchange for a small fortune, but turned it down because of his intimate relationship with Montgomery as a father figure and his principled stance on not doing it for the money, showing his true intentions in the full. And unfortunately, that is the last time Clay will be of any relevance to the rest of the story, but compared to the other characters wasted and forgotten, Clay at least deservingly got a nice bow tie to complete his arc on whether he would or would not betray you, compared to Reese being played up like a joke and Lorelei not having any arc at all as one. I also have to give props to Major Attaway, who voiced Clay in this series, with his smooth inflection and charming personality giving credence to his deceptively two-faced nature. You return to Sanctuary to give Tannis the next Vault Key fragment when Wainwright informs you of the possible location of the third Vault Key fragment, which is near where Aurelia currently is and where the vault itself could be. I also have to bring up the fact that Wainwright's personality as a new character is quite overshadowed by Clay, as his character only becomes interesting as a result of his interactions with Hammerlock and not much else. He has reservations about being the Jacobs CEO in spite of the legacy he has to uphold in his father's absence, but it never factors into his bequeathed unless you play the Guns, Love, and Tentacles DLC that goes more into it. But why do we need outside, not to mention exclusive details in order to understand that? Why ever bring up his doubts about being a competent CEO in the vanilla game if you weren't going to have it factor into anything else? I mean, I guess Wainwright at least maintains consistency with this pressure being put upon him, unlike Reese, who seems to conveniently forget that for the sake of a joke or being picky, but it's still not enough for us to really care about the stakes going on. But on to the next chapter and the next vault piece. While you give Tannis the second Vault Key fragment, Lilith has some concerns about Tannis wanting single-handedly to deal with the Vault Monster to ensure the Calypso's futility in sapping it. Ava, as brilliant as a doorstop and as punchable as a sandbag, interjects angrily by saying that it's Tannis' choice to go down. Hold on a second, Ava. Weren't you getting ass mad at Lilith for supposedly killing Maya simply because she wanted to open the vault? And now the moment Lilith is trying to preserve the life of those she cares about, now you're going to wince about how she's putting her followers on a short leash? Go fuck yourself. As far as I'm concerned, you're just a spoiled brat along for the ride. And of course, Lilith rolls over the literal 16-year-old who not days ago was no one to her, and oddly enough, Tannis, of all people, is the one to lecture Ava how her anger towards Lilith is purely misdirected. Not that I will ever mind someone giving Ava the licking she needs, but Tannis is perhaps the last that I would expect it coming from next to Claptrap. She's emotionally stunted to the point that she's a robot, and I feel that if Ava needs someone to knock her down a peg, it's someone who matches her fury, say Ellie for instance. But in any case, it just comes off as once again Ava being completely unreasonable, and Lilith caving in to the unreasonable one, which will be much more of an issue near the end, I sincerely promise. Again, you return to Sanctuary Peak at the Barrage, excuse my horrible attempt to combine Sanctuary at the Bridge with Naughty Peak at the Lodge, to talk to Wainwright, who feels a mite fervor upon him, what with his soon-to-be recovery of the Jacobs Corporation and the prospect of the vault on Eden 6. The last vault fragment is hidden in a barrel of Grand Reserve gunpowder, to which you'll go through a secret entrance shown by Clay to get to it, while Wainwright and Hammerlock attempt to get past Aurelia through or around her. Hammerlock, mostly indisposed to Wainwright's wishes, wants to attempt a peace between him and Aurelia in spite of the things she's done to Eden 6, which as of late has been entirely off camera and mentioned by other people, which further goes to show how shoehorned in Aurelia is as a villain. Notice how we never see her do anything during the entire segment of Eden 6, only told that she's done things. Captured Hammerlock, took to Jacob's estate, hired Genevieve and Archimedes to take the vault key fragments from Jacob's hands, made a deal with the Calypsos to kill Montgomery. We're not shown any of that, and yet we're made to believe that she is the puppet master conspiring all of these things to happen. Worse yet is how underutilized her presence is on Eden 6, as you literally only see her in person during the cutscene in which you fight her. She couldn't even bother to make herself a physical presence to Troy in his cutscene, despite numerous ecologues about how physical they got between each other. I know this is also an opportunity for people to mention how Handsome Jack never made a personal appearance until way late in the game, but you could still feel his reach across Pandora in it. The difference there is that Handsome Jack is the CEO of a corporation with a very unique banner and style to it that it can't escape you, as well as the Helios satellite constantly watching you no matter which area you warp into. There's very little of that subtlety of Aurelia's pause turning the gears in her plot present on Eden 6, and you think there would be, given her extraordinary wealth and her penchant for the overtly bourgeois, like the bandits having unusually expensive flair worn to juxtapose the swampy and dour nature of the landscape of Eden 6, or maybe some of her frozen victims adorning parts of the Jacobs estate as a result of her diadem shard. Honestly, if everything that happened was done as a result of the Calypsos instead of Aurelia, it would literally make no difference the stakes or the plot involving Eden 6, as her doing any of it is immaterial to when you actually fight her. You talk to Clay at Reliance to show you the way, which he does by literally teleporting to the area, which is a gameplay bug I suppose, and the secret entrance is a cliche, a tunnel behind a waterfall. Even the Vault Hunters point out how obvious of a secret it is, which, a word of advice writers, making everyone aware of a trope in your game doesn't forgive you making it a trope. There's a bit of a segment once you make it to the assembly line station of the Black Barrel Cellar, where Wainwright and Hammerlock beef it out with one another about solving a horribly cliched puzzle in order to fetch the vault fragment, arguing like you would, say, a married couple. While the bit is sort of used for humor, it is also used to complement the relationship between the two, as I assume Hammerlock's interest for men went a little understated in Borderlands 2. Although not fervently insufferable about it compared to Jamie Springs in the pre-sequel, I can't help but scratch this nagging sensation that the game needs to remind me that Wainwright and Hammerlock are gay, and gay for each other, despite that their personalities have little to do with them being gay, or as a result of that. I mean, if they really wanted to hammer home that they're totally gay, they should have made one of them sexually assault the other like Jamie Springs did, because that's how you write gay characters, am I right? But cynicism aside, I do enjoy this cute moment of two old codgers bickering about codes, even if it does curtail a bit of the tension of Aurelia finding them out, and with us trying to short the Calypso's plans to sap the Vault monster. But wait. If it's in the best interest of the Crimson Raiders to keep the Calypsos from sapping the Vault monster, wouldn't not opening the vault be the best route? You already have 2 of the 3 pieces, so unless the Calypsos get their hands on it, I guess they can't teleport straight into the ship and pilfer it that way? Why the need to open it? They go on about how they need to open it before the Calypsos, but wouldn't just not open it when you have the pieces also work? I suppose the Calypsos would just find some other place to go find a monster to sap, but that issue will be nipped and simultaneously ruined in the bud once we get a bit more into the story. In any case, a bit of a contrivance disconcerting that's all they're out to do right now. After the shenanigans, you get the last vault key fragment, going through the distillery to meet up with Hammerlock and Wainwright at the Gardens. But before you do, Aurelia traps the both at gunpoint, and presumably did so up until you fall into the area where you fight her, despite her need to kill Wainwright in order to fully absorb the Jacobs Corporation into her own. Also peculiar in this cutscene is Hammerlock's aforementioned giving the olive branch to Aurelia, putting himself in front of Wainwright to defend him, only for Aurelia to graze him and freeze the both, proceeding to ignore them to fight you. I guess I shouldn't expect Aurelia to be smart, given how little she's done up to this point to thwart your retrieval of the vault fragments, or the fact that Aurelia still doesn't know where the vault actually is on Eden 6, yet still desiring to kill Wainwright. But nevertheless, the boss battle proceeds and you kill Aurelia, freeing both Hammerlock and Wainwright from their trap. Yet another peculiar choice is that both react like as if they were shot, despite that Hammerlock was the only one shot, unless the graze from Aurelia's shot also managed to hit Wainwright too, but he only recoiled in response to Hammerlock getting hit and not as a result of being shot himself. And so goes Aurelia. Bastardized from her original promise and intrigue in the pre-sequel, relegated to a shoehorn turncoat who has as much impact on the story as other characters tell you she does, who, for all want of players hoping that Aurelia would make a presence that would amount to a rekindling of a sibling bond between her and Hammerlock, was left to be the fall guy. She's about as well treated as Maya in terms of what we did know about her, and finally both parted ways, like with their character. In the gardens, Tannis face communicates to you telepathically that she will meet you at the vault once you find it, almost implying that she already knows where it is despite no evidence of such existing. Her appearance, when she does, is also a bit odd, but we'll get to that in a moment. We've got some more puzzles to solve, yippee! And the puzzles themselves give some amusing backstory to the legacy of the Jacobs Corporation, if watching someone getting kicked in the balls counts as amusing. Once all the puzzles are solved, Wainwright proceeds to thank you for restoring the Jacobs Corporation back into his hands and restoring order to most of Eden 6 as a result, giving you the vault as penance for doing so. As of Reese, he suffers in not really being a pawn in the grand scheme of this chess game that we are in, merely a spectator in the midst, but at least Wainwright is a bit more consistent in tone to his character than Reese is, and is taken more seriously as a man with a lot to lose and not very much to gain. Across the bridge into the floating tomb, Tannis is just standing near the entrance inexplicably, and while again you could make the excuse that she used the fast travel network there, I'm absolutely certain the fast travel networks near the important vaults are strictly non-canon and for gameplay's sake. Still, it would be nice if she was there with you in some capacity with you, like when Maya went down into Apollyon Station with you, but I guess I'm asking for too much considering that this is going to set up some straight up plot breaking elements throughout. She creates the key while you go put it in the pedestal and proceed to fight the monster, or monsters in this case, as it begins with two guardians named Grave and War before fighting the combined Grave Ward in the process. Once defeating it, Tannis says she has some experimental technology which will neutralize the Calypso's ability to sap it, somehow, and apparently it works, as Tyrone for the first time responds quite upset and angry, but almost playful in a way, so she almost gets an opportunity to grow as a character, but doesn't. You go into the vault and get the next artifact, which gives Tannis some info on the connection between Promethea and Eden 6, as well as another unknown planet that you'll find out soon after. After leaving, Tannis tries to tell you something, but to everyone's shock and the absolute destruction of this story, Troy phase-locks Tannis and Tyrene teleports her right into their hands, captured. Okay, I'm going to have to break this down one measure at a time, as I think this is by far the most OP, literally bullshitted right out of your ass move that the Calypsos have done yet. They can literally do this combo from anywhere at any time without breaking a sweat, which means they could do the same to you if the precedent calls for it, which there is a scene where it does, but they don't, because the writers couldn't have been damned to give the Calypsos a convincing reason for them to show up, nor a convincing setup for them to capture Tannis. They just pull this fucking rabbit out of their ass, and then the story proceeds like as if that's normal. Troy and Tyrene could literally phase lock and teleport your ass out in space if they wanted to, ridding you for good, and there's no excuse in the story that will convince me that they can't, other than the utter contrivance that they only use it for Tannis. And of course, back to Sanctuary to talk to Lilith, we go to forget that nonsense happened to figure out why the Calypsos captured Tannis of all people. Back on the bridge for the umpteenth time, Lilith, for the first time, actually displays emotion, flabbergasted at her fears of Tannis being compromised come true. Again, Ava, I guess just to be Lilith's heel in all of this, whines about her frustration because Lilith assumes Tannis dead. Before either can rebut the other, the Calypsos predictably transmit their next game plan to you, setting up Tannis as a sacrifice for a pledge drive so that they can gather enough Iridium to charge the giant key that they somehow acquired. I'm going to save that huge gaping plot hole that just reared itself in this line for later, so for right now I just want to focus on something else I brought up briefly but neglected to mention until now. Did you ever notice just how lacking our frame of reference of where the Calypsos are relative to your interests? For example, we physically see Troy on Eden 6, get the foreshadowing for the capture of Tannis later on during Clay's chapter, and now they're right back on Pandora intending to open the Great Vault. We literally don't know if they had done that bullshit combo on Pandora or Eden 6 because the Calypsos are wherever the plot needs them to be. Again, a lot will point out that Handsome Jack, again, did not make his physical presence known until the late game, but with the plot of Borderlands 2 being entirely self-contained on Pandora, we have at least several frames of reference of where Handsome Jack could be. He could be on Helios overlooking everything, the Iridium dig site to find the Vault of the Warrior, or at the bunker in Thousand Cuts watching over his daughter and the key itself. Because of how often we travel from planet to planet in Borderlands 3 with careless glee, and how the Calypsos are reading into the future with the script, we don't have a clear idea where the Calypsos are to your interests unless they state explicitly, and even then, they usually use the royal we when their cult following is doing their bidding. The most egregious example of this is that once the Great Vault opens, Tyrene just fucks off somewhere else up until the moment when it's pertinent for her to stop what you're currently doing, arriving so quickly that you would assume she was already on Necrotafeo despite her being on Pandora to open the Great Vault. It just makes anything they do incredibly dubious, and also takes away any potential for us to gauge their power level or how they react to goings on in tow. Lilith of course wants you to go back to Pandora, kind of odd that the most pinnacle place for the Borderlands series we weren't even in for an hour of the in-game story, mentioning that Vaughn could help you break her out as Calypso's mentioned Carnivora and his ins and outs with the bandit lifestyle. Apparently, Lilith off-screen told him to go watch over Crimson Raiders' outpost, again, so much for the Crimson Raiders having no foothold whatsoever, to monitor COV movements. Remember how I said that earlier if there was even one or two lines of dialogue to explain why the Crimson Raiders couldn't help Wainwright Jacobs so that he didn't need to make an army of his own? Yeah, I feel this bit of info Lilith is just telling you would have adequately explained why the Crimson Raiders aren't currently helping you most of anything on Promethea and Eden 6, yet it sprung up when Lilith didn't say anything to him other than what she said to you about patching up the ship. On the way back to Pandora, Tannis, with her siren tech, lets you know that she's currently fine in spite of her situation and mentions that she does have a way to get out, but would rather not get herself more killed when she does. I'm once again going to have to omit the reveal and the many issues involving it once it comes up, but you'll know when I go almost 15 minutes into the topic later on. Towards Devil's Razor, again, the Calypsos predictably mock you, literally bullet pointing all the things that they have done in your exploits, like as if the Vault Hunters suffer from Alzheimer's, more likely to remind us why we should hate them when they sound so mustache twirling that I reason they pulled the gimmick off Tacitor himself. At Roland's Rest, and I know that I'm mainly supposed to be talking about the story rather than the area around, but the place itself has a really touching nod to Roland himself, with scribbles of the characters who knew him all wishing him well in the afterlife across with his likeness, proud and stoic in place. Although this sort of overshadows the impact we're supposed to feel within the own game and just have a nostalgic tearjerk from Borderlands 2, but nevertheless, a real nice touch. Vaughn informs you that the Carnivora is a festival that is run by Pain and Terror, which, as we'll quickly learn, is just a bandit amalgam of Penn and Teller, two famous comedians / magicians, with Penn donning the usual commanding oratory of Pain and Teller being, well, mute as always. We'll get more in touch with them once we do enter Carnivora, but for now, we need to figure out how to get in to begin with. In order to get inside Carnivora, you have to submit your vehicle as an offering to the bandits. Kinda strange how said bandit who is monitoring the event doesn't seem to care who is trying to get in over what ride they are offering, seeing as Calypso's just mentioned needing this sacrifice to funnel their Iridium stockpiles, but in any case, your car is inadequate and you need to steal one decked in gold in order to properly get in. There's a bit of inconsequential backstory with Ellie mentioning the owner of the Golden Ride, Big Donnie, was someone she fawned over before turning over to the COV, and said Big Donnie having some regrets joining the cult given their tendency for violence above all else. So yeah, Exactly one bandit out of the over 9 billion other followers ever thought to consider that this whole cycle of violence be a tad redundant, not even considering that the exchange to the Calypsos is strictly one-sided. But hey, at least this one time, the bandits are actually facilitating some use for the Calypsos beyond just being cannon fire for a change. Too bad that we had to wait over 2/3 of the entire fucking story to even glean it. Once you've acquired the Golden Chariot, you are able to gain entry into Carnivoro with ease. Almost too easy, as Pain is blissfully unaware of your presence as he starts broadcasting the stream, as intended, with Tannis soon to be on the dinner table. There's a bit of technical difficulties that happen during said stream, foreshadowing more of what's to come of Tannis' secret she has up her sleeves. Pain, similar in a lot of ways to Bellix in terms of character, isn't constrained by the larger-than-life personality who takes his place. Although the difference here is that Pain and Terror are literally caricatures of themselves, matching their exact look and stature in the vein of bandit mentality. As a result, while Pendulette is quite entertaining through his chants and even his insults, most of everything happening is inconsequential apart from Tannis' possible death, as it's just more or less an appreciation of Penn and Teller's captivating performance. Speaking of which, considering that Teller usually plays the mute who does a lot of sign language and body humor, you can't really bounce off Penn through the echo and always refer to in the third person as mainly monitoring the background while Pain takes full stage. Quite synonymous with some other pairing, am I right? Anyhow, once Pain does notice your presence, he takes Carnivora off the road, literally, as the festival is this giant moving structure. The sequence in which you slow it down is quite interesting, at least the first time you do it, as multiple playthroughs it becomes a chore of RNG with the outrunners, slowing your approach or getting stuck on Carnivora itself while trying to shoot its fuel lines and transmission. It couldn't have been an easy feat to believably have this giant monster of a machine move across the landscape and dynamically have a load screen for it wherever you shot it down, even if it does come at the cost of the area around the Splinterlands being extremely pale as a result of accommodating space for this sequence to work. Once inside the guts of Carnivora, Tannis remarks in her last words that she's certain she's going to die soon, reminiscing all the things she wasn't able to do while alive. Considering how long-standing of a character Tannis has been throughout the games and how inconsistent she has been in terms of morality and ethics, I think it's safe to say she's had a good run as a character throughout, but I also can't will myself to feel bad if she does die, considering that A, I know she doesn't, and B, why she doesn't. The platform near where Tannis is held up has Pain jokingly remarked which song you want to play before he attempts to murder you with the Agonizer 9000, which presumably was either the means of which the Calypsos were getting iridium or how they were making their sacrifices in the first place. Odd then that Pain was complaining that Carnivora wasn't on the move, as he seemed to imply it needs to be going in order to commence the sacrifices in the first place. But again, we're not sure the relationship Pain and Terror facilitate for the Calypsos other than being streamers in their own right, who simp for them. So you would think they would at least be some kind of competition to the Calypsos. But don't worry, we're going to find out real quick and real awfully how most of this entire segment is wasted, as well as bring up some other issues way back to their head. So you fight the Agonizer 9000 to the point that you punch through the heavy shielding of the robot, exposing some kind of iridium core that Tannis insists you shoot. Once you do, the fragments of the core itself start to vibrate and absorb all around Tannis, managing to free herself from her bonds and revealing herself to be a siren all this time. And not just some siren with new abilities. The same abilities that Angel had before she died, presumably either giving them away to Stannis, strictly sometime after, or randomly as it's implied when a siren does bite the bullet. She messes with the Agonizers, as it's implied that phase shifting allows you to mess around with metallic materials and shuffles Pain and Teller out, and you kill them without any last words from either of them. Of course, you should have a lot of questions regarding why Tannis kept this a secret all this time, or the fact she never used her abilities to free herself so you didn't have to waste fucking time trying to save her, as well as a whole boatload of other questions. But of course, Tannis says she got cut up with all the nonsense already happening not to, and according to Lilith, being a siren puts a target on your back. So, first things fucking last, if it was in Tannis' best interest to keep her siren thing a secret, why the fuck would she literally show off her siren ability to tens of thousands of COV just to free herself from some shackles? She even admits that it doesn't make sense, and we just whimsically jump back to the fucking ship. If Tannis can manipulate machinery, why didn't she ever attempt to free herself at any other point? The whole keeping a secret thing doesn't help, nor does the keeping the target off your backline either, as the Calypsos captured her anyway for different reasons. The top part of Carnivora is literally an open canvas. She could fly away with Angel's aforementioned phase-shifting abilities. Also, real fucking convenient how, when the Calypsos did capture Tannis, that they didn't dress her down in some sacrificial garb that would have revealed the fact that she was a siren, and have Tyrene leash her too. And if Tyrene and Troy can bullshit that combo from anywhere with ease, why didn't they ever use it to stop you saving Tannis, or ever use it to trap Tannis in perpetuity on the Carnivora? They even have an impetus to do so now. They know Tannis is a fucking siren on top of being a super genius. What's even more convenient about Tannis just so happening to have Angel's phase-shifting abilities is that that was the only way she was able to sap Grave Ward, as it's some sort of mesh of machinery alluded to by Typhon in one of the logs regarding how ships are inexplicably pulled into Enus 6's presence. But how the fuck did she know that? And more importantly, how did Lilith? They both act like it's going to work when neither of them have any knowledge about the vault on Enus 6, even less so than Wainwright, who is the fucking son of the man who did. Worse yet, it makes Athena's even more of a red herring, as we can reasonably assume that Tannis had learnt of her siren power probably as soon as when Angel died in Borderlands 2. So that means that Tannis could have replaced Maya in regards to opening the vault on Promethea, even putting aside the fact that one of the playable characters is a siren. Meaning that Ava likely wouldn't have forced herself to watch the spectacle of said vault opening. Also, kind of ironic that Tannis is the only one to scold Ava about blaming Lilith for Maya's death, when inadvertently Tannis also caused Maya's death because of the fact that she wanted to keep it a secret for arbitrary reasons. She literally only decides that it's convenient not to keep it a secret just for the fame and adoration she gets from it, so Tannis, once again, is yet another completely massacred character who simultaneously is a dumbass, a soothsayer, and an attention whore all in one. Can the story get any worse than this? Can almost 4.5 hours of story be literally shorn away by a single scene and some dialogue? Oh yes. Yes it fucking can, as we will find out soon. On the bridge, Tannis informs you that while captured, the Calypsos had gathered a bunch of Iridium in spite of her efforts stopping the pledge drive, and I imagine it would have been slowed further had Tannis remembered she can fucking fly, presumably to open the Great Vault. The Vault Hunter is perplexed that such a thing exists, especially the audience, considering that Pandora has about 4 known vaults in existence, 2 of which bear no purpose to the opening of the Great Vault itself, for reasons. Tannis says that she was sent to a stronghold of which they had initially stockpiled the Iridium while captured. Not sure why she was put there before being sent to Carnivora, unless she was at the stockpile when the Calypsos initially captured her. So Lilith has you go route out that base of operations with Vaughn helping you at Mast. Inexplicably, Roland's Rest is under attack by CLV, to which you predictably wipe out, including the Anointed that are game-changing and simultaneously story-breaking in tow. After defending Roland's Rest, you and Vaughn launch the counterattack of Outrunners and Technicals, only to be wiped out by the turrets that were taken from Vaughn earlier. This is one of only 2 other instances where other Crimson Raiders are at least attempting to help you take out the COV, even if it's to stall the pacing of the game further. So with the turrets impeding your ability to go forward, Tannis has you go to an old doll mine to locate a secret lab of hers that has an Iridium amplifier that will enhance her abilities to the extent that she can control the turrets. Contrived, I'm sure, but it does at least add some context as to what Tannis was up to when she first realized she had Angel's siren powers. There's also a peculiar side quest that you can find that also clears up some loose ends with Handsome Jack's dubious relationship with his daughter, but we'll get to that in a moment. Apparently, when Tannis first succumbed to the siren powers, they were uncontrollable and violent, so she needed an isolated place where she would only do harm to herself rather than others. This is specifically important, as another notable, or notorious character, will get siren powers and somehow control them with ease despite this revelation. Anyhow, you go the long way around, yet again, as the obvious shorter way is blocked off and you have to mow through a tidal wave of bandits to get to the secret lab. And said secret lab contains the side quest, Childhood's End, to which I cannot overstate how even in death, Handsome Jack completely overshadows the Calypsos in terms of character and backstory. So there's a water purifier that needs fixing, which leads down a strange portrait of Handsome Jack with his wife crossed out in etch. Throughout, Tannis embarks you on interacting with some of the items in the strange storage room, mentioning how sirens can imbue items with memories, whether intentional or otherwise. Through the items, we get to see some further introspection on the relationship between Angel and Handsome Jack, as most thought it curious whether Handsome Jack really did care about his daughter during your attempt to kill her in BL2, in the delusional state that he was in, or if he was just emotionally manipulating her to change her mind on her heel turn. Through this, we understand now that Handsome Jack, even as twisted and maniacal as he was, still had that good part of him crammed underneath all the villainy. What's ironic is that we don't get any kind of side mission like this to regard the Calypsos over, or to even give them the context for why they act the way that they do. We don't get any information on whether Tyrene killing her mother affected her in any way compared to how it affected Jack and Angel in the literal 2 minutes of heart-wrenching dialogue we get. And this was just a bonus on top of the implied relationship we did glean from Borderlands 2. Sure, there's always going to be an opportunity for the writers to write out the mistakes or holes that they left in future games, as is customary too with the pre-sequel giving more context to how Handsome Jack got that wicked scar, or why he became so twisted in his pursuit to purge all bandit kind. But honestly, those bits of context for his character was more of an addition to how compelling he was, rather than kicking the can down the road or trying to patch up the potholes left after the fact. It's very telling how poorly written the Calypsos are when the first DLC involving Handsome Jack's Space Casino has a hologram readout of Handsome Jack still emote more compassion and intrigue to his characters than the Calypsos could when they were actually fucking alive. But disregarding the deviations, you acquire the Iridium Amplifier and meet up with Vaughn on his technical for yet another on-rails drive-out similar to the sequence on Promethea. Very little is explained as to how the fuck Vaughn got there before you did, as he presumably was still watching over Roland's rest, but fuck it, it's not like the story's going to get any better from here on out. Through the juxtaposition of vehicular carnage and smooth jazz music, this sequence is at least a little bit better than the Neon Arterial section, as at least you're driving and fighting through a narrow pathway, rather than these arbitrarily boxed-in sewer systems like before. But it's still a curious choice to add on-rail sections to a semi-open world RPS game. Once the Iridium Amplifier is delivered, it's, you guessed it, back on the bridge to talk to Lilith about the game plan going forward. But there's a fork in the road. A fork that might just undo everything you have done since the very beginning of the fucking game that we'll finally address in the next chapter. Before you can head on back to Roland's Rest to finally flush out the COV and the Calypsos, a bit redundant for us to go back to the ship given we already knew the game plan, there's yet another transmission from the Calypsos, coaxing you to look out the window to witness something truly awful. So Troy, using Maya's stolen powers, face locks the moon and proceeds to pull it closer to Pandora itself, with Troy stating that the moon itself is the key to the Great Vault. How did Troy inexplicably gain enough power to pull off a feat like that? Given that we as the audience were led to believe the Calypsos needed to leech the vault monsters in order to open said Great Vault, and so far have only leeched one as far as we know? Well, according to Tyrene, because Troy accidentally, and I mean accidentally, sapped Maya, now they can pull this move off while only needing Iridium in order to open the vault, which means that everything you did up until this point has been for jack fucking shit. Indeed. Quite an amazing feat how one line of dialogue can simultaneously destroy and fix issues within a story. There's even more issues with this setup that I'll have to come over. Keep in mind that Troy and Tyrene were surprised that Troy was able to leech Maya, and that him putting his hand on her arm was not some kind of intentional ploy to get within earshot of Maya. How the fuck were they going to necessitate opening the Great Vault if this was the only means of which to do so? Why does Elpis, the moon of Pandora, not only have a vault inside it, but also is the means of which to open another vault? This also means that the pre-sequel is now irrevocably fucked, as Zarpedon had intended to destroy Elpis on Pandora because of the knowledge of the warrior, but not because of it being the key to the Great Vault itself? what's even worse is that I'm not even mad that you can use Iridium to charge a vault, as that was already established in Borderlands 2. My problem is that we were not told that was the means of which the Calypsos were going to go about opening said Great Vault. They just seem to forget that they could do it up until the writers wrote themselves into a corner now that you could stop the Calypso's plans full stop by just simply not opening said vaults that contain said vault monsters. Or have a vault monster that just so conveniently could be sapped by the only fucking siren that could conveniently have the powers to do it, which just so conveniently happens to be Tannis in spite of her never using said powers that fixed the ship when Claptrap fucked it up, or when Genevieve briefly took over it, who just so conveniently does not embark on opening the vault on Prometheus, so Maya just so conveniently could die to the Calypso so that they just so conveniently phase lock the fucking moon on Pandora that just so conveniently is the key to the Great Vault? Do you see where I'm getting at? The writers have put themselves into a corner, and rather than believably set up the next plot thread, they hastily ignore the corner only to write themselves into another corner by the last plot setup. Nearly 5 hours of the story drilling into your head that the Calypsos want to open the Great Vault and that their means to achieve that goal is the Vault monsters is now categorically wasted, making you wonder why the Calypsos ever even bothered to go to Promethea or Eden 6 at all if they could have done this all this time. And I'm sure you're wondering, assuming you haven't already skipped the video past this point, why does this all matter? It's a video game story after all. I'm sure plenty of other games that have come out this year have had their fair share of bad stories. Hell, even I can see that Borderlands 2, for all of its quality, has some contrivances and issues within the story. So why the acrimony over Borderlands 3's? Well, Randy Pitchford himself made the story matter, as it was going to be the most story-centric of the mainline titles, doubling in length with Borderlands 2's cutscene and dialogue-related story bits, and quadrupling that of Borderlands 1, almost toe-to-toe with Tales in terms of length, not taking into account different outcomes or choices, and triple that of the pre-sequel's length. And while the game first came out, the cutscenes themselves were unskippable. No matter how many times you play it or how many playthroughs you go through, they were right square in your nose. So whether intentional or unintentional, the narrative of Borderlands 3 predicates us giving a shit about the stakes and impact of it, as well as its future iterations. It doesn't matter if primarily the gameplay is of the focus of the Borderlands games, because that excuse died the moment Borderlands 2 amped up its story compared to Borderlands 1, and ideally, one should be able to both appreciate the gameplay and story both in tow, similarly to how Bioshock 1 delicately handles gameplay and story so vividly that I have tattoos to prove my love of the game. So when this bullshit contrivance is built upon every other contrivance we've had to swallow hard to, yes, I think it's necessary to call it out, even if naysayers might call me a hypocrite given how much time I spent playing the game. It's primarily why calling Star Wars a movie about space wizards for children doesn't convince people to turn their brain off to the logical inconsistencies and gaping plot holes within the respective sequel trilogies, and also why people can appreciate the OT and prequel trilogies while also acknowledging its faults. That to be deliberately ignorant of some other media because it gives you that dopamine rush is to relinquish any and all critical thinking to how it makes you feel. Well, frankly, I feel appalled that all that time of me farming vault monsters in COV went to fuck all now that the Calypsos can just bullshit their way out of any situation, making my impact on the world feel ever more delinquent, even as I continue that ongoing grind for the next legendary. It's really the only way you can enjoy Borderlands 3 viscerally, by mentally evacuating the story separate from the gameplay, segregating it in such that it's like playing two different games at a time, and it is with that Borderlands 3 suffers the most from, as alluded to plenty of times before. In fact, I'm certain even the developers knew that, which is why gameplay elements like the Anointed or tiring just teleporting bandits in willy-nilly mess with the story. Both are at odds with one another, and only one can stand, so they went with the strong suit, forsaking the story in lieu of the gameplay. But the summary of this story is not yet over. We have still so much more to get through in spite of how close we are to the finish. After that devil of nonsense, you go and take Ava, because of course we're going to needlessly endanger the entitled 16-year-old because there's something else they're going to set up here soon, saying that Ava was right about running towards the fire. if I hadn't already painfully analyzed how and why Ava isn't in the right on this philosophy. Keep in mind that Ava was scolding Lilith for not wanting to endanger Tannis, yet also scolding Lilith for letting Maya go with you to open the vault in Promethea. Anyhow, you lead the charge to cut off Troy's iridium supply, saying your last wishes to the people on the ship in a similar vein when you charge through Heroes Pass to confront Jack in the Vault of the Warrior. Although there will be something that will completely undo this moment for our heroes, as well as that I have to admit, at least until permanent. Oh yeah, and while you do this, Zero is just inexplicably there, even though I'm sure he was still doing work for Reese, and that Reese is still fighting said corporate war, and Hammerlock is also on the ship, not currently present with Wainwright, to be duly wedded. But hey, if it facilitates a similar sequence for Borderlands 2 without earning it, who cares, right? Tannis charges herself up with the aforementioned amplifier you acquired, neutralizes the turrets, and follows with you and the Crimson Raiders on the main charge ahead. And it is the only other time where it actually feels like you are fighting a war against the COV with your entrusted allies rather than just you doing the dirty work. Ava goes up to near a shutter gate and says that Tina, off screen, gave her some of her bombs that you used way back when freeing Hammerlock. What's even weird is that both Tina and Ava exchange a few lines with one another, like as if they've known each other when they literally never meet each other at any point, not even in the side quests on Pandora. Also, again, amusing how Tiny Tina and the B team just can't be fucked to assist you on this assault other than tertiary, as if again the writers were obliged to put them in, but not in a way that was compelling. But it's lines like this that make me believe there had to be some development that got cut out of the final product of the game in favor of, well, supporting new characters that don't have much gambling on the stakes of Pandora. Oddly enough, during your assault, for the first time, Troy Calypso, not Tyrene, because of course she wouldn't, actually displays frustration that his lackeys aren't killing you and that you're fast approaching towards their doom. Man, a shame that. Too bad the Calypsos couldn't, I don't know, phase lock and teleport your ass into space like I mentioned earlier that they could do with fucking ease. And I know the excuse for them not doing that is that Troy is charging the key for the Great Vault, but we'll get to that reasoning, believe me. Still, it's nice that the facade is finally peeling away, even if we're not going to hear much from Troy very soon. You cut off your iridium supply, to which Wainwright and Reese make a small quip about your efforts to stop the Calypsos, which again is odd considering that as far as they know, they don't have a clue what's going on in Pandora from where they're resided. I guess they just had those lines to remind you that yes, they did exist in some capacity before, but aren't willing nor able to physically be present, anguishing the disassociation that I've noticed that this game suffers in a multitude of ways. At the dig site, the key to the Great Vault is still charging despite you just cutting off the supply, to which Tannis assumes that Troy is sapping Tyrene herself in order to charge it. So of course you have no choice but to take out Troy in order to stop it, although not like you weren't going to anyway, and he fights you while remotely sapping Tyrene and charging said vault key, so again, there's no excuse to why they couldn't have done that aforementioned bullshit combo either. Him leeching Tyrene as she screams in pain as Troy ignores her alludes to his original stance on wanting not to play second fiddle to her anymore now that he feels considerably liberated, and that this negotiation had made of her being the conduit to charge the Great Vault could also be Troy's ploy to sap her. But unfortunately, Troy is not the villain of this story, at least not the main one. He was always going to play second fiddle despite him being arguably more compelling, even if that's not saying much. So remarkably, in spite of him being souped up like Dante from Devil May Cry and all the other inexplicable powers he obtained, you defeat him and he falls over, regretting how close he was to greatness. Yeah, and I imagine you'd be much closer if you didn't let the Vault Hunter do practically everything else to even get that one up on you. And it's not like there was contrived things in Borderlands 2 where Handsome Jack just let you get one-ups on him intentionally like they did. They didn't even have to let you know how they were going to go about charging the Great Vault. They didn't even have to tell you where the Great Vault even is, or what the key is, or anything else. But they deliberately spoon-feed this info because I guess they're so arrogant that they're literally putting a gun up to their own head and telling you to pull the trigger thinking it won't kill them. But I digress. I have to address the nonsense of this cutscene as such, and then complain about it later. So Troy falls over Tyrene, both presumably dead after it seeming Troy had completely drained the life right out of his sister. Ava, who I guess was just a stone's throw behind you while you fought him, shakes over them, not certain if they're truly dead. She touches Troy's arm, only to be imbued with the siren markings that Maya had before she got dusted earlier. Tannis quickly surmises that now with Troy dead, the powers can be granted to the rightful owner, with Lilith looking onward, thinking that was Maya's plan all along. Despite that, Lilith should probably do the same to Tyreen, assuming she is dead. She disregards it for reasons. They fiddle fuck around with the Pandoran Vault key. Also, I guess there's no explanation for why the Calypsos need it here if Elpis was the actual key, until the ground starts to jolt a bit. Tyreen, awoken from the jolt I guess, whispers that Troy actually did accomplish his task and completely absorbs him into herself, including the additional power he was taking in from the Iridium. She chants about the Destroyer awakening, alluding to the very same Destroyer the original 4 Vault Hunters fought in Borderlands 1, and proceeds to hurl a bunch of stones at Lilith, Ava, and Tannis. But not you, because remember, Shadow Realm. Presumably dead, Tyreen takes a gander of what was left of Troy, the prosthetic on his arm that also seemed to control the cambot, and makes one last echo stream before destroying the cambot itself, as she doesn't need it or her loyal followers anymore. At least that's what I gathered from that. And then the fade to black, title crawl, game over.
Psych!
But wait, it's not over yet! Because of course Borderlands 3 would literally make a joke at the expense of its own ending. The rocks start to shift and Ava managed to project a shield around her and Lilith and Tannis just in time with her newly found siren powers, somehow knowing how to use them immediately. As the Great Vault is opening, Lilith surmises that Pandora itself is the Great Vault. Inexplicably, there's just an Echo 3 just lying about randomly with an unknown yet familiar voice screaming about the universe being doomed and such. Picking up the Echo reveals to be none other than the famed Typhon de Leon, who says that the Great Vault is opening and that you have to get to Necrotafeo in order to stop it. Despite Tannis' doubts about him existing, she has you go check out the vault nested here, but apparently isn't the Great Vault itself, which gives you the ability to read those strange Iridium markings scattered about, which will add some more lore details about the mystery behind the Iridians. After acquiring said amplifier, it's back to the crib to analyze it and find the fabled Iridian homeworld. Okay, where to begin with this fucking cutscene? Well, for starters, I guess you can just will siren powers into other people when said bearers die, which calls into question why Lilith never bothered to do the same to Tyreen if it worked for Ava, but again, she didn't because it would necessitate Tyreen continuing to teleport bandits despite the fact that she makes it pretty clear she already got what she wanted out of them and has no use for them. So you would assume that they would not be loyal to her no more. I guess the bandits still hate you enough for them to kill you despite the root teleportation? Also, I highly fucking doubt that it was Maya's plan to have herself killed just so Ava could obtain the powers at this precise moment. Unless again, she read the script and knew that, but contextually within the story, how would she know that? Do sirens just know when they are about to die subconsciously? If so, why didn't Troy foresee that if he ostensibly is one? And if he could, why give your enemies the crumbs in which to fulfill that fate? The point of them acquiring the Pandoran Vault key only seems to be to open this particular vault, which is not the Great Vault itself, but just the staging area for them to charge the key on Elpis? Why choose the most comically aesthetic place to charge it and not somewhere remote where you won't be bothered? I guess you could make the argument that Troy needed the Iridium supply nearby in order to make it work, but as I already proven, Tyreen was going to open the Great Vault by way of leeching the Vault monsters, not by Iridium and not with Troy's stolen Maya powers. Why didn't our respective characters actually check to make sure the Calypsos were dead? Hell, fucking double tap them for good measure, considering how uber powerful they're already demonstrated to be. Although Tyreen also didn't make sure Lilith, Ava, or Tannis were dead too, so I guess all's fair in love and war. Why did Tyreen just fuck off when she already made it apparent she was going after the Great Vault on Pandora? Where did she go exactly on Pandora that would imply she would? Let's also keep in mind that she will show up again in Necrotafeo, like as if she's so powerful now she can just teleport with those powers there when need be. Considering the fake ending, I guess the writers really thought they were being cheeky with alluding to the next Borderlands title in the game, despite that it takes out any engagement with us afraid for the lives of those characters, as well as undoing our last wishes with the characters on the ship, as we're just going to meet up with them again. So yeah, so much for that laugh out loud fake out. All you had to do to accomplish it was once again bait and switch our expectations and also suck out our engagement ever further to be self-deferential once again. Seeing as Tannis had just mentioned earlier that she couldn't control her powers when she first got them, how did Ava control it in such a way as to perfectly shield herself in that moment, as well as Lilith and Tannis, and fly off course a ways before descending off? I mean, shit. I originally didn't want to call Ava a Mary Sue, but she's really giving off the vibe considering how much she's thrust into the main story inexplicably and is given powers for no other reason but the plot demanding it, while also perfectly utilizing them moments later. Also, real fucking great that Maya had to die just so this annoying, whiny, and entitled prick, not to jab off Cartoon Shy's gimmick here, could obtain her powers, which again was Ava's fault. So you wouldn't think her deserving of it, but what do I know? I guess according to Lilith, Maya had planned this from the get-go, which then would make you wonder why Maya would take an accomplice that will end up killing her because of her own arrogance getting in the way of sensible reason. Second to last, why is there just an Echo lying about? Could the writers not even be damned at this venture to convincingly have Typhon show up near the end of the story? I guess you can make the argument that this was Troy's Echo that he was using up until you killed him, but the thing is, we don't see an Echo lying near his prosthetic, nor the prosthetic itself when it is there. And assuming that it is Troy's Echo and his connection with Typhon, why didn't Typhon ever make contact with them at any other point? He screams that, "You doomed the universe!" like as if he is talking to them, so why hadn't he reasoned with them before? More importantly, how the hell is Typhon seeing what you're seeing from Necrotafeo? I highly doubt that even as brimming as a light as a Great Vault could be discernible from space other than looking like a comet passing by, and if he can, that would mean that Necrotafeo isn't as secret as a plan as we once thought. There is a visual tidbit that will somewhat clear up how he knows that the Great Vault is opening, given how long he's probably been on Necrotafeo itself, but still, this Echo is just lying there perfectly for Typhon to get in contact with you, just as you need to find your bearings once more. But lastly, Troy's wasted potential for an arc. Arguably, Troy was much more compelling of a villain as Tyrene, simply by the fact that he started as purely subservient to Tyrene's wishes, slowly building his confidence and independence through leeching Maya and manning the reins on Eden 6. Even if I think Maya's death is stupid and nonsensical and comes at the cost of making Ava look bad, I can't deny that it does build intrigue into Troy, and I myself would have loved to see him betray Tyrene, to take the power for himself and slowly lose his cool and facade like he alluded to when he was attempting opening the Great Vault. But unfortunately, we don't, and Tyrene, who hasn't changed a note from day one, is still completely set about her ways to go charge the Great Vault. Open it. For fuck's sake, she doesn't even feel anger or sadness from Troy's death, the only family member that stuck out with her to the end, who, through some ecologues, actually helped prop her up as the god queen she is now. His death to her was just yet another means to an end of which has gone unchanged and unconcerned considering her penchant for ego. True, Troy wouldn't have had that much more going for him if he had taken her place, but at least Troy was willing to put aside the facade and deal with you swiftly, and to be brutally honest about who he is as well as Tyrene. We still wouldn't get a clue as to their morality on the whole matter, or why they believe they have to obtain popularity through wanton acts so carelessly, or why it never bothers them doing it. But it would substantially give more character into a villain than we ever get with Tyrene, who is as mindless in her pursuit as she is in her character. And now, to Necrotafeo. Back at Sanctuary 3, you go to Tannis' lab to inspect the aforementioned Iridian slab Tannis had lying out up until she could decipher it, now ameliorated with that artifact you just got. Through it, we get to hear of a siren known as Nereid, who had used her subconscious ability to imprint artifacts across the galaxy to remark some additional lore tidbits similar to Typhon's, validated by the side quest Childhood's End earlier with Angel imprinting the memories onto things out of nowhere. Again, similar to the Typhon logs, these also help to patch up but also add more questions regarding the intent and nature behind the Iridians' doing, as if you go through the areas you've already combed up until your descent on Necrotafeo, you'll find that Pandora was created as an artificial prison of sorts for the Destroyer, and that its 200-year opening was a ruse to sate the Destroyer's appetite rather than some passing of the orbit. Apparently, The process of iridium forming was the mantle of Pandora's core that was broken out as a result of the original 4 Vault Hunters having defeated the Destroyer rather than succumbing to its will. But then that calls into question just how much Jack knew about the Destroyer, Pandora, or the Iridians, considering that in Borderlands 2, he had led them along to fight the Destroyer all this time, either to cut down the competition of Atlas, or to make a profit off the Iridium that was underneath. More importantly, the Warrior's existence, according to Nereid, was made only to stop would-be rebels in Iridian's group from saving the Destroyer by breaking through the elaborate prison, answering the call of whoever awakened it. The problem here is that the Iridians also built Elpis as the key to said elaborate prison, and then stored a vault that supposedly had knowledge of this coup, which if the Iridians had wanted to keep intruders from trespassing through into the Great Vault itself, it would behoove of them not to store that valuable information. Also unrelated is that the whole 6 Sirens theory is now plagued with the mention of a 7th that Nereid swears that no one should find, leading me to believe that Troy was initially the 7th given that he's the outlier amongst the sisterhood we've come to know. Although, seeing as he was surgically grafted onto Tyrene from birth makes me also suspect that both were supposed to be entwined into one Siren that can give powers and take them away, even if Troy being able to grant people powers isn't really explained other than here. Seeing as in order for you to even get informed on any of this information, you literally have to backtrack to the prior areas you've explored, makes it feel like an afterthought the writers put in to further retcon certain accomplishments the Vault Hunters had made in the prior games. As, with the Destroyer still being at large, makes the already dour feat of defeating it in Borderlands 1 even more wasted, and makes the Warrior's presence inconsequential to the Iridian's greater purpose. More importantly, nowhere does the logs mention the importance of the Vault of the Traveler from Tales, the Vault of the Leviathan, or the Vault in the Torg Arena from Borderlands 2's respective DLCs, or of the importance of any other vault outside of Promethea or Eden 6, like with Xylurgos in the Heart of Githian from Borderlands 3's own DLC, which makes that revelation that Lilith found near the end of Borderlands 2 just wishful thinking, as all the other vaults serve no greater purpose beyond fighting a big enemy monster, which honestly, I was fine with the idea that the vaults themselves are just these elaborate prisons for the untold horrors of the universe, but with this additional info, it's like they want to have it both ways. Give the Destroyer some greater purpose beyond while also giving you a raid boss to farm for legendaries over and over again. And neither work because, as I've just mentioned, the gameplay supersedes the story they're trying to tell. So you go and set a course for Necrotafeo, which apparently they don't have the time to explain how they managed to triangulate the location of it to make it if it's supposedly the secret Iridian homeworld. There are 2 working theories for how they were able to do it without necessarily explaining it. One is that the large beam protruding out Pandora made it a straight shot towards Necrotafeo, as that same beam is protruding from it, even if we are to disregard the fact that light traveling that far would likely retract in a variety of ways just due to whatever is between said planets, but okay, I'll give that a pass. The second, and a more absurd theory, is that the Crimson Raiders were able to take Typhon's transmission through that echo device they picked up and figure out exactly where he was transmitting from, which makes me want to go back to that cutscene again. So remember how Typhon had embarked on his journey to the Iridian homeworld decades ago? Well, my best guess is that he left there shortly before the events of Borderlands 1, and assuming he did find it, means that the Echo he was likely using during that time would be severely outdated to the Echo 3 that Claptrap gave you, and likely the Echo that Troy or Tyrene were holding. So how was Typhon even able to make a transmission to the Raiders with an antiquated piece of tech from so far away? What does the Echo 3 do that is anywhere an improvement on the prior Echo logs other than the offhand line mention about it combusting? Apparently, the Echo logs also transmit on the same frequency to be heard from to be able to make this happen, as if it was even 1 hertz off, it would sound like white noise from a TV. Even if we disregard all that, this line of reasoning is absurd as it pulls off a similar contrivance in The Rise of Skywalker, where they establish heavily that in order to reach the secret Sith homeworld of Exegol safely past the space tumors, that you need a Sith Wayfinder, and Rey, with the Sith Wayfinder, is somehow able to transmit her location to the Resistance so that they too can also make it there inexplicably, meaning that Exegol shouldn't be as secret of a planet if you could do this all this time. Which also means that Necrotafeo should be relatively easy to find too, if all you need is 1 doofus with an Echo transmitting wherever the fuck on there, and someone to keep tabs on it, which apparently the Echo is so powerful in terms of its radio wave frequency that it doesn't get interrupted by anything else it passes through when you do it either. So no, that theory is bunkum, and even if it was true, it makes what we actually see on Necrotafeo even more absurd. Using the drop pod once again reminds me that there used to be an explanation for why we needed to use it in the first place. And other than the Promethea arc, is the only other time that would make sense to do this, seeing as with Necrotafeo being apparently secret would mean that not a lot of life has been formed on it. As it turns out, apparently Lilith is using Typhon's echo frequency in order to track his location, and presumably was how they were able to find Necrotafeo in the first place. So I guess that light beam wouldn't have been more practical than turning the Echo device into a plot device, now that not only are NPCs able to subconsciously know what you're doing at all times, but that Typhon, by all accounts, should have been marooned on this planet by himself for long if anyone could track his echo frequency. Which we find out quite soon as you go on to discover that Maliwan is also posted here, despite not having a compelling reason to be here, but we'll get to that reason soon enough. I guess the writers wanted an excuse for you to fight the arbitrary mega corporation yet again, so you didn't have secondhand forgetfulness that you ever did fight them to begin with. For now, all we know is that they tried to set up camp and were presumably rid of by the fauna around, so you clear those out and make it closer to Typhon. A robot named Grouse greets you and clears a veil that looks like a cliff face to hide the location, even though said location would be compromised given the aforementioned tracking radio frequencies bit. You also meet his accomplice or rival from a certain point of view, Sparrow, who is like the yin to Grouse's yang. There's a Typhon log that does mention that he picked up some droids before his route to Necrotafeo, but given that the design is akin to Maliwan reminds me again how much things got rushed in terms of some design choices meshing with the aesthetic, like with Maliwan droids and tech being present on a Jacob's own fleet cruiser. Then, you finally meet Typhon de Leon, not exactly what you expect in terms of proportion or legend, but in any case, a hearty, good-natured lad in spite of his situation and standing. Oddly enough, of all the new characters that you do meet, Typhon is the one that you know of even before you meet him, with the aforementioned Typhon log scattered about key areas in the story. It's too bad that none of the other new characters we get to know of got a similar treatment, because I feel that if they did, they wouldn't suffer this disassociation from the stakes going on in Pandora, even if the Destroyer would wreak havoc on the universe. It's also particularly why Typhon is the best written yet shortest lived character in Borderlands 3, as we get to mentally paint an image of someone before we even know if we'll ever see them in the flesh. And I do mean shortest lived, as Typhon does not waste a moment talking your ear off like he hasn't had anyone to talk to in years, which is technically true, but more importantly because of other story bits later on that, again, I will have to admit. So Typhon shows you the entrance to the Machine, which was the original means of which to lock up the Destroyer to begin with. Typhon says that you need 4 vault keys to open said entrance to, which apparently the Vault Hunter already had 3 on their person despite all the keys being nestled in Tannis' lab as previously established every time you did open a vault or got a key fragment. Also, Athenas, for it apparently being a breeding ground for sirens and having a vault fragment that Typhon couldn't have known of but apparently had the full Promethean vault key anyway, serves no purpose to the opening of the machine despite it having one of the key fragments, and that said means to power the machine will need the sirens to do so, as also illustrated by Nereid in her logs. It again paints this huge red stain across Athenas as it logistically serves no greater purpose to the Iridian's doings, conflicts with what Typhon originally said in his logs and the motives of Atlas, makes Maya's death a formality so that Ava can get them for herself, and also makes Tyrine's knowledge of the vaults and key fragments superficial to the bloated and constantly gaping plot holes as we power through the story. Not to mention the pacing of Necrotafeo is pretty fucked as well, seeing as the writers faked their own ending and needed to get to the real ending as quickly as need be. Typhon needs the 4th and last vault key and knows where it is, tasking us with finding it in the next chapter. Typhon says that he hid the last key near the vault that he and his wife, Leda, had scoured long ago, tasking with you to retrieve it but not going with, assuming you'd get lost along the way. Which seems a bit odd since he'll direct your course via Echo anyway, yet has no reason to stay at base other than to watch over the entrance to the machine. Anyhow, Maliwan of course is going to intrude upon your ability to make it to said vault, with General Daniel Trant leading the charge, the older brother that Captain Trant mentioned earlier that he was trying to make an impression on with his assault on Athenas. General Trant himself specifically mentions that
Tyrene Calypso said you'd show up sooner or later.
Which again puts more stops into the plot to ask some further questions. So given that Tyrene had broke out of the deal she made with Maliwan shortly after Katagawa bit the dust, and even took a page from his eventual betrayal of them to kill Montgomery during the Eden 6 arc, why is Maliwan still on good terms, or at least allegiant to Tyrene or the COV? There's even COV propaganda radio towers that were manned by Maliwan present to serve as another challenge called Crimson Radio, where you help Moxie disable those propaganda broadcast towers in a similar format to liberating radio towers in the Far Cry series. Does General Trant even know that Katagawa is dead, or that Maliwan soldiers turned on the COV once they knew of Katagawa's betrayal? More problematic is that Tyrene supposedly had anticipated your arrival in Necrotafeo, which your only means of being here are of a fucking echo log that was left on the ground that she could have picked up at any moment, assuming it was Troy's echo. And even if we assume she didn't take it because she thought Lilith, Ava, and Tannis were dead, she warned Trant that you, as in the 4 Vault Hunters trapped in the Shadow Realm during the important cutscene bits, would come to Necrotafeo as a result of picking up said echo log. Also, that means that Tyrene must know of the importance of Necrotafeo in regards to stopping her plans, yet she only seems to do anything about it the moment you attempt closure of the Great Vault via the machine, acting as though she's surprised it could be closed at any moment. Even if we are to disregard all that, what does General Trant get out of impeding your progress into the Necrotafeo Vault unless he's just acting on the assumed deal Katagawa made with Tyrene? Their presence here would honestly make more sense if the Calypsos had struck a deal with Katagawa, and as an additional aside to said deal, had General Trant with his men stifle Typhon from interfering with the Calypso's interests. But we don't get any kind of background behind that, and that supposedly General Trant is only here out of personal reasons of you killing his brother and nothing else, which makes his character equally vain as his, as he's basically a carbon copy of him both in mannerisms and in gameplay. That little tidbit would fix how Maliwan are just inexplicably here on Necrotafeo, while also ensuring that Tyrene doesn't seem conveniently absent-minded about the importance of the machine, while also knowing ahead of time you'd come. There's a segment of shenanigans involving fighting more Maliwan troops and Trant blowing up a bridge in order for you to reach the vault easily, having to go the long way around as Typhon briefly mentions how echo encryptions are easy to hack into, foreshadowing his connection to what Tyrene said earlier about listening in on your conversations. What's odd is that apparently Typhon himself didn't anticipate that same trick being used for or against him, as that would be how Maliwan would have arrived here to stir havoc and how you were able to find the secret Iridian homeworld so fucking easily. You eventually confront Trant and defeat him in a similar manner to his younger brother, literally because they are both designed the same, even the arena you fight him in is similar. Anyhow, Typhon does mention that he's standing guard of the machine while you're out looking for the vault, so I guess that issue with him not being physically present is bandaged up. Throughout, Lilith starts to get a bit more talkative with Typhon through the echo, which is a sentiment that I wish happened more often during the Eden 6 segment, especially between the B team of Vault Hunters she's known since the beginning, but oh well, can't complain about spoiled milk. She asks how Typhon found Necrotafeo, which Typhon goes on a tangent about him and Leda getting caught up in their own lust while navigating the stars, crash landing and surviving on the Iridian homeworld throughout. Typhon mentions that he and Leda had 2 kids shortly before Leda died, that he had trouble trying to raise them by himself, and that the only thing that seemed to entrance them was of his tales about his heroics of yore. If this giving a hint about who those kids actually were wasn't already obvious, don't worry, it'll come quite clear later on. During the travel, there are still Maliwan troops posted there, to which Typhon assumes they're after the vault on Necrotafeo itself, despite that he had already opened it. Also perplexing is that as far as Katagawa's deal went, the COV were granted the riches of the vault in exchange for the aforementioned cannon fodder, which is also conveniently not present in the midst of fighting Maliwan soldiers. I wonder if the writers realized they made their own mistake and decided to try to forget it was made to begin with in making a side quest. Validated by this is that one of the means of which to activate the elevator to the vault is missing a crystal, found by a lieutenant of Trant's who relays him the map message only to get silence and a vault hunter squaring him off. So, again, Molly 1's presence here is a complete faux pas, so that you're not just breezing through to the vault, and to arbitrarily fight a mega corporation that has even less depth to their reasons for fighting you than Atlas did in Borderlands 1. As soon as the elevator rises, Tyrene starts to talk again after what seemed like an eternity since she made herself known. Although a eternity not hearing Tyrene is like 5 minutes given how much she talks your ear off, hoarsely congratulating your arrival in Necrotafel while chastising you wasting your time, despite her presumably hiring/warning General Trant of your arrival and intending on you stopping said descent. Typhon seems to ignore what Tyrene just said, bluntly telling you to move up on ahead until Tyrene refers to him as her father, and he his little starlight. This revelation comes with Tyrene telling you that everything she and Troy knew up to this point about the vaults was because of Typhon, and him telling them of his exploits searching the vaults, while also guilt-tripping Typhon by mentioning that it was you who killed Troy. Considering that if Typhon is able to communicate and had tried to communicate to the Calypsos would mean that he would at least be somewhat aware of what they've been doing, it seems vain how Tyrene is going to guilt-trip someone else for something you justifiably did, considering she spares no expense killing the lives of millions for her own fulfillment and ego. Also, this eye-opening twist will come with its own issues, particularly with how this apparent knowledge they know of is only utilized scarcely as, if they were smart, wouldn't let you in on said knowledge and would have planned their course of action in a much different way. But we'll have to get to that bit later, as we are nearing the twilight of the story here. Nevertheless, Typhon ignores the taunts and says he'll talk with you once you get closer to the vault itself. There's a strange Iridian device that Typhon has you activate so that Typhon can just teleport in safely, which makes me wonder why the fuck he couldn't have given you the same courtesy if he had this technology all this time, unless you need a person on the other end to do so, which is about the best explanation I could muster as to why. The Vault Hunters begin trying to explain why they killed Troy, but Typhon already knows the answer. He was a monster and that despite his unpleasantness to seeing his own son be killed, is grateful that at least he can't harm anyone else anymore. This is a nice change of nuance and introspection to a character we aren't going to associate with long enough. That someone like Typhon can rationalize the potential hurt he might feel with Troy's death, also curb with him knowing the wanton acts they've done throughout the galaxy. Why Typhon hadn't told you that his kids were the Calypsos more plays into how he personally feels guilty for the way that they became, and that he doesn't want his legacy to be stained by letting them run rampant while he sat disheveled in the machine. Of course, the issue here is that there isn't much input as to what exactly Typhon did that spurned the Calypsos in this particular way. Supposedly he was a third-rate father, but beyond telling the Calypsos way too much about the knowledge of the vaults, his behavior and attitudes all seem to be extremely humbling and thoughtful. Hell, even when the Calypsos remark on their father, it isn't with hate or ire. In fact, they borrow a lot of his mannerisms, like with mentioning turd farming, or the line, "If you follow in the footsteps of giants, you'll get shat on," both alluded to by them and Katagawa as well. Hell, they're almost gratified at how much Typhon gave them everything they needed to rule the galaxy, and that the only other known mistake Typhon did was trap them on Necrotafel out of concern of their well-being after Leda died. There isn't enough to inform the Calypso's mindset, as you would think following Typhon's nice and humbling motives would have also translated that same generosity to their following and to you. Yet the Calypsos are unrepentant in their actions, extremely arrogant to the point of laying out their plan like a schematic to you, unapologetic to how they mislead and mistreat their following, that all that somehow culminates simply because they were stargazing a little too much and were swooned by being heroes like their father. What's also curious is that there isn't any information on Leda we get to know of, how she behaved, who she looked like, what she sounded like, that would further inform the behavior of the Calypsos in any way that would convince me that they would go about ruling the galaxy without a shred of regret or shame. Obviously, I'm not going to say that knowing more about the relationship between Typhon and the Calypsos would have fixed all the issues regarding the Calypsos' morality, but it could have remedied why they act the way that they do. But we don't get anything like that in any ancillary echolots that you can find on Necrotafel. Only how Tyrene and Troy sneaked away from Typhon's sight by fixing the original crashed ship that he landed here to begin with. So with that in mind, the Calypso's arc, as far as I'm concerned, is complete. They were lured into the prospect of heroism, that they were willing to do villainous acts unceasingly, led a bandit cult through peppering them with promises of wealth in the Great Vault, then proceeded to go through a similar parallel in Typhon's own story, through my only guess is to make you their Aslan de Vega so that they could emerge victorious at the end of it. They weren't ever going to have the nuance to explain how they justified the ramifications of their actions, or why they tossed away Typhon's otherwise good intentions as caging them like animals, and why their morality or ethics don't mirror his, or why exactly they ditched his last name in favor of another to blatantly obfuscate their connection to him while also admiring the info he gave them. So now, Tyreen, by all accounts, has no redeeming qualities as a villain, nor even the qualities of a villain in regards to how she views herself as a hero or serving an ulterior motive, or serving the means to an end. She's just another Saturday morning cartoon villain that you'll paint her head across a wall just like with Genevieve, Trant, Aurelia, and Katagawa, and forget soon after. Conclusions about character motives aside, Typhon gives you the Necrotafeo vault key presiding over Lada's grave, and the Iridium Fabricator as reward for pulling your own weight throughout, vying over and over to fix the mess that he ultimately created. How so? Well, let's find out. As with all the other keys prior, the Necrotafeo vault key needs to be charged, so it's back to the lab on Sanctuary yet again. Tannis decides to volunteer Ava to help charge the vault key as well, given that she's a Siren too, despite that Ava hadn't consumed any Iridium, at least not any that we see firsthand. You know, speaking of that vault key, there's a log where Typhon says that he and Leda had presumably fought the vault monster in Necrotafeo, meaning that they had found the vault key for it and somehow charged it. By whom, though? Unless Leda was secretly a Siren all this time, which, given how little we do get to know of her, could be plausible, they wouldn't have had a means to open the vault. Unless this said vault also functions under the same rules as the Destroyer, which already turned out not to be the case with Nereid's input, there's a strange contrivance wherein going to the vault itself isn't the issue more than what lays ahead. It'd be kind of nifty to have Typhon come with you to fight this monster that he couldn't himself, given that by what we do know he couldn't have, and him not fighting it wouldn't even be an issue itself in terms of plot, as it only contains the gun, and where Typhon would lay Leda the rest. The only issue I could see with this playing out is that the Calypsos had presumably hid something near her headstone as a surprise for Typhon, as they exclaim that's the one place he doesn't visit to, at least often on Necrotafeo. It again shows how, in spite of Necrotafeo being the shortest section of Borderlands 3 you visit, it has the most issues, as it feels as though the writers had given up on the story, seeing as they butchered their own fake ending and didn't want to leave it on a cliffhanger, while also being rushed to completion. There is some smoke signals and rumors that would attest to that, but it's hard to tell when the design process for Borderlands 3 began, seeing as it was 5 years since Gearbox had worked on a mainline title for the franchise in any capacity. I digress. Tannis and Ava charge the key, with Ava unsure if the machine would work as it says it will. Tannis ensures that it will, and if it doesn't, it does otherwise a better result than Tyreen leeching the monster for godlike power. She joins with you to Necrotafeo with Typhon to get the machine up and running, so to speak. The process for getting the machines going is a bit convoluted, as you need the keys in order to make way for the entrance, but also need to offer the keys to power some of the processes of it too. Also of note is that the last time the machine was used, that it needed the souls of many sacrificed in order to conjure it closing the Destroyer, to which Nereid had killed off the Iridians in order to do so, regretting the decision morally. This will be an important tidbit, as our respective Siren buddies will charge it with relative ease and not with this moral conundrum in tow. While you're out to head to the Promethea pedestal, Typhon says something that really gets my head rolling with questions. He says that of all the things that he did tell his kids, he never told them about the machine, meaning that he also likely never showed them the entrance or what it facilitates. So with that in mind, what exactly was Tyreen trying to keep from you if she had warned General Trant you would arrive, while also not knowing the importance of the machine? She even contradicts this warning by saying that Necrotafeo has nothing to offer you, and then contradicts herself again the moment that you're in the process of using it. So she has to know by some extent the importance of the machine, right? But how would she know if Typhon is being honest? Unless she stumbled upon the entrance of it, which still wouldn't clue to her in to the significance of said entrance, Not to mention her and Choi never taking the Necrotafeo vault key for themselves if she did know the importance of it as a contingency, and if she also knew the importance of the other 3 vault keys and never attempted taking them for herself, how would she know? Unless we're going by Avatar logic and the knowledge of all the previous sirens passes down to the newest siren and the powers of Tyrene being implied to be a parallel of Nereids, and her knowing the importance of the machine vicariously through that, there isn't any outside lore info that would give her clues to it. Nevertheless, you offer the keys to the pedestal, and occasionally have to deal with COV2 because Tyrene somehow knows you're here specifically for that, and is able to still summon bandits from, presumably, all the way from Pandora, who are loyal to her cause. I've already addressed this issue earlier with her power level being so ridiculously high that it squashes any believability in the stakes of the story, especially of how easily you just beat Troy given how much he was probably leeching out of Tyrene and of the Iridium, or how the bandits shouldn't be loyal to Tyrene if that cutscene is anything to go by, but gameplay wise we wouldn't want to just stroll through the machinations of the machine with ease, and as I already demonstrated, if it serves the gameplay the story will neck itself to sate it. Once all the pedestals are activated, Tannis wants Lilith to see what is being transpired, which apparently calling for Lilith now means Lilith and Ava, as she is also here, because of course she would be. Anyhow, the machine doesn't seem to be powering, and Lilith guesses that a siren needs to interact with it. And Tannis does, powering the machine despite her only having taken a small dosage of Iridium to enhance her powers, and not of the countless millions Nereid sacrificed in order to cage and destroy her. Somehow, while this is going on, Ava just knows that the vault on Pandora is closing, despite there not being any obvious visual clue to attest to that, and that is when Tyrene needs to intervene and summon more COV and herself down to stop it. But before that miserable little cutscene plays out, Tyrene spills one last monologue about her and Troy's pursuit of fame and stars. As far back as the beginning, the foreshadowing of their desires were sprinkled in by Marcus's narration, also serving as a parallel for you traveling across the stars by way of the Sanctuary 3 Ratchet & Clank style, wanting nothing more than fame and adoration like with the previous Vault Hunters of yore, including Typhon. As I've doubtless already counted, this motivation of fame for fame's sake is extremely vain, especially considering where that motivation was inspired from. I haven't addressed this before in the video, as I feel it a meme now whenever I hear it watching EFAP, but the theme of this story, as far as I can glean, is of chasing fame and ego at any cost. What with the Calypsos mimicking the cult of personality that comes from admiring a, so to speak, god through the lens of Twitch or YouTube, I could buy the idea that there are some people who are willing to do extremely unrepentant things if it means obtaining popularity, like with Onision or Keemstar for instance. The problem here is that with those personalities, there's an ethos that they stand by, a code of conduct that they expect others to follow suit. More importantly, there's a reason they had their audience to begin with, whereas within the context of the Calypsos unifying the bandit clans into all one tight-knit group, it doesn't earn how it establishes that bond between the viewer and the viewee. And given that Tyrene herself learned everything she needed to control the galaxy via Typhon, she never even needed the bandit clans united to begin with other than as a food supply, which you'd think she would just cut out the middleman and go with that. More importantly, if you leech everyone and everything that would adore you, how can you be a star if you decide you should only exist on this planet? Sounds like a pretty lonely concept given that her entire motivation to be one was because of how isolated she and Troy were on Necrotafeo. What I'm getting at is that the theme of the story doesn't earn how it sets it up, and the motivations of the antagonists and how they go about fulfilling that motivation doesn't come from somewhere genuine, nor does it make any sense given how Tyrene quite literally at this venture wants to pluck stars with her leeching ability. It's particularly why Tyrene's sophistry of her supposedly given the bandit clan's purpose to their wasted lives is vain, because she doesn't believe it for a second. You could believe that Handsome Jack really sees himself as a hero through a certain lens, and even he remarks some wisdom and tales about how everyone sees themselves as the hero of their own story. But with Tyrene, never once does she ever entertain the idea that the Vault Hunters are the problem, or how the bandit clan should be left well enough alone to hurt themselves in peace, or even the absurd idea that Tyrene leeching them to her is giving them peace from the harm you've caused them for their entire livelihoods. Which also brings up another theme of the story about corporatism that is also damaged by how we interact with the story, but I'll go on about the overarching message of Borderlands 3 once we've completed the story. I just wanted to tackle this particular theme, as this is about one of the last lines Tyrant will deliver before the end. And lo, another cutscene plays out, and I'll have to address it in full before tackling each bit. So Tyrene physically makes her presence known, and Ava desperately tries to hold onto the bubble she's projecting while Tannis is nearly done with closing the machine to ward her off. Of course, to no avail, Tyrene breaks through and knocks out the respective heroes, except for you, because you don't exist for this to play out. She breaks a crystal that I assume was a conduit for powering the machine, and Lilith, out of some form of stupid bravery, tries to shoot Tyrene, to which hilariously fails, and she grabs her in a similar way the last time she did. She even makes a quip regarding as such before getting jostled by Typhon's whip. Oddly enough, it does restrain her for a moment, in which we get even the faintest interaction between father and daughter, and a moment for Tyrene to be a bit upset with him for a moment, blaming him for not wanting to take the universe for themselves. Typhon of course tries to be pragmatic, only giving them what he could given how little he knew of being a father, and Tyrene ignores that sympathy, grabbing him by the throat as well. Typhon decides to try to jihad him and her with a bomb, only for Tyrene in a split second contain and absorb the power of the grenade, blasting Typhon against the wall. She looks around for a bit, like as if she's confused as to what to do, before teleporting off, presumably back to Pandora yet again. Lilith recovers to console Typhon, who on his dying breath wants you to stop her and to not be the last Vault Hunters. So to start, it's nice that Ava doesn't exude a factor of the Mary Sue by being able to hold back Tyrene, considering how much more powerful she is compared to her, so that's pretty consistent with their characters. What's odd to me, though, is that when Tyrene knocks them all out, Lilith, the only one who doesn't have siren powers, yeah, I know, I'm not considering Typhon in this example, is the first to get up. Nowhere does Ava or Tannis recover from this catnap they're having, which would have been an interesting dynamic to see Tyrene fend off 4 people at once to obfuscate the 2-on-1 fight she's normally engaged in. The crystal that was being used to power the machine isn't really explained all that much in terms of how it necessitates closing the vault, but if Tyrene knew that it was the means to power it, that means she knows something about the machine or how to get into it, which again makes me wonder the choices she and Troy made all the way up to this point, like with how they literally had 2 cutscenes in which they could have snatched the vault keys in full, like with the Promethea key during the cutscene with Ava and Maya, or when Tyrene attempts killing Lilith, Ava, and Tannis when Ava was holding the Pandoran vault key. I guess she either didn't care they were reported to stopping her, as her reckless arrogance has already proven to be a huge logistical fault with how she makes her decisions, or the fact that she likely didn't know, as Typhon just explained, that he never told her about the machine. Or, if Tyrene could destroy that power conduit, means she could have destroyed the Pandoran vault key when she initially gave it to Mouthpiece, especially if it meant that the trail would have ran cold for the Vault Hunters to figure out where she and Troy were going to next for their claim to fame. Also, if Tyrene again knew of the importance of the vault keys, wouldn't her not killing Montgomery and Eden 6 ensure that the Crimson Raiders would have never been able to stop her plans of opening the Great Vault? Because the only reason you're set about finding it is by Wainwright's order because of Montgomery being killed off screen and Hammerlock being captured. And the only reason the Calypsos didn't acquire the key in full was that the people they hired were apparently massively incompetent at their job, calling into question why they would hire them to do the deed. Or why they work with a corporation if Tyrene's apparent philosophy on the corporations was that they lead the bandit clans destitute to begin with. Or if said corporation would wind up betraying them, but not really, considering Tron's presence. Or if they needed the key to leech a monster, but also not really, because lol Waridium. I said I would go into detail the strange choices the Calypsos make, given what they know and how them laying you on the details, even if sparingly, forced Tyrene's hand to do exactly what she did just now. But let's go on. The exchange between Typhon and Tyrene is alright for the most part, even if it doesn't justify Tyrene's continued actions, nor does she have a shred of regret for killing him, because it's literally the only time that Tyrene's mood actually changes, even if for a split second. And while I would complain that Tyrene being able to contain an explosive blast with her siren powers is just more bullshit powers willed into existence, again, the writers have already summarily done damage to the extent of siren powers such that it's become bullshit magic like with the Force in Rise of Skywalker. Lastly, I know that Tyrene is going to leech to destroy on Pandora, but why didn't she attempt leeching Ava or Tannis? She even implied she was going to finish off Lilith like she originally intended, and boy, we're going to get to that, aren't we? And seeing as both were knocked out of the fight, why not ensure that they too can't intervene? It just seems odd how the Calypsos constantly leave their enemies behind, never ensuring their death, especially considering Tyreen did try to kill them earlier, but apparently isn't interested in killing them now for reasons I can only assume because she now can't be stopped in sapping the Destroyer. To which she decides to fuck off again and have Typhon say his last wishes, which is a shame they would go about killing off a character we get to know of so much up until you meet him, only to die considering how much knowledge he likely did have about the importance of not just those 4 vaults, but of the other ones you've encountered in the prior games, or of the lore behind the Borderlands series as a whole. It just seems strange that the concussive blast blowing him against the wall would be the thing that did him in, considering that he's fought multiple monsters tens of thousands his size and had to improvise to survive out in Pandora and from Atlas. You'd think a more practical death, like with Tyreen sapping him, would be the death knell, and probably serve as some bitter irony that she would kill the very vault hunters that made her want to be one to begin with. So what is there left now but to kill Tyreen and inevitably the Destroyer itself? What magic does the last chapter of this story hold that will leave audiences confused, angry, and baffled at the sheer stupidity of it? You'll find out soon enough. So it's back on the ship. Just kidding! It's time for the final showdown between Tyreen and you, the 4 Vault Hunters who up to this point have largely been absent from any of the goings-on in the cutscenes. But how are we to know where Tyreen just went, given that Pandora, the entire planet, is the key to the Destroyer, meaning she could be anywhere at any time? Well, Tannis says that the machine works on an interdimensional level, which is just yet more bullshit magic so that we can get swiftly to the final boss fight, as Tannis is able to conjure a literal portal to her destination. Lilith says that in spite of her being a leader, that she does not belong on the front line, saying that this is your fight to do. This will be important, as again, the notorious final cutscene will forget that little line as she and the rest of the gang will be there despite them not going into the portal with you. Through the portal, Tannis mentions that even stopping Tyreen won't stop the vault from spilling out, as the moon of Elpis is too close to keep it being closed. Again, extremely important note given the circumstances of which they solved that issue. Lilith understands this but wants to prioritize taking out the devil we know before the more grandiose issue comes ahead. Supposedly, Ellie says that she won't let you fight Tyreen alone, implying that she would use the Sanctuary 3 in some way to fend her off if need be, but she doesn't, which is a shame given that we don't know if the Sanctuary 3 has any defense systems, given that they could have likely been ambushed by Maliwan during their takeover or any other fleet from any other corporation in orbit. I guess this line also somewhat explains where Lilith and the rest of the crew went after you took the portal, which, if they were just going to go about watching you topside from the ship, why not just fly to Tyreen instead of this contrived portal nonsense? Oh well, not like that one of many other billion other plot holes will get filled up as we approach the descent and Tyreen embraces herself into the Destroyer, becoming this eldritch abomination that is roughly half the size of the Destroyer that you fought in Borderlands 1. I know that's a bit of a nitpick, given that this Destroyer has a lot of crazy moves and abilities compared to the Destroyer just shooting flechettes and a laser beam at you while you hide in the convenient archways that block its attacks. The purpose of me pointing this out is that this Destroyer is the one that is uncaged from the entirety of Pandora, right? At least we're so to believe. Not the one that opens arbitrarily every 200 years to sate it from eating the universe whole, so you would think that its scope would be almost all-encompassing rather than being even smaller than Grave Ward by comparison. What's odd about this boss fight too is that Lilith constantly and obnoxiously gives you tips on fighting her, like as if she would know what kind of weaknesses Tyreen would have after absorbing the Destroyer, and to use the aforementioned mantling ability early in the game to climb up and shoot her while she's staggered. It's just really annoying given that there wasn't some tooltip nausea spilling into your ear when you fought any of the other bosses, not even Troy when you fight him. It's either that the developers weren't confident in your ability to put the pieces together to defeat her, or had devoted so little time to establish Tyreen's power level, as already demonstrated in the entirety of this video thus far, that they needed Lilith to vomit the obvious hints in fighting her to do so. And remarkably, after every circumstance of Tyreen doing such incredible things in the short time that you know her that would make you wonder just how exactly you could beat her, and with her absorbing a vault monster that took billions of Iridians' lives in order to cage it, and having absorbed the knowledge of its previous inhabitants in the process, you defeat her, pathetically so. Not in the way you do with Jack, where he spills his guts out, both literally and metaphorically, his bafflement at how he lost, or the realization that he wasn't the hero of this story, how broken and defeated he was after everything he did up to this point going his way. Nope. Tyrene dies with a whimper, not a word to carry her supposed legacy. And it shows, because the moment you do, her entire corpse just whimsically disappears from the Aether, already forgotten. Ironic, isn't it? That the writers would devote so much time to a character that demands the world know her, only for her actions to make no sense to her desire, and for her death to carry with it its second death of being lost in translation. It painfully shows how little character there was behind the cardboard cutout of your average Instagram thought, and that if any other villain that you did fight in this story took her place in this circumstance, it would also come with it the same empty feeling of victory and, well, they're dead, on to the next boss. There's a lasting and an astringent impression that Handsome Jack leaves on you after his death, even in regards to the chronology of Borderlands as a whole, as you can see the effect he had on the respective heroes as well as you, or of Pandora itself with how he wanted to go scorched earth on it. With Tyrene, there is nary an impression I get from any of the heroes that shows their disdain for her rather than casual annoyance, save for Lilith and Maya. What does Ellie, Tannis, Marcus, Moxie, Hammerlock, Wainwright, Lorelei, or Reese feel about the Calypsos? I guarantee you won't find the answer, because none of the characters have anything to lose or gain from them wanting stardom, even if Pandora and potentially the universe being at stake. I mean on a personal level, like with Marcus's arms being fleeced by Hyperion's ruthless smuggling of them, Moxie's relationship between Ellie and Scooter being strained by Handsome Jack and him spitefully condemning her shows, or Tannis being brutalized by Jack and Wilhelm and fetching the Vault Key. How do the Calypsos affect them personally? Better yet, the Vault Hunter. Why would the Vault Hunter fight for the literal underdog in the beginning, knowing pragmatically all signs point to the Calypsos winning this fight? It's particularly why the intro cutscene feels so vain, because the Vault Hunters, through no other reason but out of principle, fight for the Crimson Raiders, whereas in Borderlands 2 and even the pre-sequel, there was a contextual reason why they are working for the given team. The circumstances and effects of Borderlands 3 in regards to the Calypsos is gone the moment they are, because there isn't anything to them that gets under the skins of our respective heroes in any way but tangential to the overarching narrative of Pandora and the universe being swallowed whole, which is why I feel nothing from killing Tyrene, and as Amara puts it, already forgot about you the moment she's gone. To which the final cutscene of this pitch and shit excuse of a story can belch out. Lilith staggers behind the corpse of Tyrene as if she had fought her despite her clearly stating that she would have had you fight it, and gets back her siren powers remotely, unlike where Ava had to physically touch Troy in order to gain them. You grab a vault key, not certain what key Tyrene left, seeing as you had all four in the machine pedestals back on Necrotafeo, and yet another vault is open for you to plunder it, giving you the Mayhem mode ability, which is purely more gameplay gimmicks that seems to quickly ride away all the paradoxical implications of changing reality itself. Anyhow, Tannis, Ava, and Lilith look up to the moon of Pandora, unsure of what to do given that Elpis is still opening the Great Vault. Lilith looks at her siren hand and reminisces that brilliant line of utter stupidity Ava told her when Maya died. Lilith says,
"Sanctuary's yours, Ava. Be ready."
And proceeds to run and fly off, darting towards the moon like fucking Superman. Tannis is baffled, as we are, as to what she's doing, and Ava, through what I can only assume is literally reading the footnotes of the script, says that she's closing the Great Vault, saving Pandora, despite that doing so could likely kill her, or that she could kill herself attempting to and fail. Ava, through Lilith, knows that. The moon of Elpis appears to get absorbed by a fiery red light as the transition of the other heroes from the other planets witnesses occurring. A blazing logo of the Firehawk is emblazoned now over the moon, which has presumably stopped the opening of the Great Vault. And now, finally, the story of Borderlands 3 is over. But not this video, not yet, no. We have so much to discuss about this fucking cutscene. So it's just nice that, more bullshit inconsistencies are just being shot right at us at machine gun pace, What with Tyrene supposedly having another vault key that is never brought up in any capacity, or that Lilith just remotely is given the siren powers like it's some kind of soul energy that knows who the true bearer is. But what I find incredibly hilarious is that not even within 5 minutes of having regained her siren powers does she decide she'll go KIA to supposedly stop the Great Vault opening. But how? After all the other comically stupid bullshit powers that were willed into existence, this one by far takes the cake. How did Lilith just know that's what she had to do based on a line that Ava used to blame Lilith for Maya's death? Is Lilith's powers amped up vicariously through what Tyrene was able to absorb up until she died? But even so, Lilith literally only regained her powers for a split second before making that decision to go kill herself. Also, considering that she's flying to the moon, she does realize that oxygen and atmosphere don't exist from a certain distance, right? She would either suffocate or just burn and freeze and die of radiation all at once the moment she got out of the stratosphere. Yet, she somehow was able to make contact on the Elpis? How the fuck is she manifesting this elaborate icon of her likeness, yet also able to close the connection between the moon and the planet? How? How exactly? Even with the other bullshit powers, there's even a smidgen of reason. But this is literally pulled right out of its ass, like with the phase lock combo earlier, and the writers literally couldn't be damned to explain it other than Ava suddenly breaking the fourth wall to explain to the audience that. Also, what the fuck, Lilith? You're going to give Sanctuary, and by extension, the reins of control of the Crimson Raiders to a person who has done nothing but chastise, antagonize, and act irrationally towards you for a good majority of the time she was on the ship? That's not even regarding the fact that Ava is literally 16 years old and someone you've only known for like 2 days, and not once did you think a more practical choice like, I don't know, Tannis or Ellie or fuck it, even Claptrap would be a better choice than Ava at this venture? Ava is not the rational or collected person I would want to command the Crimson Raiders, much less pilot a fucking ship she has no knowledge of and barely any connection to those around her. As I said before, Ava is just a fan-insert character who gets everything by doing nothing. Maya's powers, a ship, and all the crew at her will simply because she got snippy at Lilith and Maya for no good reason. It's just absolutely insulting to think that if the circumstances of the story were built upon a solid foundation, then Maya would likely still be alive during the events of this cutscene, meaning that she would have likely commanded the Crimson Raiders in her place, which would have rose Ava's social standing and by extension give her more to do rather than sit idly by. But there's something almost unintentionally genius about Ava's character that I will discuss in the closing statements of the story, as I think it would have made the story of Borderlands 3 infinitely more interesting if they went with that direction. So, going on, how the fuck is Reese, Lorelei, Wainwright, Hammerlock, Grouse, and Sparrow able to witness what is happening to Elpis? Keep in mind that while these planets are housed within the same galaxy, that Pandora to Eden 6 would look like a pinprick in comparison, how would they be able to see the Firehawk symbol from where they're stationed? It's more practical that the B-Team, Vaughn, and Ellie could see it, seeing as all of them are on Pandora, not regarding that said B-Team don't seem to care at all about the stakes of Pandora up until that happened. And it just seems like a cheap excuse to remind the audience that you engage with these characters to some extent, despite that they should not even be aware of this happening, or even the stakes of Pandora as a whole. Instead, stakes would probably have been amped up if there seemed to be any concern for the lives of those who are on said planet, like with the fact that Ellie mentioned before in Necrocafeo that Vaughn was trying to get people off Pandora while it was splitting itself whole, yet he himself didn't seem to leave it when, for all he know, he could have been dead at any point. As for Lilith's sacrifice, it just seems so unbelievably empty that she pulls this contrivance of being able to stop the Great Vault's opening, and that her being around to dawdle commands at you throughout the entirety of the game was only in service of her killing herself here, despite the numerous times that she should have died but didn't because of all the other contrivances making this Swiss cheese of a plot even more peppered. Or the fact that said Great Vault opening in this way was only by way of the contrivance of Maya getting killed off pathetically, or that said Great Vault need only be opened with her specific powers and with Iridium, despite never once the Calypsos saying that that was their plan from the get-go, or how the Calypsos were always one step ahead of you to lead to all of this being orchestrated, despite key details they couldn't have possibly known or nor anticipated leading up, and the fact that you were only able to stop them by miracle of them having given you so many crumbs to their plans, because if they didn't, we would have already lost by the Promethea arc. The game tries to manipulate emotion out of this section, but because we as the audience are completely confused as to what is happening and how everything else before establishes this setup being dumb or inconsistent, we don't feel anything. At least I don't, because Lilith has done nothing up to this point and should have died early on to set the stakes in motion, while also giving the ending a more punchy emotional payoff with the context leading up to it making sense. We don't even know if she even is dead or just lives on in the icon of the Firehawk, because there wasn't any way the writers could have shown that or explained the extent of her powers or how she was even able to accomplish this in the first place. It just feels as though the game needs to force its ending no matter how many times it has to trip itself on its own shortcomings. And that is the entirety of Borderlands 3's story, start to finish. It is one that relies on characters being incompetent to set about the events of the story, butchers and diminishes characters that we did know to archetypes or turncoats, and makes the new characters otherwise spectators in the grand scheme of the stakes at hand. The antagonists are no more than a stereotype of a trend, to which said trend, like all, will wear its welcome upon multiple playthroughs, who have a crystal ball of knowledge at their disposal, being able to know what you're going to do before you do it, yet never utilizing it to their full potential, making their knowledge whatever pertinent to set up the next plot thread. Their backstory contradicts their attitude, being brought up at a young age by an otherwise well-meaning and good-natured person, only to forsake it and act wanton and evil just for the sake of adoration and nothing more, who have done the impossible task of uniting a front of psychos and mentally deficient bandits to their cause, despite never truly building it up, nor being explained why they need them in the first place. The 4 Vault Hunters are purely vessels along for the ride, being sidelined during the important cutscene bits that detach the player from the impact they are supposedly having on the story, especially true during the ending, as Lilith is ultimately the one who saves Pandora from certain doom, and not you. But ultimately, the worst aspect of Borderlands 3 as a whole, as I've already mentioned, is the constant disassociation you feel from Borderlands 3 as a story conflicting with Borderlands 3 as a game. This has been a problem, of course, since the very first Borderlands game, but Borderlands 3 sees that issue almost like a challenge to present itself, as it puts in extremely finite detail how detached from itself it's trying to be, from trying to be quippy when it doesn't suit the moment, to how what we are told is not what is actually happening, to the improbable presence of enemies willed into existence by yet more contrivances, or very much how you as a Vault Hunter don't matter to what is going on in the cutscene itself. The gameplay of Borderlands 3 is improved, but as a consequence is showered in its brilliance to continuously cripple the story it's trying to tell and trying to engage us in. But what about my themes? Some Patrick Willems wannabe is likely screeching into my ear. I've already gone into the theme of fame at any cost in regards to Calypso's upbringing and downfall, which as I previously mentioned was already poorly executed nor justified in their actions. As for the theme of corporations are evil, let me elaborate. So the theme of corporatism and how it's presented lie mainly when you first hook up with Lorelei and Maliwan proceeds to assault a refugee camp of Atlas soldiers and citizens during the bid for the takeover. But this theme is also alluded to by Tyrene when she mentions how the bandit clans were old corporation workers left to rot in Pandora, or if you come through the Typhon logs, you can hear him talk about how Atlas was on the end of the rope, and once he had found the vault in Promethea, had exploited the people there for their own gain and set about in motion the events of Borderlands 1 eventually. It's not my business to critique a game, more importantly a company who is out to make money to set their theme around the idea of greedy corporations exploiting others, although that sentiment would be more genuine if Gearbox hadn't already come under fire for said worker exploitation. But whether that theme is executed or even delved deeper, and Borderlands 3, like the story, fails to explore that. It also doesn't help that you side with 2 corporations, Atlas and Jacobs, who, just so conveniently, are not as morally dubious as Maliwan or Hyperion simply by principle of them fighting against the Calypsos, when Atlas has already existed previously as being morally dubious, and Jacobs has its own fair share of skeletons in his closet, explored more in the Bounty of Blood DLC. More importantly, if the Calypso's sentiment that corporations fuck people over was genuine, they wouldn't have struck a deal with Maliwan to begin with, or at least not with the purpose of attempting to undermine them. And maybe there was an attempt to, given that Maliwan also just so conveniently had one of the vault key fragments and the Calypsos had planned you opening the vault for them so they could reap the rewards, but their attempt is either too subtle to make inferences on, or requires them to again look into the future and read the script in order to anticipate it happening. And with Tron's presence on Necrotafeo further poisoning this sentiment further while also making Maliwan feel like an afterthought, I do not think the theme of corporatism that Borderlands 3 tries to nickel and dime you throughout is enough to carry the story, and falls just like it by the many contrivances throughout. Secondly, there is a theme about family present throughout, and how said family can be killed or exploited to suit one's own ends, like how Tyreen leeches her bandit followers despite her claiming them to be family, part of a greater purpose, or how Katagawa killed off his own family tree in order to move up the corporate ladder, or of Aurelia betraying or trying to undercut Hammerlock in a bid to take over Jacobs. This fixation of family also ties in with the relationship between Troy and Tyreen, where it becomes strained the moment Troy feels himself more liberated from playing to her every word and measure. I feel that this theme is explored a bit more consistently in the story, but again, the story itself is already damaged by the circumstances leading up and the greater ramifications as a whole. We never get an input on any bandit curious how they justify Tyreen's leechings, either mindlessly giving in to her or just being casually ignorant to a fault. We never get an input on Katagawa Sr. and how he feels about his son having violently risen the ranks just to appease him, or of any input involving the takeover. The most we get is the odd relationship between him and Reese, which is just played off as banter. Aurelia's hatred of Hammerlock is inverted from her personality before, and there's nothing between then and now that feels that motivation in any discerning way, but worst of all, Troy never gets to explore the possible undercutting and betrayal of Tyreen now that he realizes he doesn't want to play second fiddle to her anymore. I think that would have forgiven some of the more clunky attempts at this theme, as it would have shown how mistreating your family can have violent repercussions, and that you should treasure them rather than exploit them for your own benefit. Yet we're stuck with Tyreen being the mainline antagonist throughout. But what if I were to tell you that the writers had buried a potential gold mine of a theme, and a much better story, through Ava? What if I were to tell you Ava is almost identical to the Calypsos in every way? How? Think about it. Both were raised at a young age by a mentor, who swooned them with stories of their past adventures. Both grew up wanting to be their mentors, but said mentor always restricted them, forced them into the shadows for their own good. And both ultimately killed their mentor inadvertently, saying about their path in motion. Imagine if the circumstances of the Maya and Ava cutscene were different, and the Calypsos, instead of making their presence known, overhear Ava complaining to Maya about wanting to be a vault hunter. Tyreen or Troy could try to swoon Ava to their side or give him that "we're not so different, you and I" spiel that you've countless heard a dozen times. Ava could consider it, not knowing what it will cost in return. She could say something about becoming a siren someday to the Calypsos, except without the scrappy-do authority that gets her into the same circumstance leading up to Maya's death. Instead, the Calypsos see that as an opportunity to bait her into their side, waiting for her to gain her powers up until they leech them like they would Maya. And then, either Ava could get captured against her will and Maya killed, or just capture Ava, whatever works, and then we could go back on Sanctuary trying to figure out where the Calypsos took her, and Ava, in a panic, screams "Eden 6" until they cut the feed that the Calypsos are so keen on presenting you, regretting doing so in the process. Not only would this make Maya's death not cheap, but also not even happen depending on this hypothetical, this would also be an opportunity for the Calypsos, particularly Tyreen, to spill some insight into their past life into Ava, and vicariously through you. And Ava could actually open up about her dark past without the misdirection comedy getting in the way of how we're supposed to feel during the moment, and make Ava regret her brashness knowing it got someone she cared about killed or in the predicament she's in. More importantly, there would be an incentive for the Calypsos to capture Ava as they assume she'll get the powers whenever, not knowing for certain if her powers would be Maya's, assuming if they did kill her the same way. And it would give the Calypsos more opportunities to seize the missing pieces of their past life, to understand why they feel compelled to do the things that they do purely for the sake of fame. But as it stands now, with Ava being a parallel of the Calypsos, is so strange given we're supposed to root for Ava, but not for the Calypsos, even though both feel extremely entitled for greatness. There isn't that breaking moment for Ava, where her better nature overcomes ambition and want. We're simply told that she's in the right for no other reason but her being on the other side, despite her attitude and everything she's done reflected back at the Calypsos, and by proxy of that, we loathe her more because the writers expect us to like her simply because they told us so. But that's just the cherry on top of this shit Sunday of issues with Borderlands 3 as a whole, as it overwhelmingly relies on contrivances compared to the previous mainline games to keep its threadbare motivations for the antagonists and protagonists in check, vying to outdo itself in how much your own giving benefit of the doubt will shatter, either spits in the name of patching up loose ends with cliffhangers with Tales or with the pre-sequel, or only uses them sparingly for cheap set pieces, while making the fates of all the other characters we've known before unknown and unconcerned despite their involvement in the previous titles. The siren powers are irrevocably damaged, now used as cheap magic for whatever the writers need to happen. The backstory that gives a through line to the events of Borderlands 1 is now further cheapened by the reappearance of the Destroyer, and with Atlas pre-Reese takeover being comically obtuse given their motivations prior, and the world building of the COV's presence a formality when it comes to any other planet but Pandora, so you won't get bored fighting bandits. It kneecaps itself trying to fit as much gameplay as you can stomach the awfulness of the story, like Advil for the chronic, terminal headache you're experiencing, only alleviating it by a smidgen, while your hot head constantly rings with the reminder that the writers used Know Your Meme to write the story in a fucking day. Future installments will certainly try to patch up those issues, while playing catch-up trying to give satisfying conclusions for other beloved characters, like with Timothy Lawrence in the first Borderlands 3 DLC or Gage from the second. But Borderlands as a franchise has been inexorably damaged because what has been set as canon for future titles to come, and looms over it a cautionary tale of writing done horribly wrong. Welp, that about sums up the majority of what I wanted to discuss in regards to Borderlands 3. This has been a passion project of mine that I've worked tirelessly on since December of last year, while also working on other projects in the process, like with my review of the noted discography of Massive Attack, or my hubristic hipster hits or mainstream mediocrity on mine's sister series tackling a number of then and now songs of a certain demographic, as well as me doing the usual poetry of photography in tow. Complications with the project came around early June, as what I had currently worked up to, which was around chapter 12, had failed to open and wouldn't no matter what weird tweaks or fixes I did to alleviate it, as the Sony Vegas I was using is unreliable to say the least. I didn't want to start anew, so I had to render what I could and in post edit it, which would complicate the process with the way that I had invariably changed how I would work on this video compared to others with how ambitious it was. I would like to thank all the YouTubers who would otherwise have their work uncredited, as I plan to have citations for all the videos and music used throughout this daunting project. I also plan on having this video monetized, as I don't want all that hard work to go to waste, and to show if I am to make money on this video, then you know who helped me get there. This lies in my principle of that I am to use other people's work for a simple response video or a low effort meme, that it isn't worth trying to monetize it, as it's basically making money off the backs of others uncredited. Here, that won't be the case, and if someone does have an issue with me using a clip of theirs, like with Skyman Slash or Oboe Shoe Games most notably, I'll be sure to omit it in a future edit. This is also assuming that I won't have to edit the entirety of the video, considering how much soundtrack, music, and video game clips I'm using, but we'll just have to see, as this is me reading into the future, like with the Calypsos. Also, while I had mentioned him, Cartoon Shy was not the reason why I had made this lengthy video. As I already said in the very beginning, it was because of personal conversations, said conversations happening and said part of the script recording very early in the year before he uploaded his video. And at the time, there wasn't a long-form video going into the issues of Borderlands 3's story until he did. Of course, I did not just want to ape his arguments, as some I didn't necessarily agree with his issue with the story, and wanted to further elaborate on certain other aspects that he quickly combed over. Nevertheless, he was a good read on things that I might have not noticed earlier and should otherwise cover. If this video goes off well, I may just indeed go in more depth on the previous mainline titles, chiefly Borderlands 2, and go over some of its contrivances that it has in spite of its quality in regards to storytelling in a similar way that I did here. I have also been thinking of covering Borderlands 3's gameplay as a whole, from the classes to the mechanics of the bosses to the weapon manufacturers and so on, as I've heralded as the best ever in this franchise so far. But seeing as how long it took me just to get this video done, it may not be worth the sweat if this video doesn't gain traction, and what with me having real life priorities to focus on over things like this. Anyhow, if you made it this far in the video, thanks for watching, and I hope to hear your thoughts about the story as a whole, especially if you have any disagreements or concerns with some of my criticisms of the video, as the story, as I'm always looking to improve on the consistency of my work.